Chapter 1, Rebirth, Awakening of Supernatural Abilities. Ah! Yusheng suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his face pale and his whole body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He looked around in a panic, and the familiar bedroom stunned him. I was executed by lethal injection, wasn't I? Why am I back home? The cause of the death penalty was that Yusheng, who was still a virgin a month after his wedding, had a big fight with his wife and then went to a bar to get drunk alone. The next morning, he woke up in a hotel bed, next to a naked prostitute who was already dead. He was absolutely sure that he didn't do it. He never got drunk and couldn't have strangled a woman to vent his anger, even if he was drunk. But what made him despair was that there were still traces of blood under his fingernails, which exactly matched the wounds on the victim's neck. Yusheng felt as if he had been in another world. Suddenly, he grabbed his phone and looked at it, 6 a.m. on June 6. Holy shit, did I just get reborn before I got married? Today is the day I register with Su Meiwan? Haha, Yusheng suddenly laughed wildly, and as he laughed, tears came to his eyes. It's not uncommon to be reborn. He has read many online novels about rebirth, but none of the reborn characters have repeated their mistakes. How could he possibly go back and register with Su Meiwan? Because just as the lethal injection was about to be administered, the forensic doctor whispered a shocking secret in his ear. The lethal injection requires 3 injections. The first 2 injections are to numb the prisoner's pain and physical reactions, and the last injection is the fatal one. So after the first 2 injections, Yusheng could no longer speak, and there was no way he could turn the tables. The forensic doctor finally told him the truth in his ear. It turned out that the person who strangled the prostitute and framed Yusheng was the forensic doctor, who was also the lover of Yusheng's wife, Su Meiwan. Su Meiwan was a nurse and worked under the forensic doctor. No wonder everything went so smoothly from marriage, to quarrels, to framing, to arrest, to trial, and then to execution. It turned out that the adulterer himself killed and identified the victim, and used his own connections to push things forward. Damn it, those 2 bastards! Wait for me. He cursed viciously, thinking about how to get revenge on these 2 people. Just because you don't register doesn't mean you're not going to die. Are you kidding? Death is a must. It would be best to catch these 2 and send them in for execution by lethal injection. Investigating a forensic doctor is no easy task. If only I could become invisible. Just as Yusheng finished speaking, he suddenly realized that his body had disappeared. He opened his mouth wide and reached out to touch it, but his body immediately reappeared. He was so surprised that he tested it several times. He found that as long as he thought about being invisible, he could become invisible immediately, and it would disappear as soon as he touched it. Ha ha ha. Yusheng was ecstatic. At the same time, he was also deeply alerted. If this ability was exposed, he would lose his freedom completely and even become a guinea pig. The bigwigs up there would not tolerate this potential threat. People like him were destined to become the destroyers of the existing order. Therefore, at least a tracker should be implanted in his body, turning him into a tool. If he is obedient, he will be used; if he is not, he will be sliced and studied. The rest of his life would be a constant chill. If you want to study, study yourself. His superpowers gave him a strong sense of self-confidence, and he was excited to test them again. After a while, he suddenly had a bold guess. Invisibility is entering the 4th dimension from the 3rd. 3-dimensionality cannot see 4-dimensionality. But the 4th dimension is compatible with the 3rd. When he entered invisibility, his body seemed to be washed by another space energy. He felt that his physical fitness was slowly improving. The visible benefit was that fatigue was eliminated, from physical to mental fatigue, and it was simply a substitute for sleep. He felt more and more energetic, and it was already 8 o'clock. It's time to settle things with Su Meiwan. He changed his clothes, ran downstairs, and hailed a taxi. He went to Century City. Then he called Su Meiwan and said sweetly, "Baby, I'm downstairs." The driver couldn't help but smile. You just got on the bus and you're already at Century City? Okay, you don't need to go upstairs, I'll be right down. Su Meiwan's voice came over the phone, somewhat cold. 10 minutes later. Yusheng arrived at Su Meiwan's home. After waiting for a while, Su Meiwan finally came out of the unit door. Yusheng's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. To be fair, Su Meiwan was a 90-point beauty in both looks and figure, but her eyes and eyebrows were full of spring, as if she had just been moisturized. He subconsciously clenched his back teeth. Perhaps the adulterer was watching him from upstairs? He forced himself to resist the urge to look up, not to give himself away. He then smiled and walked up to her, holding her hand as if they were really going to register. Everything was the same as in his previous life. At this critical moment, Su Meiwan spoke with a cold and arrogant expression. Before we register, I have 2 conditions. If you can't fulfill them, we'll call it quits. Her tone made it hard to believe that they were discussing marriage. You say it. Yu Sheng nodded repeatedly, with a look of a dog licking. But in his heart, he had already turned into a wolf. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and licking dogs is just a disguise. Su Meiwan still treated him as a dog. First, we will sleep in separate rooms after marriage. Because I have a nervous breakdown, if someone around me can't sleep, the sound of your breathing will make me have a nervous breakdown. What else? You can tell me all at once. Yu Sheng wanted to smack her. Su Meiwan gave him a cold stare, a little dissatisfied with his attitude today, but she didn't want to ruin everything. It was hard to find such a good sucker. Because Yu Sheng's parents died in a car accident, he didn't have the troubles that most women would encounter. Even if Yu Sheng died, no one would investigate. Thinking about these benefits, her tolerance level increased by 1 point, and she continued with patience. Second, we've known each other for too short a time, and I need a period of adjustment. During this time, I will try to accept you, but you can't force me. To be more specific, for 1 month, you can't enter my room. Does that mean I can't have sex with you for a month? Yu Sheng asked with a smile. In fact, Su Meiwan didn't agree to it after a month, which is why they had a fight, and then she was framed and executed by lethal injection. Su Meiwan instantly turned pale, shook off Yu Sheng's hand, and screamed at him, "You're so vulgar. You're so vulgar. You have such bad manners, you don't have any manly grace, you don't understand or tolerate your wife. It seems that being too young is a disadvantage. Age is not your advantage but your disadvantage. You're not mature enough, you don't give women any sense of security, let's just call it quits." Damn, she actually made the old woman sound so fresh and refined, and 3 years older became an advantage. Su Meiwan had only pretended to go back, thinking that Yu Sheng would immediately admit his mistake and agree to all the conditions. In the end, she almost hurt her back. Chapter 2, It turns out that the best friend is a man. Su Meiwan did not wait for Yu Sheng to compromise, and she was in a state of uncertainty. She couldn't possibly compromise, so she walked up to the door and swiped her card. Click, the door opened. She slowly walked in, then closed the door, and the expected compromise never came. Su Meiwan was not prepared to compromise either. At this point, whoever gives in first loses. She waited by the wall, waiting for Yu Sheng's call. Little did she know that Yu Sheng was standing right in front of her, studying her expression with great interest. He believed that even the most cunning woman would reveal her true self when she was alone. Yu Sheng made up his mind and quit his job at the venture capital firm the next day, devoting all his time to spying on the two of them. He would find a fatal flaw in them and send them to the death penalty. It took exactly 3 minutes. Su Meiwan glanced at her watch, her expression growing more and more uneasy. She muttered to herself, "Did I push him too hard and make him despair? Maybe I should give him some hope?" She decided to take the initiative to ease the situation and called him. But the phone was turned off. This time, she really panicked and quickly dialed the number of her friend Xiaoying. Yu Sheng could see clearly that this Xiaoying was Su Meijuan's best friend, and the two often sent messages to each other. But a man's voice came from the other end of the line. "What's up?" Yu Sheng was shocked and almost quit the invisibility. He would never forget that voice, it was the voice of the forensic doctor. It turned out that the murderer was Su Meijuan's best friend, Xiaoying. Xiaoying was a man. Su Meijuan often exchanged flirtatious messages with Xiaoying, but Yu Sheng never thought much of it. Who cares if his wife is chatting with her best friend? Now it seems, how stupid was I? How stupid was I? This is not just a case of the light being too low, it's the light being too green. Su Meiwan whispered, "There was an accident." I told him my conditions, but he didn't agree, and I didn't want to compromise. I'm in the building now, and he's outside. You can look out the window and see if he's gone. Yu Sheng hated Su Meiwan more and more. The adulterer was indeed at Su Meijuan's house. I didn't see him leave, he should be outside the door, the rain is blocking my view. Xiao Ying replied. Su Meiwan was shocked. Was it just a metal door? She immediately hung up the phone. At the same time, she regained her confidence. The two switched back to communicating in writing. Xiaoying, he will agree. There is no need to compromise. Su Meiwan, I have a hunch that he must have sensed something. He was very unusual today. Xiaoying, was it a punctuation error? Su Meiwan, no, I've never been wrong. He uses a period when he's around, and a comma when he's not. If there's no punctuation, he sent it. Yu Sheng's head exploded, and he suddenly felt a stomachache. He felt like he was so stupid that he broke the world record. It turned out to be so simple. He had fooled him around, and no matter how suspicious he was, he couldn't find any flaws. This allowed the couple to gain the pleasure of intellectual superiority and teasing the fool. He almost had the urge to show up and strangle the two of them. He tried to tell himself to hold back and must find a way to get them to accept justice. Xiaoying, I'm going to work, so I'll take a look. Su Meiwan, okay, let's see what his expression is like. The elevator doors opened after a short time. A man in his 30s got out of the elevator, walking lightly and silently. He was about 1.78 meters tall, wearing a green jacket, with a big nose and small eyes. His gaze was alert and cold, like a poisonous snake. Yu Sheng clenched his back teeth. After all, it was a deadly enemy. It was impossible not to be excited. Confucius couldn't do it, let alone Lao Tzu. Su Meiwan went up to him and hugged him, whispering in his ear, how about a quickie here? The feeling of being discovered at any moment is so exciting. Yu Sheng almost bit his teeth to pieces, cursing the couple as dogs and women, but Xiaoying was alert and said, It's too late, someone's coming. As soon as the words fell, the door opened with a click, and a woman carrying a bag of vegetables walked in. Su Meiwan and the other had already passed each other like strangers. Xiaoying walked straight out the door, looked around, and then quickly typed a few words, he's gone. Su Meiwan, I feel something is wrong. It's so unusual. Could it be that your wife sensed something and went to see him? Yu Sheng finally realized that the man had a family. Xiaoying, no, my wife couldn't have noticed, and even if she had, she wouldn't have gone to see him. Let's wait and see for a day. If he talks first, you should back down. Then he hailed a taxi and left. Yu Sheng immediately appeared and also hailed a taxi. After getting in, he kept directing the driver to change lanes, which made the driver very annoyed. Buddy, can't you just tell me where you want to go? Yu Sheng could not say that he was following that car. Taxi drivers know each other, and it would be easy to expose him for following Xiaoying. I'll pay you double the fare. If you don't stop, I'll pull over. Okay, you continue to direct. The driver instantly calmed down. As long as the money was in place, it wouldn't be a problem for him to run someone over. There is nothing in this world that money can't solve, it just depends on how much you give. Soon, Xiaoying was seen getting off the taxi at the hospital entrance. Yu Sheng immediately stopped the car. He scanned the QR code to get off the bus, found a hidden corner without a camera, and suddenly disappeared. He followed Xiaoying to the office and saw him change into his work clothes. The next process he saw almost made Yu Sheng vomit. Dissecting the corpse, testing each organ. Yu Sheng closed his eyes. This job is really not for humans. From this reasoning, that girl is not human. Until the autopsy was completed, the report was filled out, and the final signature was Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui? It turns out that this is his real name. Yu Sheng had made a little progress and was ready to give up the chase. He couldn't take it anymore, and his stomach was at its limit. Just as he was about to leave, the door opened and a tall woman walked in. She looked to be in her 30s, and although she was wearing a white coat, she couldn't hide her mature charm. The nameplate on her chest read, Dr. Zhao Wan. What are your instructions, dear? Cheng Hui smiled. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up. This is Cheng Hui's wife? Has Li Guoming finished the autopsy? Zhao Wan asked in a low voice. I just filled out the form. Cheng Hui didn't have any reservations and gave it directly to Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan took it and looked it over, shaking her head slightly. Change it. Meng Qingyang gave 50,000. Yu Sheng's heart jumped. Meng Qingyang is a big boss in the underworld. He is notorious in Shanghai City, with a long list of crimes and at least dozens of deaths under his belt. I understand. Cheng Hui put the completed report form in his chest and then filled out a new examination report, concluding that the cause of death was a heart attack. These two people are really evil. This is tantamount to directly changing a capital offense to a non-capital offense. Li Guo understood that he was dead. But Cheng Hui's evidence was obviously not fatal. Cheng Hui had not accepted any bribes at all, and Zhao Wan was the one who had taken the money. After watching Cheng Hui finish the report, Zhao Wan turned to leave, but then stopped. "Oh, I'm going to play mahjong at Huang's house tonight. If it gets too late, I won't be home." "Okay, don't win any money. You're there to play mahjong, otherwise there won't be a next time." "Don't worry." Zhao Wan left. Yu Sheng suddenly became suspicious. Is Zhao Wan really going to play mahjong? I'm afraid only the 2 cakes and the 1 chicken are real. Zhao Wan knew that Cheng Hui had strayed, and Cheng Hui knew that Zhao Wan had cheated on him, but they both pretended not to know. In other words, only a relationship of mutual benefit is the most reliable. Su Meiwan cannot offer Cheng Hui such a benefit, so she cannot replace Zhao Wan. Chapter 3, Newbie Yanni. Yanni, going to play mahjong at Huang's house tonight? Zhao Wan sat down at her desk and started making phone calls. You want me to go arrest the gamblers? Okay. A clear and bright voice came from the other side. Giggling, you're so funny. Yen and you need to learn to get close to your superiors, report your thoughts frequently, and communicate with them often. Huang Ju often praises you as a good talent. Listen to my advice. You're such a pretty girl. Is it necessary to risk your life and die with those desperate people like the antiquities traffickers and grave robbers? The road to success can be very simple. It is necessary. I am not a vase. But I don't know about cultural relics. It's a real pain to see bronze ware on the antique street that looks like the real thing. Ha! Zhao Wan laughed out loud. How dare they display real bronzes for sale? There are not many real ones on that street. You. Sheng suddenly had a thought. This Yanni is a sharp knife. Someone who dares to grab Huang's hand is extremely useful. After listening for a while, he was sure that Jenny was really in the antique street, so he left quietly. Antique street. Yu Sheng blended in with the bustling crowd like a ghost. On both sides of the street were antique shops, and there were countless small vendors in front of the shops. These vendors may seem to affect the business of the shops, but in fact, they are the reason for the huge popularity, attracting the participation of the most ordinary people, even if it is just for sightseeing. The more people participate, the more money will naturally flow into this industry every day, which will also increase the prosperity of the antique street and increase the sales of the shops. Of course, there are also disadvantages, such as being a bit messy, and there are often tomb robbers or cultural relics dealers selling stolen goods here. As I walked along, my eyes were drawn to the various fake antiques on sale at the stalls, and I wondered how I could find Jenny. She couldn't be wandering around in a police uniform, she must be in plain clothes, and you can't tell from her appearance. His train of thought gradually became clear. He must become an expert on cultural relics, even if only pretending. It's not easy to pretend to be an expert, after all he is a rookie. Fortunately, Jenny was even more inexperienced. Yu Sheng looked more carefully, walking past stall after stall, and spent more than an hour looking. These antiques are really diverse. Some people make fake antiques not by imitating the originals, but by creating them out of thin air. They focus on the principle of no comparison, no harm, and do whatever is bizarre, for fear that people will recognize what it is. As he walked to the end of the antique street, there was only one stall left. No one stopped at this stall, and the antiques on display were mostly fake at a glance. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. When he got closer, Yu Sheng felt a sudden jolt. His eyes locked on a brush washer. He watched it for a long time, and when the stall owner turned around, he picked up the brush washer directly. The brush washer disappeared immediately. Yu Sheng was not trying to steal anything. He was too stupid to expose his superpowers for the sake of an artifact. He just sensed that the aura of this brush washer was different from all the antiques on the street. Especially when he held it in his hand, the feeling was even clearer, as if it was very heavy. This is the accumulation of years. After confirming it, he quickly put it down. 2 minutes later, the stall owner saw a young man leisurely walking over and squatting directly in front of the stall. Handsome guy, you like the Song Dynasty brush washer? You have good taste. The stall owner was afraid that Yusheng didn't know the brush washer, so he carefully guided him. Regular customers like to pretend to be experts, so you have to give them a chance. This is a brush washer? I thought it was a big bowl of tea. Yusheng looked a bit foolish. The stall owner was disappointed. If he didn't even pretend to be interested, there was no way he would buy it. But then, Yusheng casually asked, "How about $5? The stall owner almost broke down and gave him a blank stare. I already said it was a Song Dynasty brush washer, and I won't sell it for less than 50,000. 50. I paid 5,000 yuan for it when I bought it. Yusheng said with a pout, "Brother, don't kid around. How dare you spend 5,000 yuan on a thing at a street stall? If it's fake, you'll lose everything. 500 yuan. Damn it, I'm making friends with you today, take 20,000 yuan. The stall owner only said this quietly, then closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to say another word. Yusheng hesitated for a moment and smiled. 10,000 yuan, I recognize you as my big brother. From now on, I'm going to be in the antiques business. This is my first order. Please take good care of me, big brother. The stall owner smiled and thought to himself, he's young after all. He was going to leave, but he sold it for 500 yuan. Now he's made a profit of 10,000 yuan. He quickly closed the stall. Okay, I'll be your brother. If you don't understand anything, ask me. My name is Sun Honlei. Damn, big brother's reputation is too loud. Sun Honlei laughed heartily, apparently often being teased because of his name. After the transfer was completed, Yusheng took the pen and ink holder in his hand, and Sun Honlei gave him a bag. He then said with a smile, the rules of the antique business are that once you buy something, you have to leave it behind. There is no such thing as a return. Since you want to be in this business, you must learn to follow the rules of the game. He could tell that Yusheng would not cause him trouble, but he still said it in advance. As for the big brother and little brother, they were all jokes. Big brother, don't worry. I only gave you 10,000 because I was afraid you would come looking for me. After Yusheng finished speaking, he left directly. Sun Honlei tasted it for a long time, and his face gradually turned pale. Damn, is that pen wash a real one? Yusheng didn't look at anything this time because he could only feel the atmosphere of the era when he entered the fourth dimension invisibly. So he scanned the store one by one, ready to sell the pen washer. If he bragged about it enough, and spread the word about the leak, he was sure that Jenny would be curious. He visited several stores. He was careful not to take it out, because the shopkeeper didn't look like a good person. It wasn't until the fifth store that he suddenly noticed a beautiful woman in a trench coat looking at the porcelain in the showcase. Just a side view was enough to be stunning. Yusheng's heart skipped a beat. This could be Yan and I. Without this kind of looks, how would she get into Huang's eyes? When he turned his head again, he saw that the shopkeeper was an elderly man with a delicate appearance, like a great hermit in the city. He was the backbone of the entire antique street, and people felt a good impression at first glance, unlike the shopkeepers at the previous shops who were so cunning. At this time, the shopkeeper was sitting in front of the Wanwali table, drinking tea. When he saw Yusheng holding a bag in his hand, his eyes lit up and he immediately called out. My friend, come and sit down. Have a cup of tea first. The beautiful woman immediately turned her head and glanced at the boss, and angrily said to herself, this old man, why didn't he offer me tea when I came in? Yusheng had no idea what she was thinking, but he sensed that there was a murderous aura about this woman, so he was extremely cautious and sat down at the table with a calm demeanor. The boss was even more certain that he had the goods. He poured a cup of tea for Yusheng and smiled. I am Wan Ting, what is your name? It turns out to be Uncle Wan. My name is Yusheng. I'm going to be a dealer in antiques. Today is my first day. Please take good care of me. Wan Ting glanced at Yusheng's bag and thought to himself, you're not making antiques yourself, are you? He asked kindly, what did you do on your first day in the business? He laughed and took out the pen holder from his bag and placed it in front of Wan Ting. Uncle Wan, I just bought this at the flea market. Do you think I have the talent for this? If not, I'll change my career as soon as possible. If I do, I'll continue. Wan Ting's eyes widened and his heart began to race. Damn, there's Ru ware on the street stall? There are only 93 pieces in the world. He carefully put on gloves and then took out a magnifying glass, checking it over and over again for 10 minutes. The beautiful woman was attracted over. She knew this was definitely real, otherwise he would not be an expert figure. What is he looking at here? Finally, Wan Ting, no matter how unbelievable it was, had to put down his pen and wash it, and he sighed to the sky. This is a genuine piece. The soil stains on it can't be faked. Genuine pieces are grayish, while imitations are greenish. I'm afraid you've bought the only genuine piece in all the stalls on the antique street. You're not just talented, you're amazing. Where did you buy it? Although Yu Sheng had expected this, he still let out a sigh of relief and, suppressing his pride, calmly recounted the story. He needed fame. Now, fame that would convince Jenny, so he had to paint a vivid picture. Another point is that if an antique is to be valuable, it must have a clear chain of ownership and be well documented. So he had to explain it clearly. The way the beautiful woman looked at Yu Sheng was completely different. It was like the white-boned demon was looking at the monk with enthusiasm. Chapter 4, The Million is in the Bag. The beauty finally spoke up, with a radiant smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jenny, and I'm an antique lover. Let's have lunch together at noon. Pick the place, I'll pay. The long, flowing hair, the elegant and graceful demeanor, the sparkling eyes, the crisp and sweet voice, the delicate and smooth skin, and the radiant and beautiful face made Yu Sheng feel dazed, and he forgot who he was, where he came from, and where he was going. For a pure guy like me, a beautiful woman is too lethal. Not to mention this kind of disaster, if I don't smile, I can still hold on, but if I smile, the walls will collapse. If Sume Wan is 90 points, then Jenny is 98 points. She is truly a goddess. Wan Ting laughed heartily, secretly cursing the girl for not paying attention to him and ignoring his existence. Yu Sheng, I'll treat you to lunch, and I'll introduce you to 2 more talented people. They'll be absolutely useful for you in the antiques business. Yu Sheng was startled and came to his senses. How could he let Yan and I go? Of course, he couldn't give up Wan Ting either, so he smiled and said, Then let's do it together. Okay, the 2 immediately agreed. By the way, do you plan to sell this brush washer? Wan Ting asked casually. You can name your price. If it's suitable, I'll sell it. Yu Sheng's true wealth is invisibility, so he doesn't care much about the pen washer. He is really carefree and relaxed. Compared to his previous life, he has a kind of refined temperament that ordinary people don't have, which makes Jenny admire him. She feels that this person is very special and has the temperament of a high-level person in the world. Wan Ting pondered for a moment and said solemnly, 1 million. Yanni immediately retorted, Mr. Wan, you must be joking. I heard that the Hong Kong auction house auctioned a Ruware brush washer for 320 million Hong Kong dollars. She was determined to make friends with you for the rest of her life, so she naturally did not hesitate to speak up for him. What's more, she is a person who doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Wan Ting looked at her strangely, then turned his gaze to Yu Sheng. Xingzi, do you think this brush washer can sell for 320 million? Yu Sheng immediately shook his head. No way, not even 30 million. Although he doesn't understand cultural relics, he understands business. After all, he is an employee of a venture capital company. How could he not understand this? Wan Ting nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed talented. He then explained to Jenny, the 320 million pen holder is collected by the world's top collectors. Note that who collects it is the key. This is called orderly inheritance. The more famous the person, the more valuable it is. It is also crucial that it has been collected for 20 years. The longer it has been collected, the more valuable it is. This represents the degree of recognition by major collectors and means that this auction is not a hype. In addition, before the auction, he also had an authoritative organization do a scientific appraisal of the carbon-14 half-life, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The last point is even more crucial. It is the world's top auction house, and the people involved are all the world's top rich people. Can they negotiate a price with us ordinary people in private? Yanni was embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just an amateur. Is there really such a big difference between celebrities and ordinary people? Of course. Buying from ordinary people is risky. For example, if I buy it and the police come tomorrow and say it was stolen from a museum, they can confiscate it with evidence. I can only pay compensation and have nothing left for the rest of my life. Therefore, only things with a proper heritage are valuable. You want me to spend 30 million to buy this, but it's impossible. What if something goes wrong? I see. Yanni said weakly, with an innocent look on her face, sighing that she really didn't have the talent for this line of work. She had already made up her mind that, compared to money, Wan Ting was more important as a guide. His introduction would allow her to quickly break into the antiques circle and directly have high-end contacts. This was value. I agree to 1 million, but I have a condition. Can Wan Lao lend me some antique appraisal learning materials to look at? No problem, you can look at the materials in my house. At your age, even if you are talented, you still lack experience. First, learn systematically, and if you don't understand something, ask me. We will get along very well in the future. We are both sensible people who can let go. Wan Ting was in a great mood. Only collectors of this caliber can be considered world-class collectors. The collection determines the collector's status. He first transferred 1 million to Yushang, then took out a professional packing box, carefully put the pen washer away, and put it back in the safe. Only then did he lock the shop and take the two of them straight to the Wuzhou Hotel. The meal was really not a sham. Everything was the best dish in the hotel. Wan Ting called 2 people over. They were indeed great people, both in their 50s, pot-bellied, and looked smart and capable. This is Su Haoping, director of the Collectors Association. This is the owner of the antique city, Zhang Yunlong. Su and Ho were surprised. They knew Wan Ting's temper, and this young man was definitely not relying on his background. He must have extraordinary abilities. They are both extremely shrewd and smooth-talking people, and they didn't look down on anyone. They quickly found out. How could he buy Ru ware from a street stall? Su Haoping exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. It's not enough to be good, you also need luck. If you're too early or too late, you won't get it. Zhang Yunlong patted his thigh inside. Wan Ting smiled and said, luck is also part of strength. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Some people are indeed lucky, and they are lucky every day. Everyone was extremely satisfied with the meal. Zhang Yunlong and his friend both treated Jenny as their girlfriend for the rest of their lives. Jenny didn't explain, and Wan Ting didn't get involved. Until the end of the game, they exchanged phone numbers, and the 3 of them left to watch the Ruware. Yanni then smiled at Yusheng and said, I want to learn about cultural relics appraisal from you. Is that okay? Yusheng shrugged his shoulders and said, I would like to pretend to be an expert and trick a beautiful woman into following me, but unfortunately I'm not. If he didn't have the ability to authenticate cultural relics, of course he would pretend to be an expert to get to know Yanni, but now he doesn't need to. He has great confidence in authenticating cultural relics, so he needs to keep a low profile and be quiet to make a fortune. Yanni felt that Yusheng was ambitious and had great aspirations. She said with emotion, Actually, I just want to follow you to learn more. In the future, can you call me in advance before you come to the antique street? No problem. You can call me if you have something to ask, but only for authenticity appraisal. I don't know anything else. Yanni was overjoyed, that's enough, thank you. She just wanted to know if it was real or not. She didn't need anything else. Cultural connotations were not her thing. The two added WeChat, and Yusheng left cleanly and simply. He never wanted to be a lapdog again, no matter how beautiful the woman was. On the contrary, Yanni seemed to have a bad back. What had this man gone through to become so wary of women? Yusheng was about to return to the hospital when his phone rang. It was the head of the venture capital company, his immediate superior, Wang Dianga. Yusheng, didn't you take the morning off? Why aren't you at work yet? Wang Dianga barked at him like a dog. In a previous life, Yusheng would have bowed his head, just for a few silver coins and a meal with soup. But now he didn't need to. With a missile in his lower back, he said calmly, I'm officially resigning, and I don't want my salary or deposit back, so I'm not going back. It doesn't matter if you don't like it and fire me. Don't contact me again. The other party was obviously very surprised, and his tone immediately became amiable. Brother, what are you talking about? I'll take care of the paperwork for you, but you still have to settle your wages. By the way, where are you going to make your fortune? He was very perceptive, and his confidence for the rest of his life was not average. There was no need to offend him to death. Yu Sheng smiled. I'm not talking about getting rich, I'm going to be an antique dealer. If you have anything in this area in the future, you can find me. He hung up the phone directly after that. He was going back to the hospital, but suddenly changed his mind. A man's career is the foundation of his life. Don't put the cart before the horse. Work hard during the day and take your revenge at night when you have nothing to do. He immediately hailed a taxi and said calmly, "Go to the museum." Chapter 5, A Fatal Weakness. There are even fake artifacts here. Yu Sheng snuck into the museum and was shocked when he arrived at the bronzeware exhibition hall. No matter how well the fake things are made, they can't recreate the atmosphere of the past. Because it wasn't a weekend, there were very few visitors here, only 2 scholars who were whispering as they looked at it. Yu Sheng deliberately went over to them. There's something wrong with this bronze vase. When our archaeological team first brought it here, it was authentic, but now it's been replaced. It must be someone on the inside. It's rotten inside, don't get yourself in trouble. Don't worry, it wasn't my family's. Yu Sheng didn't want to hear anymore. Counterfeit goods had nothing to do with him. He strolled away, only looking at the real thing. He first felt the atmosphere, then compared it with the introduction to see the age, and his mind became clearer and clearer. He became more and more precise about what the scent represented and what era it belonged to. He then went to the porcelain exhibition hall. In stealth mode, he could identify the pieces without touching them. If he appeared, he would have to touch it with his hands to feel the aura of the era. Before he knew it, time had passed and the announcement came over the loudspeaker. It was closing time. He was immersed in the vast history, but suddenly he was awakened. He left the museum in a hurry. He realized that it was rush hour and the traffic was terrible. Yu Sheng said helplessly, "Don't go to the hospital, go to Century City, it's a lot easier to get there." Okay. The driver made a turn. Bang! The driver instantly changed color. Who the hell is it? The two got out of the car at the same time and found a Mercedes S600 behind them. The driver was a woman, and she looked embarrassed, as if she were an ostrich, motionless. The taxi driver was speechless. Why don't you get out and deal with it? The rest of his life, however, was full of surprises. Although he could only see her through the windshield, he recognized her at once. She was his college classmate and his first love, the white moonlight in her heart, Tong Lin. After the two graduated, Tong Lin disappeared without a trace, and it was said that she married into a wealthy family. If it were a past life, this kind of encounter would have caused Yu Sheng's heart to rise and fall, at least rushing out to ask a question. If it weren't for the pain of her abandonment, Yu Sheng wouldn't have been so eager to marry Su Meiwan, just to add a little sugar to his wound. But after dying once, I realized that Tong Lin's actions were trivial, and what did it matter? He didn't send him to the electric chair. He was already calm. Pretending not to see Tong Lin, he carefully inspected the 2 cars. He found that the Mercedes was fine, but the taxi had a dent in the back, so he turned to the driver and asked, "How much to fix it, brother?" "It should be around 700 or 800. I'll give you 1,000. Let's go. The rear-end collision was entirely my fault. We don't have to pay for it. I'm in a hurry." The driver didn't say anything else, and the 2 of them got into the car and drove off. The rest of the money was transferred to the driver's account via QR code. The driver sighed, "This is what it means to be rich. The most valuable thing is time." In the Mercedes-Benz, Tong Lin regained her composure and drove while talking on the phone. "Mom, I saw Yu Sheng, but he didn't recognize me because I was sitting in the car." "Oh, you are a different person now. Don't associate with the poor anymore. Don't make your husband think too much. Remember, you don't have many chips. You don't have a background to support you, you don't have an ageless face, you can change your wife, but only loyalty is something a man can't give up, so don't lose it." "I know." Tong Lin hung up the phone, extinguished the illusion in her heart, and finally only a sigh remained. Century City Community. Su Meiwan sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, communicating with Cheng Hui in writing. "Su Meiwan, I haven't compromised in the rest of my life, so there must be a mistake somewhere, but I just can't figure it out. Cheng Hui, a person's character is unchangeable. He must have known something, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. You should call him directly and give up the conditions. See what he says. I think he will show his hand." Su Meiwan immediately dialed Yu Sheng's number, and it rang twice before going through. Dear, I've been thinking about it all day, and I think you might have misunderstood me, so I'm giving up the conditions to prove my sincerity. Let's go register tomorrow. Can I make love to you tonight? Yu Sheng's tone of voice once again infuriated Su Meiwan, who slammed her hand down on the table. Do you have any sincerity at all? You have zero tolerance for me, and I have 100% tolerance for you, and you dare to say that I don't have sincerity? Oh my god, you just rejected my conditions this morning, and you call that 100%? That's because a woman called me and exposed your affair with Cheng Hui. No wonder you don't want me to touch you, not even after we get married. You're the one who's not sincere. Su Meiwan fell into a deep freeze. He really knew. She asked in a trembling voice, what was the woman's name? She didn't say, but I believe she wasn't making it up. Goodbye, don't contact me again. Yu Sheng turned off his phone. He couldn't turn it off because he was waiting in the hallway outside Su Meiwan's door, waiting for the right moment to go in. Su Meiwan trembled as she dialed Cheng Hui's phone number. It's over. A woman called him and told him about us. How could that be? Cheng Hui was shocked. Who was that woman? The woman didn't say her name, but it must have been your wife. No way. Cheng Hui really didn't believe it, because Zhao Wan had also cheated on him, and everyone had tacitly agreed not to mention it or ask about it. How could she have done such a thing? Su Meiwan couldn't think of any other possibility. She stubbornly said, it's your wife. Women are very petty. She's getting back at me, but she just can't admit it. Cheng Hui frowned. He thought there was another possibility, that Yu Sheng would find out on his own, but that would be too difficult. Su Meiwan continued to complain, husband, you must make a decision for me. You said that men should put their careers first, and Zhao Wan is your business partner, so I agreed. But is it okay for me to marry someone else? What about the child? She wants the child to die. The last sentence made Cheng Hui waver. After a moment of silence, he finally made his choice. The child must be born. Zhao Wan cannot have children. You are my true wife. Come here, come to my home. Su Meiwan finally revealed a victorious smile. This was no ordinary victory. She had never been to Cheng Hui's home before. What did this mean? I'll be right there. Su Meiwan quickly left the house. When she opened the door, Yu Sheng passed by and went into the room. He couldn't hear the phone call in the hallway, so he thought Su Meiwan was just going to meet Cheng Hui. After all, the two had spent the night in this room. This is a one-bedroom apartment. While Su Meiwan was not home, Yu Sheng began to frantically look for Su Meiwan's evidence. He went straight into the bedroom, opened the bedside table, and rummaged through it. Then the closet. There were a lot of clothes, but even the pockets were checked, and nothing useful was found. Finally, the dressing table. Finally, he found a USB flash drive hidden inside the dresser. His eyes lit up. It was so well hidden. He directly turned on the computer, inserted the USB drive, double-clicked to open it, and found that there was only an audio file inside. After clicking on it, the voice of Cheng Hui came out. The audio file was very long. It was about the dean hiring a group of people to fake illness to get insurance money. These hired people had no problems, and they received a salary of 120 yuan a day. Their job was to fake illness, and the doctor kept prescribing medicine. Slowly, Yu Sheng's eyes widened. A few 100 million yuan, that's enough to be executed, right? I guess Su Meiwan wanted to secretly record it as leverage against Cheng Hui. But this has little to do with Cheng Hui, and at most, it will ruin Zhao Wan. Does Su Meiwan want to kill Zhao Wan? Or is she blackmailing the dean? Yu Sheng thought about it over and over again, and concluded that Su Meiwan was just asking for trouble, and that she was asking for her own death. I guess she understands that, so she hasn't done anything. Well, then I'll do it for her. Yu Sheng's eyes were bright, and the opportunity was here. Chapter 6, Ghost Market Deal. Yu Sheng sent the audio file to his own email address, then put the USB back in its place, as if nothing had happened. Finally, he started to check the computer. He checked each hard drive one by one and quickly found a folder that required a password. Yu Sheng only took a minute to crack it. The password was 6 question marks. After opening it, his eyes lit up. Gee, all kinds of private photos. But what interested him most was a photo of an ID card, Cheng Hui's ID card. So Cheng Hui lives in Royal View Garden? He took out his phone and took a picture of the ID card. At that moment, Jenny sent a voice message, "Would you like to accompany me to the ghost market?" He immediately understood what she wanted. The Jianhai Ghost Market only opens at 3 a.m. and closes at dawn. It is located on the Antique Street. However, most of the people who trade at the ghost market are tomb robbers, cultural relics dealers, thieves, and swindlers, and there are very few normal people. Most of the goods traded are stolen goods or even fakes. Anyway, the water is very deep. If you can buy good things, you can also easily be cheated. Yanni obviously wanted to make a breakthrough in the ghost market. If she could catch just one person, she could bring out the whole gang of grave robbers and dealers in antiquities and get them all in one fell swoop. But the prerequisite is that you must be accurate. If the goods are not from the original source, but have been passed down in an orderly manner, what happens if you catch them? Even if it is a fake, if it is sold as a handicraft, it is not caught. Therefore, the well side generally does not care about the ghost market. It is too difficult. Experts can easily get their eyes stuck during the day, let alone at night. However, Yanni's plan to find Yu Xing really works. He doesn't need light, he can tell the difference between real and fake by touch in the dark. No one else can do it. Even if Ma Weidu came, it wouldn't work. Okay. See you at the ghost market at 3 o'clock. Yu Sheng agreed readily. Thank you. It's hard to get a taxi at 3 o'clock. I'll pick you up. You're acting a bit strange. Are you trying to trick me? Yu Sheng looked at him quizzically. No. I have to be honest with you. I'm a cop. She confessed it all at once, otherwise there would be no long-term cooperation. She offended Yu Sheng to death in one go. This is a very risky thing to do. It's like making Yu Xing and the Tomb Raiders mortal enemies. How could they not retaliate? If you don't tell him, you're cheating him. If you tell me, it's a deal. No problem. Yu Sheng did it without hesitation, and he was not afraid of retaliation for his invisibility. Instead, he made Jenny owe him a favor, and she would only do her best when he needed her help in the future. But I can only distinguish between real and fake, I can't tell if it's from a tomb. It doesn't matter, as long as you can tell the difference between real and fake. As long as it's not a fake, the probability of getting it wrong is very small, and at least it's stolen. But catching a fake is too embarrassing for Jingfeng. Because the state allows the sale of fake goods, they are just called handicrafts. Who dares to say that imitation cultural relics are not handicrafts? If this is also prohibited, then it will be chaotic and impossible to enforce. I turned off the computer and left quickly. Back home, I downloaded the audio files in my mailbox to a USB drive and carried it with me. Then I deleted the mailbox cleanly, leaving no trace, and I had to clear myself. Then I didn't sleep either and started learning about cultural relics online. Yanni tried her best, but she couldn't convince the police to agree to the arrest. They all said she was just messing around. If it was that easy to catch a ghost, why would you wait for a young girl fresh out of the police academy to do it? Captain Hu Jianxian looked completely devastated. Yanni was furious. Why do you look down on women? What I mean is that you don't have any experience. It's hard to tell the buyers from the sellers in the ghost market, and there are many pitfalls waiting for you. People who look like antique dealers and are talking loudly are definitely selling fakes. On the other hand, you can't tell the difference between people selling real things and even the appearance of the buyers. Yanni retorted, we don't need to look at people, as long as we can accurately distinguish between authentic and fake antiques. Are you the Monkey King? Do you have Xianmu Jinjing? How can you tell? Just because you said that you have the rest of your life? You just picked up a leak, and you don't know if it's real or not, and you worship you like that? Hu Jianxian's speech has the effect of a machine gun. The other team members all looked on with smiles. They like to see beautiful women, and they like to see beautiful women quarrel even more. I personally asked Sun Honglei, and it's absolutely true. That only proves that he didn't steal it. If someone can tell the difference during the day, can they tell the difference at night? I believe he can. Doesn't he know that the ghost market is dark? Why did he say he can only tell the real from the fake, but not whether it's a grave robbery? Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can prove that he can tell the difference tonight, we'll arrest him tomorrow night. Okay. As long as the artifacts he buys are real, that will prove it, right? Do you want to send someone to follow him? No, I trust you. Hu Jianxiang said with a smile. Yan and I said with a stern face, let's get this out of the way. If you don't arrest the antiques dealer, you're not allowed to confiscate the rest of the antiques. Otherwise, who will pay for the losses? It's a nice day today, what did you say? Yanni understood that this matter could be glossed over, but she could not make a public promise. What if Yu Sheng bought a national treasure? 3 o'clock in the morning. Yu Sheng's phone rings. I'm downstairs. I'll be right there. Yu Sheng turned off the computer, ran downstairs quickly, and thought to himself, I can't seem to break this habit of licking dogs. Can't I just take things one step at a time? Seeing the Passat parked on the side of the road, he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Sure enough, it was Jenny who was driving. Yanni was still wearing a trench coat and long hair, as beautiful as a goddess. She looked at Yu Sheng and said in a soft and pleasant voice, Tonight, I'll first prove that you can tell the real from the fake. It's nighttime, so I'm afraid I'll get it wrong. After the proof, I'll catch you tomorrow. Yu Sheng was stunned for a moment and said, Then whose are the cultural relics I bought? This time it's yours. She had to promise, otherwise Yu Sheng wouldn't buy it. What's wrong with you? You bought it and I confiscate it? Okay, let's go. Yu Sheng buckled his seatbelt. Yanni gave him a cold stare. How distrustful of a female driver. The Passat stopped at the entrance to the antique street, and the two of them walked over. The ghost market was not full. Of people on the whole street, only a few people in the dim light of the street lamps, each concealing themselves, some carrying bags, some hiding things on their bodies, and some coming empty-handed. Two people in trench coats were whispering to each other, and no one could hear a word. The arrival of the two of them did not arouse suspicion, and even a young man in his 20s came up directly and asked in a low voice. Do you want bronze ware? Take a look. The young man unzipped his bag halfway. Yu Sheng reached in and felt it, then shook his head, it's too rough. The young man's eyes lit up. This was definitely not a cop. They weren't that good. He made a secret gesture. Yanni was thrilled to see this. Yu Sheng really has some skills. How many people in the trade can tell if it's fake just by touching it? Chapter 7, The Only Ancient Jade. Yu Sheng glanced at him and approached a middle-aged man. This man could not be a grave robber. Fan Wei had said that a man with a big head and a thick neck was either a rich man or a cook. Do you want blue and white porcelain? The middle-aged man spoke first, his voice low. He originally looked down on Yu Sheng, and judging by his clothes, he was not a rich man, but the fact that Yin and I was by his side was enough to prove Yu Sheng's strength. Walking down the street with a woman of this caliber could be provoked or even beaten to death by a rich second-generation hooligan with an excess of hormones. Beauty is a curse, and it's no exaggeration. Most men are killed by their own misfortune, like Wu Delang. The men who survive are not ordinary, like Wu Song. Take a look. Yu Sheng's expression of interest was unconcealed. The middle-aged man opened his bag and took out a beautiful blue and white porcelain plum vase. Yanni's eyes lit up. In the ghost market, transactions are all done in the bag, and there is no public transaction. But this person took the goods out, proving that it was definitely real and probably came from a clear source. Yu Sheng knew that there was always something fishy when things were not normal. He took it solemnly with both hands, holding the neck with one hand and the bottom with the other. As a result, he was stunned. The hand that was holding the bottom felt real, Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. The hand that was holding the neck of the bottle felt fake, not more than 3 months old. He took a serious look at the bottom of the bottle, and the middle-aged man even took out a flashlight to shine on it. It said, made in the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty. Yu Sheng finally understood why this authentic piece was sold at the ghost market. The bottom was the only real part. It was a fragment of blue and white porcelain, inlaid in the body of the craftwork, with no flaws in the seams. He smiled and returned the porcelain to the middle-aged man, whispering, the fragments are worthless. Do you have the whole thing? The middle-aged man gasped in surprise. This is definitely the top expert. This is the fastest appraisal he has ever seen. He immediately wanted to make friends with him and said frankly, yes, but there are no leaks. To be honest, I was also cheated. I didn't make it. You can see through it at a glance. You have a bright future. I'll treat you to dinner later. Can I have your phone number? Some other time. You was afraid of dragging him down, so he turned and left. The middle-aged man was not angry. People with talent are all hot-tempered, it's normal. Yanni felt a sense of regret. I already thought highly of him, but I still underestimated him. Yu Sheng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He noticed that there were suddenly 7 or 8 more people in the ghost market. This was unreasonable, unless these people were all in on it. Yanni also noticed this and her blood suddenly boiled. The gang had finally shown their faces. These people obviously had a clear goal. The young man in his 30s, who was leading the group, walked directly up to Yu Sheng and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Brother, I have everything you need. Come home with me and I'll get it for you. You'll be satisfied." Yu Sheng's eyes widened. This was the rhythm that would satisfy Yin and I. How can I trust you? Yu Sheng had a look of "don't lie to me" on his face. The young man lifted his shirt to reveal a bronze wine vessel. Yu Sheng reached out and touched it, immediately knowing that it was real, a wine cup from the pre-Qin period. He sighed to himself, this guy is really asking for trouble. Other things are fine, porcelain and jade are fine, but who dares to buy bronze? Whoever touches it dies. You know better than I do that bronze is the most dangerous, so it's worthless in China. Do you have any blue and white porcelain? Yu Sheng whispered. The young man shook his head slightly. Blue and white porcelain is not hard to sell, unless you pay a high price, otherwise there is no leakage. After all, blue and white porcelain is recognized all over the world. Whether it is an amateur or a professional, a human or a non-human, everyone dares to buy blue and white porcelain, and even fake ones are in short supply. Puff, Yu Sheng laughed and sprayed. Fake ones are in short supply? Are you serious? The young man turned to him and asked, "Do you want jade? Take a look. Follow me." The young man led the way, and the two of them followed behind. The other accomplices did not follow, but were observing to see if anyone was following. After a short time, they entered a building and the young man used a key to open the room. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house, probably rented, and could be abandoned at any time. The living room was filled with the smell of tobacco, mixed with a strange odor, and it was obvious that many people lived here. "Sit down, I'll get you the jade." The young man went into the master bedroom alone and brought out a box, which he placed on the table. Yu Sheng opened the box and found that there were more than 20 jade pieces inside, all of various shapes, piled together without any separation. He picked up a jade disc, fake. He put it directly on the table, and then took out the second one, which was also fake. He took them out one by one. All of them were high-quality ancient jade, with patina and even a smell of death, but unfortunately, it was useless to look like it, they were all old, and Yu Sheng knew it by touch. In the end, there was only one jade pendant left in the box. "How much is this jade pendant?" Yu Sheng picked it up and asked casually. Yanni understood that only this jade pendant was real, and she was disappointed. This gang was too cautious. Even if they added a bronze vase, it was not worth arresting. It was not worth disturbing the snake by striking the grass. The young man's face also became solemn. "This is too amazing, isn't it?" In less than 2 minutes, he picked out the only genuine jade. 1,800,000. He quoted the price directly. Yu Sheng sneered in his heart. This price is actually not high. It would definitely exceed 1.8 million at an auction house, and it could even be 5 million. But this is a tomb that was robbed, so it can't be priced like this. It's the same with Yu Sheng's Rue porcelain brush washer. The market price is 300 million, but he only sold it for 1 million. He put it back in the box and said, "Goodbye. You name a price. This is what you want to hear. 1,000. Don't joke around. 100,000 is the bottom line. Okay, 10,000 is my bottom line. Brother, you are the most awesome expert I have ever met. I really want to be your friend, so I will give you a friendly price of 50,000. I have already given you a generous discount, so don't be too greedy. This way we can work together for a long time. The benefits are in the future, so take your time. This is full of hints." Yu Sheng thought for a moment and decided that he had to bleed today, otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch a shark. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. The transaction was completed quickly, and the two exchanged phone numbers. The young man's real name was Xie Chang. Yu Sheng and Jenny left. There was no one blocking their way, no one tailing them, and they didn't go back to the ghost market. They got straight into the Passat. Sell that jade tomorrow. Nonsense, I'm keeping it for you to confiscate. Yanni was depressed again and gave him a dirty look. Don't think I'm so heartless. Call me when you sell it. I just want to see how much it's worth. But I think you'd better donate it to the state and leave a record of being a patriot. This is really good. Believe it or not. Yu Sheng laughed. I don't have much education, so don't fool me. I only like tangible benefits. To put it bluntly, if you let me kiss you, I'll donate it to the country right away. Yanni's cheeks flushed with anger and shame. She said angrily, you can donate if you want to. Yu Sheng became even more brazen. Look at you, you're so unpatriotic. Can't you stand a little humiliation for the sake of the country? Talking about dedication without talking about compensation is all hooliganism. Yanni was so angry that her chest trembled. You want to kiss me, and I'm the one who's acting like a hooligan? Ha ha, Yu Sheng laughed. I am a practical person, everything is clearly marked with a price. Let me kiss you, and I will give you the jade pendant immediately. Let me sleep with you for one night, and I will give you 100 pieces of cultural relics from tombs. Hey, this is enough for you to be the team leader. Yanni was finally so angry that she slammed on the brakes and said, Get out of the car. Yu Sheng was thinking of a reason to thank the Chang family. He immediately pushed the door open and got out of the car. Yanni was stunned. Seeing Yu Sheng walk through the alley between the buildings, the Passat was unable to follow. She clenched her lips until the proud back disappeared. Chapter 8, Things are out of control. Yu Sheng was invisible and traveling at night. Although he had not slept all night, he was not tired at all. As long as he entered the state of invisibility, he would be washed by the four-dimensional energy, which could completely replace sleep and even improve his physical fitness. He quietly returned to the first floor where Xie Chang was, just in time for the 6 accomplices from the ghost market to return. Yu Sheng followed them into the living room and hid in the corner, as if God were looking down on the world. Diao, have you found a suitable buyer? Xie Chang asked. Diao Zi was the most capable fighter among these people, and also the most ruthless. He said with a piercing gaze, I tried a few of them, but none of them dared to touch the bronzeware. How about your two? The female one is just for decoration, but the male one is too powerful. He told them what happened. Everyone was amazed. Diao Zi's eyes flickered a few times, and he finally couldn't help but say, Brother Chang, that woman is really beautiful. Xie Chang immediately turned pale and sternly warned, Diao Zi, don't cause me trouble. If you want a woman, don't do business. If you do business, don't touch a woman. I'm prepared to do business with him for a long time. Diao Zi was speechless and could only nod, okay. But the fire in his heart had already been ignited, and it was impossible to extinguish it. He asked again, when will we do business next? Should I ask Chiga to bring the goods over? Wait until noon. If no one comes to make dumplings, it will prove that there is nothing between the two of you. In the afternoon, let Chiga deliver the goods, and make an appointment in the evening. What does he want? He definitely wants porcelain and jade, but the rest depends on the quality of the goods. After a while, the sun had already risen and everyone was smoking and chatting. Someone bought some breakfast, and after a few people finished eating, they went to bed. Yu Sheng took the opportunity to check each bedroom one by one. He was already sure that the only real thing in the den was the bronze vase, and the rest of the boxes were all fakes. This is like digging a pit to bury someone. If Jenny was fooled by those fakes and took everyone down, it would be too embarrassing. What's even more embarrassing is that Xie Chang and the others really don't know where the goods are. They are the lowest level henchmen in the tomb robber gang. Yu Sheng was determined to wait for the delivery person. It was estimated that he would arrive at night. Does that mean the goods aren't in this city? If it's not in the city, it's impossible to follow them to their lair. Number 1 compound. The boss just walked into the office and found a USB flash drive on the desk. The boss frowned and called the secretary in a displeased manner. What is this? The secretary looked at him in surprise. I don't know, I found it when I came in this morning. I thought you left it here. The boss was slightly shocked and guessed a little. He quickly picked up the USB drive, inserted it into the computer, opened the file, and the audio played. After a long time, the boss's face became more and more solemn. He understood why it was there, because no one else could solve it except him. It is not difficult for the dean to move, but it is difficult for his faction, that is, his background. The secretary was thinking, who put it there? If the number 1 compound can be entered and exited at will, who can guarantee the safety of the number 1 big shot? This is a blatant threat. It's like being targeted by a sniper, but you don't know where the sniper is. You have no choice but to be obedient. The secretary was a little scared. The boss's face was gloomy, and after a long silence, he suddenly said, "You put the USB drive there." The secretary suddenly realized that this matter must not be made public. If it were to be made public, it would be a scandal, indicating that the boss was incompetent. Why had no one else encountered this problem? The impression given to the superiors was that he was incompetent, at least in terms of management, and had no ability to control his subordinates. His career would be over. The secretary hurriedly said, yes, I put it there. I forgot. Well, send it to Huang, and let him strike with thunder and lightning, deal with it quickly, arrest those who should be arrested, and kill those who should be killed. It is estimated that some people will resist arrest, so we must cut the Gordian knot quickly, and avoid complicating the matter by not asking for instructions on anything. Understood. The secretary took a deep breath, grabbed the USB drive, and flew away. The big boss let out a sigh of relief. This matter must be handled well, otherwise he would directly offend this expert, and he was afraid that his black material would reach the capital. He must find out who this person is and take back the initiative. But how do I find this person? After listening to the audio, Huang recalled the instructions of the big boss, and cold sweat ran down his back. Zhao Wan was still in his bed last night. If he arrested her today, wouldn't she resent him and drag him down with her? He decisively gave his trusted subordinates a few orders: let Dean Chen jump to his death, let Zhao Wan die for love, arrest all the patients hired by her, and arrest all the doctors involved in the case. The subordinates carried out the orders without asking any questions. Those who spoke too much would not be promoted. The development of the matter left the onlooker, Yu Shang, speechless. Zhao Wan committed suicide for Director Qin? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? There really was, and it was even more bizarre. Huang called Cheng Hui into his office. Then he played the audio recording. Cheng Hui instantly turned pale. Huang looked at him and asked softly, "Are you surprised? Didn't you record it?" "Absolutely not." "Then who?" Cheng Hui realized that he had to be honest and said with a clenched jaw, "It was Su Meiwan." "Why did she record this audio?" "She probably wanted to blackmail me with it. She didn't know what I would say before recording it." "But this has nothing to do with you. Who is she targeting with this audio? What is she trying to achieve?" Cheng Hui was so angry that he gritted his teeth. How could women be so crazy these days, losing their minds at the slightest provocation? It may seem that Zhao Wan is dead, but she is definitely finished. She has not only stirred up a hornet's nest, but also a group of people with vested interests. The end of whistleblowers is always tragic, without exception. She probably wants to marry me. Oh. Huang always felt that something was wrong. Regarding Su Meiwan, are you hiding something? Cheng Hui was silent. He had indeed concealed the pregnancy, which was why the woman had gone crazy. She had no way out. Huang patiently said, "You have to understand that this matter is out of your control, and even out of my control. If you don't tell the truth, not only will I be passive, but you will be in more danger. Tell me, who else is behind her?" Cheng Hui was shocked and asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" "There is no one behind her." Huang Ju was even more puzzled. "No one? This is nonsense. If there is no one, why would the big boss go crazy?" He believed that Cheng Hui really didn't know, and there was no need to hide it. Isn't it a good thing to have a big boss behind you? Huang's index finger tapped on the table, racking his brains, and finally made a judgment: the woman had had several men, and only she knew. It's normal that Cheng Hui doesn't know, but can Su Meiwan tell? After all, it's impossible to marry her. Huang Ju became more and more amiable. "Su Meiwan just wants to marry you? Do you have any other thoughts?" If you need anything, you can mention it, and we will try our best to meet your needs. Cheng Hui couldn't believe it. Is this a reward for the whistleblower? He instinctively said, Su Meiwan definitely doesn't want to expose this. He added in his heart that Su Meiwan would never admit to being the whistleblower. Of course. It is necessary to protect the whistleblower. This matter will not be disclosed, so don't worry. Director Huang gave a direct guarantee, and then added, I think Su Meiwan is very capable and suitable to be the head nurse. It won't be difficult for you to become the director. I sincerely wish you two a happy ending. Cheng Hui suddenly cracked his lips and thanked him repeatedly. He was overjoyed. It was a triple celebration: his dead wife, his promotion to director, and his marriage to a beautiful woman. Chapter 9: A Technical Shock. Yu Sheng guessed the beginning, but not the ending. He was at a loss for words, and he no longer wasted time on stalking. Making money was more important. Uncle Wan, I found an ancient jade at the ghost market. Who should I sell it to? Yu Sheng called Wan Ting for advice. Wan Ting understood at once that it was a piece of jade from a tomb, and he smiled leisurely. Find Su Haoping. He is a director of the Collectors Association. Let him introduce you to an entrepreneur. Those people care about their reputation and only care about authenticity, not where it came from. As long as you show off your skills, they will definitely pay a high price to befriend you. Yu Sheng immediately slapped his thigh. Yes, a senior is a senior. This last sentence was truly enlightening. He immediately called Su Haoping again, and they simply arranged a lunch date, since it was already noon. It was still the Wuzhou Hotel, and the same private room. When Yu Sheng arrived, Su Haoping was already there, along with two other middle-aged bosses. When they saw Yu Sheng, they were surprised to rise and greet him, not expecting him to be so young. This is Zhang Dianzhong, the chairman of Jingwei Electronics. This is Luan Bolan, the general manager of the Han Hai Group. Su Haoping introduced them to each other, and Yu Sheng said he had heard a lot about them. Where is the ancient jade? Su Haoping couldn't wait to sit down. What he really cared about was how high Yu Sheng's level was. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but sigh, it's really true, but the ghost market is so dark, how did you identify it? Mr. Su, I'll be honest with you, I don't even need to look at it with my eyes, I can tell the difference by touching it. Let's verify it. Since you want to sell it with style, don't hide it. It must be a masterpiece. Su Haoping was so shocked that his eyes almost flew out. Luan Bolan was full of enthusiasm and said with a flourish, I just bought an ancient jade, so you can blindfold me first. Yu Sheng smiled and tied a napkin around his head, covering his eyes. This one, you can touch it. Luan Bolan took a jade pendant out of his pocket and put it in Yu Sheng's hand. This is fake, so you don't need to touch it. You might need to touch it for a while to know the age of the real one. Yu Sheng laughed as soon as he touched it. Luan Bolan exclaimed in surprise, is this fake? Director Su, take another look. Su Haoping took it and looked at it for a moment and said, it is indeed fake. Ancient jade is all handmade. It is not so flat. This one was cut by a machine, and the round hole was drilled by an electric drill. What's more, the patina is dyed, so it can be wiped off. Luan Bolan was embarrassed. Damn it, people can tell it's fake just by touching it, and I was fooled by looking at it with my own eyes. The difference is too great. Zhang Dianzhong's eyes were bright and he asked enthusiastically, Su Director, how much is this jade worth, brotherly? Su Haoping smiled and said, the disadvantage of this jade is that it doesn't have a plate. The jade is only valuable when it has a plate. But in terms of the quality and shape of this jade pendant, it is top-notch. Even if it doesn't have a plate, it is worth 2 million. If it is polished, it will be worth at least 10 million. He was completely speaking for Yu Sheng, because it was obvious that the jade was from a tomb, and he never mentioned it. Zhang Dianzhong immediately said, brother, I'll buy it for 2 million. Before he finished speaking, Luan Bolan hurriedly said, I'll give you 3 million. Old Zhang, don't compete with me. I have to buy a real one, otherwise I won't be able to get my money back. I admire you, a true expert. In the future, when I buy something, you can help me to judge the quality. Yu Sheng laughed heartily, no problem. Brother Luan, if you have any problems, just come to me. Zhang Dianzhong helplessly rubbed his temples. Su Haoping laughed heartily and immediately raised his glass, let's drink to our first cooperation. All of them are alcohol-tested characters. After a glass of wine, they all became big brothers. The three of them no longer dared to call themselves seniors. They deeply understood that it was only a matter of time before Yu Sheng became the master of the antique business. After chatting for a while, Su Haoping casually asked, "Have you heard about the suicide of Dean Qian? What happened?" The insurance fraud was discovered, and no one knows who reported it. It went straight to number 1, leaving no room for compromise. Zhang Dianzhong said. Luan Bolin was surprised. It's not that drastic to go to number 1. There must be another reason. Yu Sheng said casually, "I heard from the taxi driver that it was a nurse named Su Meiwan who reported it, with the aim of getting Zhao Wan killed. Because Su Meiwan was pregnant with Cheng Hui's child, the rise of the third wife was always bloody." Su Haoping and the other two were dumbfounded. The taxi driver was too awesome, knowing so much detail. With 4 million in his pocket, Yu Sheng arrived at the antique shop in high spirits. "Uncle Wan, I've come to study." "I thought you were here to sober up." Wan Ting teased, "How much did you sell it for?" 3 million. "Thanks to your advice." "Well, some experience is not found in books, and most people won't teach you." Wan Ting first poured a cup of tea for Yu Sheng. "For example, in places like the ghost market, you should try to go as little as possible. You have to remember that you must have your own connections in the police, otherwise it will be too late when something happens." "I understand." After all, Yu Sheng came from a venture capital firm, and he was deeply moved by what he had seen and heard. In our country, if you want to do business, you can't avoid the powerful and the underworld, you can only carefully navigate in the middle. Wan Ting nodded approvingly. "You really are talented. Don't you want to read a book? I'll give you the keys to my house." Yu Sheng was not polite, and took the key directly, asking for the address and then left. As evening approached, Yu Sheng was reading in Wan Ting's study when he suddenly received a voice message from Jenny. "Did you sell the jade pendant?" "Sold for 3 million. Why didn't you call me?" "How did you have the nerve to say that?" "Okay, who did you sell it to?" "Luan Bolin, the general manager of the Honghai Group." "How did you con him?" "Sister, there are not many people as stupid as you." "Don't worry. Just my promise to help him see in the future is worth 3 million. Only you treat me like a free donkey." "Okay, I'll treat you like a fast horse tonight." "Then I thank you." The rest of the day, he watched the sky grow dark, hurried downstairs, took a taxi to Xia Chang's house, and then waited in stealth mode with his phone turned off. He believed that the delivery hadn't arrived yet, otherwise Xia Chang would have called him. It wasn't long. Xia Chang's door opened. Diao and the others came out and waited by the side of the road. Soon, a delivery truck from the supermarket drove up, carrying an unpacked refrigerator in a cardboard box. Anyone looking at it would think it was a brand new refrigerator, and no one would suspect anything. Yu Sheng, however, sensed the rich aroma of the times inside the cardboard box. What refrigerator? It was all cultural relics. Diao and the other 5 men lifted the refrigerator out of the truck and the delivery truck drove away immediately. Yu Sheng did not follow the refrigerator into the house, but instead got into the van. His goal was to find the source of the cultural relics. Finding the source is like finding an ATM. Yu Sheng's heart was burning. Chapter 10, Counterattack. The truck stopped in front of a warehouse. The 2 delivery men in charge of loading and unloading got out of the car and walked straight into the warehouse to hand over the list. It turned out to be the warehouse for the home appliance store. Customers bought appliances at the store and the delivery men were responsible for delivering them to their homes. The goods were real, the loaders were real loaders, and the driver was a real mall delivery driver. Everything is real, except the cultural relics. Yu Sheng resolutely gave up. If the authorities were to investigate, it would only scare the snake and be pointless. He left the warehouse and turned on his phone again. Within a minute, Xia Chang's call came in. "Brother, is it convenient? Do you have anything good?" "Sure, when can you come over?" "In an hour." Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Then he called Jenny directly. "Xia Chang just called, and there is a large number of cultural relics to be traded with me. I told him to come in an hour, and you can take the people to take them all down, and I won't go." Yanni was immediately excited. "That's great, but you have to go too. There are too many fakes there." You can tell the difference. Just say how much you want. I'll take care of you from now on. Don't play around. Get me a driver's license. Can you drive? No. You want me to get a license if I can't drive? How dare you say that? You won't teach me? After you teach me, I'll get my license. Don't worry, I'll pay you according to the rules. That's fine. I won't rip you off. It's 10,000 yuan for both the driving lessons and the license. Hey, sister, why do you feel like you're robbing the local tyrant and dividing up the land? Are you robbing money? Yanni smiled proudly. That's robbing you, but I'm not even drinking soup. Listen, you just need to show up on time for the transaction. We need to catch you red-handed so that there's no way to deny it. I'm curious, have you thought about my safety in the future? I have thought about it. I will always share the risks with you. Oh, I'm so touched. Are there any practical benefits? Yes, you'll find out when you get caught. Shit, one more loaf than the others? I'm going to make you feel cold and miserable. Hey, don't be discouraged. I'll warm you up tonight. Jenny was afraid of making a mistake, so she quickly gave him hope. I'm looking forward to it. She hung up the phone with a smile. Su Meiwan has no one behind her? After listening to the secretary's report, the big boss frowned. Yes. Ridiculous, it can't be Su Meiwan who sent it. The secretary was sweating profusely and said weakly, I checked Su Meijuan's communication records for the past 3 years, and except for Cheng Hui, there was no other man who contacted her. Therefore, Cheng Hui is now the most suspicious. That's impossible. He recorded himself reporting it, but it was sent to my desk? That's ridiculous. The boss was sure it wasn't Cheng Hui. This is tantamount to defying the emperor. Such people are all from the grassroots and must be outside the system. The secretary suddenly had a feeling, could it be that they were deliberately trying to frame Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan for such a serious crime? Could it be that they had backfired and made things worse? The big boss paused for a moment, thinking for a long time, and nodded, this is the only explanation that makes sense. Who have these two offended recently? They offended Zhao Wan, but Zhao Wan died for love. The secretary looked strange. The boss shook his head slightly, too ridiculous to bother to say. After much thought, he finally said, keep a close eye on them. Since it backfired, there must be more to it. The secretary reminded him, shouldn't we take action against Cheng Hui and his men? Will the promotion make that person angry and take it out on us? No. He is perfectly capable of taking revenge on the two of them, and it would be no problem for him to arrange for an accidental death. But he has chosen to take legal action, which proves that he has a bottom line and is not a vicious criminal. So, don't do anything. Just wait and see how he deals with Cheng Hui and his men. He will make a mistake and reveal his identity. The boss's eyes were shining, as if he were commanding a battle. Yu Shang walked into Xia Chang's home on time, and this time, 7 people were there at the same time. So many people? Yu Shang looked on guard. In fact, he wasn't worried at all, because although his phone was in his pocket, it was on the speakerphone. Yen and I and the others could hear everything that was said here. They needed to be sure that the relics were real, and not a trap, before they could arrest anyone. Xia Chang hurriedly said, don't misunderstand, I was afraid that you would buy too much and not be able to carry it, so I asked a few people to come over to help with the delivery. Diao Zi was disappointed, the woman didn't come with him. Yu Sheng's face relaxed and he sat down at the table, where is the goods? Xia Chang smiled and said, what kind do you want? Bring out everything except the bronze ware. I want them all, as long as they are real. Okay. Xia Chang gestured, let's start with the porcelain. The younger men went into the bedroom and brought out 4 exquisite pieces of blue and white porcelain and placed them on the table. Yu Sheng carefully picked up one piece and exclaimed with admiration, the moonlight in a true friend Mei Ping is so beautiful. It's from the Qianlong period. He took down another piece, a vase with a long history, from the Qianlong period. Xingyin Guanyin bottle. Mountain and field green rhyme hammered vase, hey, how come they're all from the Qianlong period? Is that a coincidence? It is quite a coincidence. Xia Chang was a little embarrassed. Damn it, how can I answer that? Tell you that it was unearthed from a tomb? Didn't you know that Yu Shang was talking to Yanni and the others? That's enough to get them. Don't look at anything else. Sure enough, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Check the water meter. Xia Chang and the others suddenly became nervous. Yu Xing quickly said, I have to pee. He then walked straight into the bathroom. But then, Biao also followed him into the bathroom. Yu Sheng was shocked. He saw the murderous gleam in Bai Zi's eyes and became even more vigilant. Did he see through me? No, he wants to kill me for Jenny. Yu Sheng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Beauty is a curse. Fortunately, there was only one person who followed him in. Yu Sheng was prepared to risk his life. He knew that if Xie Chang opened the door, his undercover identity would be completely exposed, and Biao would definitely trigger the killing machine and stage a final madness. Therefore, a life-and-death battle was inevitable. If he was relying on Jenny to save him, it would definitely be too late. At this point, the 5 men in the living room had already taken the artifacts back to the bedroom and hidden them there. Only Xie Chang was left in the living room, so he calmly went to open the door alone. The moment the door opened, Xie Chang immediately sensed something was wrong and screamed, Biao Zi is holding him. Don't move! Captain Hu Changxiang, like a tiger, threw Xie Chang to the ground, followed by a team of armed inspectors, who rushed into the living room and headed straight for the bedroom. At the same time, in the sanitary napkin, Yu Sheng made an extremely bold choice. He knew that he was no match for Biao, and that he would be finished in one blow if he fought him alone. What's more, Biao had a knife in his hand. He couldn't wait for help and froze. So, in order to save his life, he had to take a risk. He instantly went into stealth mode. Biao Zi heard Xie Chang shout and raised his knife and rushed forward, ready to stab him to death. He knew that Xie Chang meant to take him hostage, but he just wanted to take the opportunity to stab him to death. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to do it. Suddenly, as soon as he rushed out, the rest of his life disappeared. This was too unexpected, and it was beyond the limits of his intelligence, causing his brain to shut down. How did this happen? While he was in a daze, Yu Sheng had already stealthily moved to his side. A switchblade knife was inserted directly into his temple. Pop! No resistance. Now that he's seen the secret, he's going to die. It took almost a second to kill Biao and exit stealth. Baodong, Biao's knife fell to the ground and he fell to the ground. Then the bathroom door opened. At the same time, Jenny shouted, "Don't move!" Yu Sheng slowly turned his head, his face a little pale. After all, he had never killed anyone before. Yanni had never thought that this would be the outcome. Both of them froze in place. Yu Xing suddenly remembered Yanni's promise. I'll take care of you from now on. When you get caught, you'll know what the benefits are. Yu Sheng suddenly smiled. Yanni's mouth was wide open. The other players looked in like geese, and then they were also frozen. The whole scene slowly froze. The atmosphere was eerie, deathly quiet, like a photograph. This operation, in which all the antiquities dealers were captured, can be said to be a very successful operation, almost like a mountain crushing an egg. Only the most powerful Biao Zi died. He was killed by Yu Sheng in a split second. Hu Jianxiang and the others could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Who the hell is this guy? Is he really an expert in cultural relics? What did the killer look like? Chapter 11, The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Yanni put away her gun. This was absolute self-defense, not even overkill. But then she suddenly asked, "What were you laughing at?" "Beauty is a curse." Yu Sheng blurted out. Everyone was stunned. Yanni's chest heaved and her cheeks flushed. "What do you mean? Did I tell you to kill me?" Yu Sheng quickly explained, "You may not believe what I'm about to say, but this person was going to kill me, not take me hostage. The reason he wanted to kill me was because of you." "Because of me?" Jenny was a little skeptical. "That's right. He thought you were my girlfriend, so he wanted to kill me. It's as simple as that." Everyone believed him immediately. They were all men, and they understood everything, but they just couldn't admit it. It wasn't just because Yanni really had this magic power, they also had an inexplicable trust in Yu Sheng's judgment. According to their investigation, this was a man who could tell the difference between a fake antique and the real thing with his eyes blindfolded. There is no one else like him in the world. So when Yu Sheng said that the porcelain was real, they didn't hesitate to take him. Yanni's expression was a little unnatural, and she turned her head away to avoid eye contact and said, "If you can pick out the real ones, we can call it a day. I killed this person, so it's none of your business." The captain immediately turned his head away to show that he had not seen this blatant violation. The others didn't say anything either. Yu Sheng said seriously, "Thank you." He knew that this was definitely to protect him. Otherwise, not to mention the revenge of the Toon raiding gang, his reputation in the antique circle would not be good. For this reason alone, all the effort he had put in was worthwhile. He had truly won Jenny's friendship. Yu Sheng returned home alone, cursing Jenny for being ungrateful. He actually let me come back on my own. But he completely understood. After all, Jenny had solved such a big case of cultural relics, seized hundreds of precious cultural relics, and had to interrogate them overnight, follow the clues, find the core members of the Toon raiding gang, and expand the results. He didn't know that Jenny deliberately didn't send him off. Because he had said that he would give him 100 cultural relics for one night's sleep, and now that the cultural relics had been given, would Yanni not pretend to be stupid and give him the opportunity? But Yu Sheng was thinking about something completely different. He felt that he was too sharp and that perhaps Jingfang had already started to monitor him. He decided that he couldn't hide for the time being, and that he had to turn on his phone wherever he went, so that Jingfang could locate him at any time. He needed to study hard to learn about cultural relics. But the wind does not stop when the tree wants to be quiet. He had just finished making dinner, but before he could eat it, the antique shop owner Zhang Yunlong called again. "Brother, have you ever played with jade?" "No. Do we have any here?" "I haven't seen any." "Yes. You're confusing me with your words. Hasn't anyone invited you?" "It's fine. A new batch of rough stones will arrive tomorrow. I've made an appointment to bet on them on the third floor of the antique city at 10 a.m. Come and help me check them. This place is not open to the public. You need an invitation. It's a bit like a high-end club." "I understand. I'll definitely be there." Yu Sheng hung up the phone and thought for a long time. He didn't know if he could tell by touch, but he was sure that he could tell by invisibility. He then searched the internet for jade grading and studied it all night. It was too bright, and he felt confident, just short of practice. Then he took a taxi and went to the jade jewelry store. He first went to the bathroom, which was a must. He couldn't just disappear into thin air. When he came out again, he was invisible. He shuttled from counter to counter, comparing the scent of various jadeite, ice jade, and green jade. After half an hour, he was sure he had made no mistake, so he went back to the bathroom. However, when he came in, he found a man with a short haircut, who was opening the doors of the stalls one by one to look inside, obviously looking for someone. Yu Sheng was shocked. "Is this the person who was following me?" The man with the short haircut didn't find anyone, so he took out his phone and dialed. "The target is gone. Locate his phone." It was already turned off, so only satellite positioning was available, which had a certain error margin, but it could be determined that it was in the jewelry store area. He must have gone out after putting on makeup. The target is stealing the jade. I suggest checking the surveillance camera immediately. No, he doesn't need to steal the jade. It's probably because he sensed that he was being followed. You should leave immediately. It's time for a change. Okay. The man left in a hurry. Yu Sheng's spine went cold. Jingfang was indeed spying on him. What made his scalp numb was that he didn't know that his phone could be located even if it was turned off. He thought that if he turned off his phone, no one would know where he was. It was like covering his ears and stealing a bell. Fortunately, the accuracy was poor, and only a rough location was locked in. That was a close call. He immediately appeared and walked out of the bathroom and out of the jewelry store. He didn't relax until he got into the taxi, Antique City. The driver was a chatterbox and laughed. "Boss, you're going to the jade market, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Yu Sheng immediately became alert. "Is this a taxi from Jingfang?" "Hey, was I right?" The taxi driver was smug. "It's simple. You got into the cab at the jade jewelry store, and the Antique City has a jade stone hall." "Okay." Yu Sheng rubbed his temples. If this went on, he would definitely go crazy. He must change. The more low-key he is, the more suspicious people will be. He looks like a criminal. Only living in the spotlight can reassure people. Then be high profile. The more involved you are, the less people will dare to touch you. Yu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, you exude an invincible aura. The driver was shocked. Is this guy going to blow up the antique city? At this point, the Jingfang exploded. There was a sharp division within the organization. The murder last night proved that Yu Sheng is extremely dangerous, and today's strong anti-tracking awareness proves that he must be a top-level agent with rigorous training, and must be arrested immediately to make him reveal where his accomplices are. No one can disappear for half an hour without help. Hu Jianxiang said seriously. Yanni was furious and said, Agent? You're just trying to get rid of me. She knew that if it wasn't for her request, Yu Sheng would probably have been involved in that kind of thing. What kind of joke is this? Fighting alone against the desperate bandits of the Tomb Raiders? What's more, Yu Sheng is so good at making money that he doesn't need to take risks. If you want to arrest Yu Sheng, I'll quit right now. Yanni said defiantly, I'm not a green tea drinker. I can't use Yu Sheng to my advantage and then turn around and kill him. If it was just an ordinary cop who said he was quitting, who would be afraid of you? Please, have a nice trip. But when Jenny said she was quitting, Hu Jianxiang immediately broke into a sweat. This would make the men on the team curse him to death. Would it help if the women supported him? He turned his eyes and immediately smiled. Don't be impulsive, we won't arrest him anymore, because the agent has exceeded our authority, so we will hand him over to the Security Bureau for investigation. Yanni was also out of patience. What else could she do? The Dingfang no longer cared. Chapter 12, Who was laughing at whom? Yu Sheng went up to the third floor of the antique city and saw two security guards standing guard. He ignored them and went straight in. Stop, we don't serve ordinary people here. The strongest security guard raised his hand and glared at him. Yu Sheng frowned. Zhang Yunlong invited me. The security guard sneered, why didn't you say so just now? Boss Zhang would invite you? I've seen a lot of scum like you. Look at your poor appearance. Compare yourself to the people inside. Don't you see what's wrong with you? Yu Sheng felt extremely ridiculous. How could you tell what I lack? You lack money. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Yu Sheng turned around and froze. The one who spoke was a pale-faced young man wearing an elegant beige Italian hand-sewn suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes squinting, a look of superiority on his face, full of the sense of superiority of the second generation of rich people. But what surprised Yu Sheng was the woman standing next to him. It was Tong Lin. Tong Lin was wearing a cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern today. Her jet-black hair was tied up in a noblewoman's bun, and her impeccable facial features, skin as clear as ice and jade, and body proportions as precise as the golden ratio. The young man next to her was her husband, Mo Yunsong. Tong Lin never expected to see Yu Sheng here. She was extremely embarrassed, her heart pounding, her eyes darting, and she really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it, so as to avoid Yu Sheng saying something that would make her husband misunderstand. But her worries were unfounded. Yu Sheng only glanced at her and then looked back at Mo Yunsong. This relieved Tong Lin, and she secretly rejoiced that he didn't recognize her. She didn't realize that Yu Sheng didn't take her seriously. Compared to Su Meijuan's hurt, what she had done was nothing. It was her right to give up the bicycle and choose a BMW. Yu Sheng just looked at Mo Yunsong with a passionate heart, his voice like a bell, his index finger pointing at his nose, and responded in a very arrogant and high-profile manner. This world is a bunch of amateurs, so why are you pretending to be a god? Every god is shits, so who is qualified to make fun of anyone? Who is more noble than anyone else? You weren't a big shot before, but you became one after pretending to be one for a long time. That's all. Remember, it's my turn today. Dare you bet with me? If you don't dare, shut up and get lost. The two security guards were shocked and pale. This time, they had probably made a mistake. This might really be Zhang Yunlong's invitation. Tong Lin was stunned by the thunder, and all she could think about was, is this the rest of my life? That dog licker would never say such a thing. A dog licker will always be a dog licker. Mo Yunsong was so angry that he trembled all over, his eyes full of gloom, and he ground his teeth and said, Kid, don't say that I, Mo Yunsong, am bullying you. Today, I'll bet with you, and you can set the stakes. Tell me a number, 3,000 or 5,000? Ha ha ha, Mr. M.O., I'll bet the rest of my life on it. You decide the stakes. I'll follow you no matter how much you bet. Zhang Yunlong came over laughing. He was in a good mood. He had just arrived and had already seen a good show. Seeing Yu Shang's sharpness and aggressiveness, he was confident in today's bet and had to support his brother. But those two security guards almost sat on the floor. My goodness, even brothers are like this. Boss Shang is backing me up, so I'll follow no matter how much it is? They were both worried about almost driving Zhang's friends out of the house, and they kept complaining. When Mo Yunsong saw Zhang Yunlong, his mouth twitched slightly, and then he said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, it turns out that you are his subordinate, so let's forget about it. The subtext is that it would be degrading to bet with your younger brother. But Zhang Yunlong waved his hand, don't talk nonsense. Brother Yu Shang is a man of status, a legendary figure in the antique business. We are equal in friendship. I am already honored that he can call me big brother, but he is not my subordinate. Tong Lin's head buzzed. It turned out to be Yu Shang. How could he have such a status? Mo Yunsong was completely embarrassed. He had limited funds at his disposal in the family, which was more than enough to crush Yu Shang, but compared to Zhang Yunlong, he would definitely be completely crushed. But there was no turning back at this point. Mo Yunsong could only grit his teeth and say, okay, let's bet 3 million. Ha ha, Yu Shang laughed out loud, Zhang Ge doesn't need to underwrite the 3 million. Come on, you say how to bet. Mo Yunsong's face turned green, and he had completely lost face today. Fortunately, he was confident of winning. Because the Mo family is in the jewelry business, they have their own jadeite rough stone appraiser. Although he is not very proficient, he is definitely better than Yu Shang. Each person chooses 1 million yuan worth of rough jade, with no limit on the number of pieces, and the jade is cut on the spot. Whoever has the highest value wins. That's fair, no problem. Yu Shang readily agreed, and the two sides finalized the rules and immediately entered the gemstone hall. The two remaining security guards looked at each other, feeling a sense of loss. They didn't even have the qualifications to be Yu Shang's opponent, and they weren't even worth the time it took to ignore them. They had just been worried about Yu Shang's revenge, which was really ridiculous. Yu Shang glanced around. There weren't many people in the stone gambling hall, and there were only 30 or 40 pieces of rough stone, but they were all the same size. There wasn't a single one smaller than a basketball. No wonder ordinary people weren't allowed in. There are only a few dozen pieces of raw stone, and they are all raw stones that have just been brought in? Yu Shang asked in confusion. This is already a lot. They are all gambling materials. None of them have windows. You are playing for a heartbeat, and you are making a profit for the thrill. Do you expect to make money from jade here? Stop joking. Only 2 people can make money by gambling, and the probability of making money can be increased to 50%. Zhang Yunlong patiently explained that this young man obviously did not understand the nature of this jade hall, which is a place to play. Jewelers don't come here, Mo Yunsong is here to play, not to buy jade. Seeing that Mo Yunsong was already starting to pick, Tong Lin was by his side, like a little bird, and didn't even look at Yu Shang. Yu Shang immediately walked to the other end to avoid competing with the idiot. Zhang Yunlong followed curiously, and saw Yu Shang looking at each stone one by one. He didn't even need a flashlight, and he looked at them so quickly that he only spent 10 seconds on each stone. Mo Yunsong had only looked at 3 pieces, and Yu Shang had already passed him by, having finished looking at more than 30 pieces. Mo Yunsong couldn't help but smirk, pretending to be a big shot. Yu Shang finally finished looking. It was all junk. The best piece was a bean seed, the lowest grade material. It is true that only gambling can make money. Finally, he came to Mo Yunsong, you're the only one who hasn't looked at it. Do you want this one? Mo Yunsong snorted, then you choose first. Yu Shang reached out and touched it, his heart leaping. He said lightly, I'll take this one. Ha, Mo Yunsong laughed, you really don't know anything. You want to take what I chose, right? But I didn't even like this piece. Tong Lin smiled and turned her body sideways, not wanting to give Yu Shang a chance to speak. Yu Shang smiled, unusually gentle, Mo Xiao, you're mistaken. I really like this one. A young man who was checking the numbers came over to check the price on the list and said respectfully, Boss, thanks for your patronage. 890,000. Yu Sheng gasped. The price was too scary. This was a gamble on a rough stone. There was no window at all, and it was only a dozen caddies. But there was no way around it. If you want to get a bargain, you have to go to the public auction. This is a place for the rich to play. Yu Sheng simply paid the bill with his credit card. When he looked up after swiping the card, he was stunned. He saw a beautiful face, long hair and a windbreaker, elegant and charming, looking at him with a smile, speaking softly and sweetly, "I'm here to fulfill my promise." It was Jenny. Chapter 13. Since ancient times, beautiful women have had a short life expectancy. Yanni said she was here to fulfill a promise. Yu Sheng was overjoyed. 100 cultural relics for one night? Get out! The promise to drive him to get his driver's license. Yanni's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but be slightly angry, radiating infinite charm. Tom Lin had already seen Yanni, and now her expression finally changed. Is this his girlfriend? Without comparison, there is no harm. All the glory of the gemstone hall was stolen by Jenny. Even Mo Yunsong was stunned, maintaining his posture of bending over to look at the rough stone, but turning his head to look at Jenny, frozen there. How could he have such a girlfriend? Zhang Yunlong laughed heartily. You really are a generous man, brother. You scared the baby to death. He even patted his heart to show that he was shocked. Yanni was embarrassed and glared at him. What's your business? Zhang Yunlong quickly changed the subject. Today I was gambling with someone, and Yu Sheng was here to help me. Yu Sheng also took advantage of the situation and said, Isn't it 10 o'clock? Where is everyone? He hasn't arrived yet. That local tyrant has a fortune of several hundred million, likes to show off his culture, and it's good to meet him. Zhang Yunlong's hint was very obvious. He was just waiting to say that the other person was stupid and rich, and that there was a fat lamb for everyone to slaughter together. Yanni felt a sense of emotion in her heart. She saw how easy it was for others to make money, and it wasn't even illegal. At this moment, Mo Yunsong had already chosen the rough stone. He didn't even bother to take a closer look, and was completely captivated by Yanni. The rough stone he chose in a hurry was actually the only bean seed. He came over confidently. I've chosen it, I'll start cutting it first, let me show you what a stone appraisal expert is like. You still have a lot to learn. You can't win at gambling with stones by being clever. While he was talking, his eyes were on Jenny. Yu Sheng sneered, Dare you bet more? It doesn't matter if you don't have money, bet your car. Mo Yunsong was slightly stunned. Where did he get the courage? It was really a sight to behold. Tong Lin quickly took his hand and said, It's just a game. You can't bet on a car. Yu Sheng looked down on him with disdain. If you don't dare to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Mo Yunsong was unwilling to lose face in front of Yanni, so he said indifferently, It's just a Mercedes S600. If you like it, I'll bet on it. Good. Yu Sheng clapped his hands and smiled brightly. I'll pay you 3 million if I lose, plus the original bet, for a total of 6 million. Yanni instantly realized that he was going to win. Mo Yunsong was also very excited. He also felt that he was going to win. A blush flashed across his face, and he looked at Yanni again before picking up the rough stone and walking towards the stone-cutting machine. Tong Lin was very nervous. Although her husband was full of confidence, she still felt uneasy. If she lost, she would become a laughingstock in Yu Sheng's eyes. She didn't know how to walk out. Yu Sheng didn't even look at her, and whispered in Zhang Yunlong's ear, Don't bet anymore. The rest of the material is very poor. There is no more jade. Zhang Yunlong believed Yu Sheng's words without a doubt. He turned his eyes and whispered, How about I use the stone you bought and bet against him? What? Cut the same stone twice? Are you lying? Yu Sheng still had a bottom line, and he would never do anything so tasteless. No, cut it once, and the two of us bet on it, and it won't affect each other. Can he do it? Yu Sheng looked doubtful. That's not a fool. Maybe others can't do it, but he can. Zhang Yunlong said confidently. Then, you're a sure winner. Okay. Zhang Yunlong turned around and saw that the man had already entered the stone-cutting hall. He quickly waved, Princeton. The local tyrant with the Mediterranean haircut walked over. He was big and burly, and looked like a cook. He didn't see Zhang Yunlong, but he saw Yanni first and came over with a smile. "My name is Wang Zian." "How do you do, beautiful lady?" Yu Sheng frowned slightly. Yanni was cold as ice. She hated people like this the most. Enough was enough. Zhang Yunlong spoke first. "This is my sister-in-law, Yanni. Don't you dare think about it." Wang Zian finally came to his senses and smiled naturally. "Where were you thinking? It's polite to ask a lady her name first. By the way, this is my friend, Yu Sheng. I've heard of you for a long time." "Ha, I think I really have heard of you." Wang Zian suddenly fixed his gaze. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Yunlong enthusiastically introduced, "You heard right, this is a legendary figure in the antique world. Let me put it this way, if you want to buy authentic goods, look for him, he has everything." He instinctively felt that Yu Sheng had a large number of cultural relics in his hands, otherwise how could he trade 100 pieces for one night? Ma Weidu wouldn't dare to do that. Although Yu Sheng didn't have any artifacts in his hands, he wasn't worried. It was too easy to get artifacts. He had already made up his mind to ask Jenny to provide information on the Tomb Raiders, and he would go to the Tomb Raiders' homes to get them. It would be a waste not to make good use of this resource. On the contrary, it is difficult to find an ideal buyer like Wang Zian, so he is full of enthusiasm. "Please feel free to contact me if you need anything, Brother Wang." Wang Zian also said excitedly, "Okay, let's start with the stone. Zhang, have you chosen one yet?" Zhang Yulong pointed to the stone Yu Sheng had chosen. "We both chose it. He will bet with Mo Yunsong, and I will bet with you. It's the same stone, is that okay?" "No problem. Then I'll start choosing." Wang Zian walked over to look at the stone. Yu Sheng and Zhang Yunlong smiled at each other. "It really is a fat sheep. His head is not very good. Is this okay? It's green." Suddenly someone exclaimed, "That's the person who was watching the stone being cut." Mo Yunsong frowned slightly. He had only cut once, and what came out was a bean seed, which was a bit disappointing. But he still didn't think he could lose. After all, he had cut out the jade, and Yu Sheng probably couldn't cut it out, so he would go straight to hell with 890,000 yuan down the drain. Mo Yunsong continued to cut, preparing to completely release the jade. The crowd was not large to begin with, and now they were all leaving, none of them interested in the bean seeds. Tong Lin's heart was in her throat. If she really lost the card today, she would be humiliated. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was in a good mood, thinking about the harvest he was about to reap today. He asked Yanni with a smile, "I'm going to get a car soon. Have you got your driver's license?" Yanni gave him a dirty look. "Can you drive?" "No." Yu Sheng was very decisive. Yanni sighed to herself. Could there be an agent who couldn't drive? The police should know better, but they all agreed that he was. Is it really the case that women are the cause of all disasters? Whoever I treat well, they will try to kill? She was a little confused. Since ancient times, beautiful women have had a short life expectancy. There are far fewer people who want to protect beautiful women than there are people who want to take advantage of them. Beautiful women always want to live a normal life, but they can't, and they are much more tired than ordinary women. I really envy the ordinary. But Jenny also had some consolation. She had met the man of her life, a man who was willing to care for her and who was capable of doing so. A powerful ally. Yanni suddenly whispered, "Do you know that woman?" "No." Yu Sheng looked proud and said, "Since you don't know me, I don't know you either." Yanni smiled and said, "Are you taking me for a fool? Why does she always spy on you? If you don't have a story, I'll eat this rough diamond." Zhang Yunlong, who had been eavesdropping, shuddered. "What a tough guy." Yu Sheng said with a smile, "There is a reason for it. After graduating from college, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't give any explanation. She abandoned her bicycle and chose a Mercedes. Now that we have met under these circumstances, she is loyal to her husband and doesn't recognize me. Of course, I will say that I don't know her to help her." "I understand." Yanni's eyes softened. Zhang Yunlong finally understood that the significance of Mercedes-Benz was so great. Today, he wanted to vent his anger at his younger brother. Chapter 14. You are a dish. Mo Yunsong finally stood up, holding the jadeite seed in the palm of his hand, and looked at Yanni with a hidden gaze before walking up to Yusheng and teasingly saying, "You lost." Tonglin followed with a happy smile on her face, and then she saw Yusheng looking like a fool. "That's it? The cheapest kind of bean seed? I haven't even cracked it yet, how can you tell I've lost?" Yusheng asked, looking askance. Mo Yunsong cleared his throat and replied in a loud voice. "What's wrong with the jade seed? I'll tell you, there's not a single piece of jade in 10 raw stones, which is why there is a jade stone gambling industry. The real jade stone gambling techniques are all passed down in families. Do you think anyone can play? It doesn't matter if you can solve it or not. It's more dignified to admit defeat directly. Do you have to lose so badly?" Yusheng suddenly said, "Stop beeping. One sentence. Dare you raise the stakes?" Mo Yunsong seemed to be choking. Zhang Yunlong suddenly burst into laughter. "Mo, you can bet your wife, and Yusheng can bet his sister-in-law." He offended 2 beautiful women with one sentence, and they both looked at him with murderous eyes. Zhang Yunlong was scared and his neck went limp. On the contrary, Mo Yunsong was suddenly moved, and Yusheng kept shaking his head and exclaiming, "Original for second-hand. Am I not losing blood if I do that?" Tong Lin instantly turned red with anger. Yanni glared at Yusheng and angrily said, "You really dare to use me as a bet?" Zhang Yunlong laughed and said, "Zian has already chosen, let's start cutting the stone." Yusheng quickly picked up the stone and went to the stone-cutting machine. Yanni immediately widened her eyes. She had nothing to do with it, but she felt excited as if the lottery was about to be drawn. Yusheng didn't choose to cut, but to rub directly. "What a shame." Mo Yunsong looked at him with disdain. "You can't even cut a stone, and you're still gambling on it?" Yusheng immediately stopped and explained seriously. "I only need to open the window. Jade is not worth much, so I only make money if I win." Everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, if you rub out an ice-like stone, then there is nothing to say, and a single window is enough to win. The sound of the friction was loud and clear, but no one was disgusted. They all stared at it with wide eyes. Soon, a piece of stone skin was wiped off, and after the water washed away the stone skin, he exclaimed, "We won. This is a glutinous variety, the color of glutinous rice soup, a mid-range jade, a sure win over the bean variety." The little brother who was watching the scene said that his words were equivalent to a referee's verdict. If someone here cheated, the boss of the Jade Hall would have to take care of it, otherwise who would come to play? Tong Lin's eyes went dark and she almost fell over. It was over. Now she had lost the Mercedes and 3 million yuan, and her husband's family status would also be affected. Tong Lin's attitude towards the rest of her life changed to resentment in an instant, thinking that he was deliberately taking revenge and wanted to tear her happiness apart. She completely forgot who had provoked the first move. Mo Yunsong could not easily admit defeat and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, if it's just a piece of glutinous rice, how can you win? This is really possible. If there is only a thin piece of jade inside, it is really hard to say who will win. But this is highly unlikely." Yusheng suddenly smiled. "Mo Xiao, do you have to lose so badly? Okay, I'll open another window, from the back." He started polishing the stone again, and soon, another window was opened. It was still a jadeite. Zhang Yunlong felt relaxed in every pore of his body, and his smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum. Mo Xiao, anyone who knows a little bit understands that both sides are the same, that is, full of jade. What else does Mo Xiao have to teach? Mo Yunsong's face turned pale. What the hell is there to teach? He lost completely. Yusheng looked at him with interest and asked, "Big guy, are you going to renege on your promise?" Mo Yunsong's face grew even uglier. He thought of Jenny still watching, and finally said with a forced smile, "Are you kidding? I can afford to lose this much money." After a few more operations, he transferred 3 million directly to Yusheng, gave him the keys to both Mercedes-Benzes, and then left with Tong Lin in a sullen mood, never looking at Yanni again. Wang Ziyan sighed and said, "Zhang, I finally realized that I was taken in by you. This is the expert who identified the ancient jade with his eyes covered." Zhang Yunlong laughed heartily. "If you trust me, don't cut it. Just admit defeat and keep the stone for someone else." Wang Ziyan immediately believed him. If he could be worth several hundred million, he could not be a fool, but he just didn't care about winning or losing. "Okay, I give up." Neither of them mentioned the bet, so it was obviously not money. The bouncer finally got his chance and came over to ask Yu Sheng, "Boss, do you want to sell this jade? We can buy it back for 900,000 yuan." Yu Sheng knew that the price was not low, and immediately nodded, "Take it." The little brother transferred him 900,000 yuan directly. The money for buying the rough jade flower was returned. Zheng Yulong said with a smile, "Brother, today is your big day, you must treat your guests." This remark was full of meaning, crushing the rival and giving him a sense of accomplishment. "Of course, we should celebrate." Yu Sheng was of course in a good mood. Then the four of them went to the hotel. None of them were polite. Even Jenny picked the more expensive ones, otherwise Yu Sheng would not be comfortable, like walking in silk at night. After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Ziyan smiled and said, "Brother, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Are you interested in investing in the mine?" "I'm not uninterested, I just don't have any eggs." Yu Sheng looked innocent. "Ha ha ha," the two men burst into laughter. Zhang Yulong laughed and said, "Brother, the stone gambling business is like an ATM for you. You just need to go to the public auctions and you'll have everything you need." Yu Sheng shook his head slightly, "I don't want to specialize in stone gambling. The antique market is very profitable." The two men thought it was true. For Yu Sheng, making money in the antique world was just as easy. Wang Ziyan sighed and said, also trying to impress Jenny, in a mysterious way, "I still say the same thing. What you lack is not eggs, but a basket. This society is a hunting ground. The big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp. If you concentrate your wealth together, be careful that the predators will swallow it in one bite. Don't give too simple a reason. Just say that your cultural relics come from tune rating. Believe me, there are many people with this kind of energy." Zhang Yunlong also nodded, "Unless you have high-level connections. Or if you are an ordinary person, that's fine, no one will touch you. But you have exposed your ability to make the predators drool, but you don't have a big boss of the same height to protect you. Brother, do you understand the consequences? You are a dish. Wealth is a minor issue. After all, you're not fat. The most likely outcome is that you'll be arrested and used as a tool." A chill ran up his spine, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Yanni's face was solemn. Zhang Yunlong continued, "Just like sharks are sensitive to blood, wealth is the most tempting. I bet there are already many people investigating you, studying you, and plotting against you, including the Mo family, black and white. It's just a matter of who will act first. All kinds of tricks will quickly exhaust you. So, eat your fill today, think of a strategy, and then go out." Wang Ziyan glanced at Yanni without a trace and said to Yu Sheng. Chapter 15, Looking Down on the World. Ming Qingyang. Wang Ziyan suddenly changed the subject and asked curiously, "By the way, why hasn't anyone called you? That doesn't make sense." Yu Sheng smiled, "I found someone following me when I left the house this morning. I was afraid that someone would locate me through my phone, so I turned it off." The two were suddenly speechless. They had already said too much, and someone was already following them. Yanni's expression was a bit awkward. She could still find Yu Sheng even with his phone turned off, which meant that Gingfang was following him. But she really wasn't spying on Yu Sheng. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of knocking came, then the door opened, and it wasn't the waiter who came in. A strong middle-aged man in his 40s, with a face full of wrinkles and a murderous look in his eyes, carrying a bottle of white wine in his hand, followed by 8 younger men. Zhang Yunlong changed color the moment he saw this man. Wang Ziyan rarely showed a serious expression. Yanni's expression remained as cold as ice. "Ha ha ha, Yu Sheng, right? I'm Meng Qingyang. You probably don't know me, but it doesn't matter. After you drink this glass of wine, you'll be my little brother, and from now on, your business will be my business. Come with me, and you'll have everything." As he spoke, he poured a glass of wine for Yu Sheng, radiating a domineering air. Everyone gasped in surprise. This glass of wine is really expensive, buying Yu Sheng outright. Zhang Yunlong and Wang Ziyan were both sweating and dared not breathe. Yanni was ready for battle. She knew that Yu Sheng would never compromise. Yu Sheng smiled faintly, "What are you? It costs 50,000 yuan to bribe the forensic doctor to kill Li Guoming. I have no interest in going with a scumbag like you, and I won't drink your wine." Everyone's face changed instantly, and the 8 underlings' eyes glowed with murderous intent. They were just waiting for the boss to give the order to beat Yu Sheng to death. The whole scene was like a powder magazine, ready to explode at any moment. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingyang's face changed dramatically, but he never lost his temper. Instead, the younger brother behind him couldn't help but say, "Kid, you really have no shame." Bang, Meng Qingyang slapped him, "Shut up." The younger brother was speechless. Meng Qingyang suddenly laughed strangely. "It was Yanni who told you, wasn't it? It's useless. She can't protect you. Do you believe it?" One sentence is equivalent to pointing out Yanni's identity as a spy. Knowing that Yanni is a spy and still daring to openly take Yu Sheng away, he is so arrogant. This is Meng Qingyang's position in the underworld. Yu Sheng smiled. "Let's make a bet, how about it? I bet you won't live past tonight. If you win, starting tomorrow morning, I'll be your man, and I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Zhang Yunlong and Wang Ziyan both opened their mouths wide. The eyes of the 8 brothers almost flew out. Who else would dare say such a thing to Meng Qingyang? Meng Qingyang understood that this meant a duel would be held tonight. As for why it had to be at night, that was normal. It was to give Jingcha some face and not make a scene here. Meng Qingyang suddenly burst into laughter. "Good, I like it, you really are a master, it's great. I'll be waiting for you at Fengyue Villa." After that, he turned around and walked away at a brisk pace. The 8 little brothers finally left in a row, and they even closed the door. The room was deathly quiet. Zhang Yunlong and Wang Ziyan both looked at Yu Sheng blankly, as if they didn't know him. However, Yanni was not surprised. Yu Sheng was always so tough, and the antiques dealer was instantly killed. She just didn't expect that Yu Sheng would be able to delay until the evening. She was torn between whether to use the power of the Jingfang to stop him. Or should she just let Yu Sheng handle it himself? Wang Ziyan finally rubbed his face and whispered, "Brother, are you going to stall for time and run away?" "Brother Wang, don't be silly. Why isn't he the one running away?" Yu Sheng retorted, "Is he really worthy of being called a big shot?" Wang Ziyan was speechless. Zhang Yulong sighed, "But even if you kill him, how will you clean up the mess?" "I don't need to clean up because I didn't do it." "Ah." Zhang Yulong and Wang Ziyan finally realized that this person had someone behind him and was not without any background. Of course, it is not enough to confront the big fish, otherwise they would not have accepted their favor. But Yu Sheng is confident that he can get rid of Meng Qingyang. Combined with Yu Sheng's knowledge of Meng Qingyang's private life, it was clear that he had a certain amount of power in Jianhai City. The two were completely relieved. But Jenny knew that Yu Sheng had no one behind him. He was just trying to distance himself from the situation. Yanni drove Yu Sheng home in her Mercedes. "Are you really not going to learn to drive? I need a good night's sleep. You can take the car. I don't have a parking space." "Okay." Yanni hesitated for a moment, but then she said it, "I'll accompany you? Don't think too much about it. I'll just accompany you. Hey, I'm not thinking about anything. Don't get mad at me. Go back." Yanni glared at him angrily and finally drove off. She knew what he was going to do for the rest of his life, but she was willing to cooperate and pretend to be a fool. Yu Sheng returned home. He was now extremely cautious. Because Jenny had given him a hint in the car that someone suspected him of being an agent. If he was suspected of being an agent, then he would definitely be treated as an agent, and a bug would certainly be planted. He threw his cell phone on the table. Then he changed his clothes, turned on the computer and started playing music. This was just to cover the fact that no one was at home. Then he left the house. He disappeared the moment he left the house. Even if there is a camera in the house, it is difficult to find. From a distance, he appeared in a taxi driven by an old driver. "Fengyue Villa. Have you been there?" Yu Sheng asked. The driver glanced at him while driving. "You're funny. Has the taxi driver ever been to Fengyue Villa?" "Oh, which villa does Meng Qingyang live in?" "I can't remember. Meng Qingyang has many villas, including one in Repulse Bay. Fengyue Villa is not the best, but it is quiet, with few people, far from the hustle and bustle, suitable for bonfires and outdoor barbecues. You won't even know you're dead." Yu Sheng added. He. The driver didn't dare to respond, joking like that could be fatal. "Is there a gift shop nearby?" Are you kidding? That place is famous for bears, so I suggest you buy some gifts in advance. Is it easy to get a taxi back? During the day, it's fine, but at night, it depends on luck. Okay. Has the driver been driving a taxi for his whole life? Well, I've only driven 3 million kilometers in my life. I've been hit by a train twice. I had no choice. I was in a hurry. Shit. We chatted the whole way, so it wasn't lonely. When we approached the Wind and Moon Villa, Yusheng asked to get off the bus early on the pretext of going shopping, and gave the driver an extra 100 yuan to wait until it was dark. The old driver readily agreed. When Yusheng was out of sight, the driver turned around and cursed, "Damn, 100 yuan to wait until dark, grass, you wait with your ass out." He would not admit to having been to this place, lest he be fined for a complaint. And what Yusheng wanted was for him not to admit that he had been to the Wind and Moon Villa. Chapter 16, When I Become Your Sister-in-Law. Yusheng sneaks into the Fengyue Villa and is surprised to find that he doesn't need to ask which villa Meng Qingyang is in. He never imagined that Meng Qingyang had called hundreds of his men to guard the villa. He thought that everyone was like him, one-on-one. But he didn't know that there were groups of people. Damn it, is this the big brother of society? Yusheng said in a sarcastic tone. These people thought that no fly could get in, and they wanted to see how Yusheng would kill Meng Qingyang. Unfortunately, they could see the flies flying by, but they couldn't see Yusheng. Yusheng walked right through them, and no one noticed. He easily entered the villa. The first floor was full of little brothers, and the 8 great kings were all there. Yusheng went straight to the second floor and finally heard the woman in the master bedroom talking. Even though it was through the door, it was still clear. "Honey, is that guy really that powerful?" Huang Ju said, "He might be an agent." "Oh my god. Then why do you want to provoke him?" "I felt something was wrong after I met him, so I asked Huang again, and he told me about the secret agent. Before that, he only said that he killed Biao and helped Gingcha to steal our cultural relics." "Huh, that's not right. An agent helping Gingcha catch a cultural relic dealer?" Huang said that he was only doing it for Yanni, otherwise he wouldn't have helped Gingfang. Yusheng's heart stirred. It turns out that the source of the cultural relics is here with Meng Qingyang. We have to find it. "Husband, you're doing this for Yanni, too, right?" "No, for Yusheng. You don't understand his value. He can tell the difference between real and fake jade with his eyes closed." "I'm a bit puzzled. How could he be an agent? There's no need for someone like him to be an agent. With him, I can sweep the jade market and make billions. How could I use that to be an agent? Why doesn't he make money himself?" "Because he is an agent." Oh. But I always feel something is wrong. Why would a special agent come and fight with you and your hundreds of subordinates? Is there such a special agent? I always feel that we have already lost, and we don't understand what he wants to do." Meng Qingyang was silent for a long time. It was precisely because of this anxiety that he kept talking to his favorite woman, hoping to get some inspiration. But the two of them still couldn't figure out what he was going to do with the rest of his life. Will he just run away? The woman finally suspected. Meng Qingyang laughed. "That's impossible. I, Meng Qingyang, have made it to this day not because I'm ruthless, but because of these eyes. I would never mistake a person. I suspect that even if we turned on each other at noon and fought, I would be the one who lost." Yusheng just didn't want to kill openly, leaving the Jing side with a handle. Suddenly the phone rang. Meng Qingyang immediately walked out of the bedroom. "Lao Huang, what's going on?" "Yusheng has been at home all along. On the contrary, Yan Ni's positioning shows that she is not far from Fengyue Villa, probably spying on you in secret." Huang's voice came, making Yusheng tremble all over. He was so angry that he almost quit being invisible. Damn it, he actually stabbed Yanni in the back? I can't get rid of this old bitch. What made him even more angry was Yanni. Have you seen too many movies? You want to help me when I'm being chased? At the critical moment, a motorcycle came across, and then the music started. If the sky has feelings, it will also grow old? Good, very good. Meat delivered to the door. Meng Qingyang hung up the phone with a grin. Then he called his underling downstairs. "Gingzi, Yanni is hiding not far from the villa, watching us. Look for a place to watch her from, and you'll know where she is. Bring her to me. Remember, don't shoot. Surround her with more men. Don't let her escape. Understood, don't worry, boss. Gangzi hung up the phone. Yu Sheng felt dizzy for a moment. What a good situation, and yet Yanni had ruined it. Yanni must be saved. The only difference is how to save her. Immediately stopping it is the worst option, which would only expose the invisibility and make us completely passive. The best option is to wait until they have arrested everyone, and Meng Qingyang is the only one left, and even after he has taken off his clothes. You want to eat meat, don't you? Then you pay the price with your life. Meng Qingyang turned around and went back to the bedroom. This time, Yu Sheng finally followed him in. The woman on the bed finally got up, wearing a white lingerie set. She looked like a real beauty, with a natural charm that was so irresistible that every move she made had to be censored. Every glance from her eyes made people's bones go numb, and her smile could conquer a city and then a country. No wonder Meng Qingyang was so devoted to her. Meng Qingyang ordered, "Mei Xiang, bring me the obedient water." Oh, my God, am I not obedient enough? No, Yanni will bring her right away. Oh, good. Although Mei Xiang was unhappy, she dared not show her displeasure. Meng Qingyang always had one word for women who disobeyed him: berry. She obediently took out a 1-inch glass bottle from the dressing table, which contained a transparent liquid, and handed it to Meng Qingyang and asked, "Do you want to mix it with the wine?" No, she won't drink anything you mix in. Why not just pour it in? Mei Xiang was stunned. Pour it? Isn't one drop enough? Hey, it doesn't matter if it's more. It's up to her luck. Meng Qingyang's face was cruel. Mei Xiang suddenly became happy. If she drank this bottle, she would be completely ruined. What use is beauty? How can she compete with her mother for his affection? Yanni watched Meng Qingyang's villa from afar, and seeing the hundreds of his men, she was filled with doubt. It was impossible that Yu Sheng had not come, but it was also possible that he had not yet entered. Yu Sheng probably had only two ways to achieve his goal. First, lure Meng Qingyang away from the mountain. The second is to lure the group of subordinates out, and then he will take advantage of the situation. Either way, it won't be easy. What will Yu Sheng choose? As he was thinking, he noticed that the group of underlings were leaving the villa one after another. Can he really distract his subordinates? Yanni felt that she was not even capable of doing such a simple thing, and she admired Yu Sheng even more. However, she soon realized that she was surrounded. She suddenly felt her hair stand on end. What should she do? Run? Or fight? Running is impossible. Fighting is a sure way to lose, and she doesn't have a gun. At this critical moment, she remembered that Yu Sheng would take the opportunity to enter the villa. She resolutely decided to take a gamble. She would bet on Yu Sheng. She had complete confidence in Yu Sheng's abilities. She was prepared to go undercover and blend in. In other words, she surrendered. The encirclement began to shrink, getting closer and closer. Yanni still looked at the villa, pretending not to see it. Gaga, Officer Jenny, what a coincidence. Just now, with a sly smile on his face, he called out from afar. Yanni looked at him and replied indifferently, "How did you find me?" You should ask the boss. Let's go. Our boss is waiting for you. Lead the way. First, hand over your gun. I don't have a gun. I came here without permission. Gangzi sighed, it's not that I don't believe you, but rules are rules. I'm going to search you. Don't go too far. If I become your sister-in-law, you're dead. Jenny took off her trench coat and showed him that she really didn't have a gun. Gangzi thought it was right, don't offend too much, in case she becomes your sister-in-law. He finally nodded, let's go. Everyone carefully escorted Jenny, the future sister-in-law, to the villa. Chapter 17, Punishing the Evil and Praising the Good. Yu Sheng followed Meng Qingyang to the first floor in stealth and finally saw Yanni, escorted in by a group of young men. To his surprise, Yanni was not tied up. Yanni was still cold and unemotional, looking at Meng Qingyang without the slightest fear. Clap, clap, clap. Meng Qingyang applauded and praised, good courage. You're not afraid either. You actually dared to arrest Jingcha. It seems that you're getting further and further away from the path of death. Yanni has never known what compromise is. Even if she dies, she will stand up and die. Meng Qingyang chuckled, that's right. There's no turning back on my path. Catching Jingchai is the least of my crimes. I'll add another one to your list, hold her hand down so she can't move. He took out a small bottle, and his men immediately went to grab Jenny's arm. Yanni was suddenly anxious and quickly said, wait. How about we make a bet? Meng Qingyang laughed, you bet on tomorrow morning? No, just 1 hour. If you don't die, I'll marry you. Jenny didn't dare to say that Meng Qingyang couldn't do it tomorrow morning. Meng Qingyang suddenly became alert. Yusheng said that the night was to paralyze me, and I guess it's already here. He lost all his thoughts and said solemnly, Jianzi, be on guard. The 8 great kings rushed out of the villa nervously, and hundreds of little brothers were restless, making the atmosphere tense. Only Yanni and Meng Qingyang were left in the living room. Meng Qingyang snorted, where is he? Yanni chuckled, upstairs. She could only bet that Yusheng had already entered, but obviously not downstairs, so she had to say that he was upstairs. This sentence made Meng Qingyang's scalp numb. Upstairs? Did he just take advantage of the situation? He was already suspicious, and when Yanni said upstairs, he immediately thought that Huang's words were suspicious. If Yusheng had been at home all along, what was the point of Yanni coming here by herself? Isn't this a meat bun? At that moment, he had an urge to hold Yin and I hostage. Fortunately, he was the boss after all. Okay, go upstairs. Meng Qingyang took out his gun and cocked it. Yanni didn't hesitate, and walked straight up the stairs. If she had to die, she would die without drinking the obedience potion. She climbed up to the 2nd floor, looked left and right, and saw no one. She was thinking about how to explain it when suddenly there was a strange sound of someone falling to the ground behind her. She turned around suddenly, her eyes wide open, like a catfish out of water. Meng Qingyang had a dagger in his temple, his eyes bulging wider than a steamed bun, with a look of horror, resignation, and disbelief, slowly collapsing at the top of the stairs, never to breathe again. And his Desert Eagle pistol was already in the hands of Yusheng. Yusheng looked at Yanni calmly. Yanni suddenly burst into tears, like a weeping pear blossom, so touching that I felt sorry for her. Yusheng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his head hurt. Whoever cries has the right? Can you tell me what you're doing here? Yanni suddenly felt angry and aggrieved. Mad, I came to help you, but I didn't help you. Oh, I only made things worse. Are you talking human language? Yusheng quickly comforted her, don't cry, there's another woman in the bedroom. This sentence was very magical. Yanni immediately regained her strength. She couldn't let a woman see the joke. Yusheng first hid Meng Qingyang's body in the bathroom, and took the bottle of obedient water into his arms when Yanni wasn't looking. This stuff is definitely useful. The beauty of its use lies in the heart. Then he walked directly to the master bedroom. He pushed the door open. The moment Mei Xiang saw the two of them, her face instantly turned pale. Yusheng walked up to Mei Xiang with a Desert Eagle in his hand and said in a calm voice, Meng Qingyang is dead. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Brother, I will be your woman from now on. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Mei Xiang hurriedly expressed her loyalty, forgetting Meng Qingyu in a flash. She only had eyes for Yusheng, thinking only about how to please him. She said no more than 30 words, but her waist twisted and swayed, creating 40 different styles. Yanni was so angry that she shivered. This B-type fox spirit, forget that B-type face. Yusheng nodded in satisfaction. He had a strong desire to survive. He asked softly, where did Meng Qingyang get the cultural relics? He cooperated with the tomb raiding gang, and they sent it to him. Meng Qingyang then used various channels to launder the artifacts. The ghost market was just one of those channels, along with auction houses, antique dealers, or simply giving them as bribes in exchange for other benefits. Where are the cultural relics kept? In the basement of this villa. Explain how to get in. From the storage room, there is a light switch on the wall. Press it to open the secret door. The basement is full of cultural relics. I can take you in. Mei Xiang was afraid of losing her value. Yanni frowned. Going downstairs would definitely be exposed, and the younger brother could see it at the door. Should I call for backup now? Yu Sheng looked at her and said, "You idiot, do you know who exposed your location?" It was Huang Ju. Yanni shuddered, her eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly lowered her head. The backstabbing was the hardest to bear. It was as if her faith had collapsed, and a rumble passed through her mind. You are the only one who is pure in a world of filth. Are you sure you want to continue down this path of investigation? Yu Sheng asked again, and this question must be clarified. After a long time, Yanni looked up and said solemnly, "Yes, punishing the wicked and praising the good is my ideal." Yu Sheng suddenly smiled, "Very good. Punishing the wicked and praising the good, right? Then there's no need to call for support. We've already punished the wicked. Praising the good is a reward for the good. You can't do it without money. You can only praise the good if you have money. How about we go get some cultural relics?" He looked at her with a sly smile. Yanni smiled, "Are you going to swallow it all?" If someone else had said that, she would have shouted at him, but she was infinitely tolerant of Yu Sheng. "No, just take the most valuable ones. Besides, I didn't kill anyone, and you can't go against Huang, so neither of us has ever been here. Don't worry, I promise no one will investigate the death of Meng Qingyang." Yanni understood that Huang would never pursue the case and implicate himself. As long as Yu Sheng takes a step back and Yanni doesn't admit to being here, no one can say anything. It wouldn't matter if hundreds of people shouted together. Huang will close the case with one word. But if she really calls for backup, everything will be unavoidable, and she will be at odds with Huang. The outcome can only be a dead end. Yu Sheng was not afraid, but he didn't want to make such a big fuss. It was taboo to fight with the officials. He whispered in Yanni's ear, "Let her take you away, don't worry about me." Then he left the bedroom alone. Yanni was puzzled. How could he get into the secret room without being discovered? Suddenly, Mei Xiang knelt down in front of Yanni. She felt that her end would be cut short because Yu Sheng said he had never killed anyone, but she was an insider. She knew too much. "Sister, save me. You are Jingcha, you can't just watch me get killed. I haven't done anything illegal. It was all Meng Qingyang's doing." Yanni looked expressionless and said softly, "Can you take me away?" "Yes. I can take you out alone. I can't take a man with me, Meng Qingyang's men will definitely suspect something." "Okay. You change your clothes and we'll go out together. You can tell your men to call me your sister-in-law, and send me out of the villa in a dignified manner. Then you'll be free. Remember, you haven't seen Yu Sheng, so don't say anything." Mei Xiang was overjoyed and nodded eagerly, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Chapter 18, Blaming the Wrong Person. Everything went as Yu Sheng had expected. When the two women walked out of the villa side by side, the men did not suspect anything. "Listen up, everyone. From now on, Jenny is my sister-in-law. Say hello," Mei Xiang said with authority. The brothers all shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Yanni nodded, seemingly satisfied with the title of sister-in-law. The two women calmly got into the Maybach, and Mei Xiang drove Jenny out of the villa herself. The brothers didn't react. They soon found the hidden Mercedes. "You are free." Jenny drove off in the Mercedes alone. Mei Xiang was finally relieved. Now she really wanted to go wherever she wanted. When her heart was finally at ease, she forgot her original intention. She didn't want to escape anymore. Go back. Everything is mine. Greed blinded her reason, and she quickly turned around and drove back. As she had expected, the brothers still had no suspicions. Mei Xiang was so excited, she had never been so excited. She went straight upstairs and quickly found Meng Qingyang's body in the bathroom. "This has nothing to do with my mother. He was killed after I left." She was going to play the role of a devoted wife and cry over the man. She would first prepare herself to cry. She thought it was perfect. But a dagger appeared out of nowhere and pierced her heart. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, looked at the rest of her life that had appeared out of nowhere, and was completely stunned. "You shouldn't have come back. Running is your only way out," Yu Sheng said softly. Mei Xiang finally came to her senses. She was already in pain and unable to breathe. She pressed her hands against the dagger and fell to the ground with Meng Qingyang. Finally, Yu Sheng left with a suitcase full of cultural relics and disappeared. Gangzi finally sensed something was wrong. He said with a grave expression, "Yanni said that if the boss didn't die within an hour, she would be his wife. But she became his wife-in-law before an hour had passed? And the boss let her go?" The other brothers also felt that something was wrong, but no one had actually entered the villa. Could it be that Yanni had turned the tables on them? Gangzi quickly called Meng Qingyang, but no one answered. He widened his eyes and suddenly shouted, "No good." Everyone rushed into the villa, went upstairs, and soon found the two of them in the bathroom. They were all stunned. Mei Xiang actually killed the boss? And then committed suicide? How could this be? But there were no outsiders in the villa. The brothers were all confused and didn't know what to do. They argued for an hour. In the end, Gangzi decided to call the police. When Huang received the report, his head buzzed. Fortunately, it wasn't Yanni who called the police. Huang didn't expect that Yu Sheng said Meng Qingyang wouldn't live past tonight, and it turned out to be true. Hundreds of brothers and sisters were protected, but they didn't live to see the end of the day. And they didn't even see the person. He remembered the stab in the back he had given to Yanni, and cold sweat soaked his back. He thought for a few minutes, and finally ordered, "The facts are clear. Mei Xiang killed herself after the murder. Don't complicate things. Close the case quickly. In addition, let Yanni take 100 special police to seal up the villa and confiscate all the cultural relics in the basement." Everyone understood that Yanni's spring had come, and this was a great achievement, which fell precisely on her head. Yu Sheng just got home, hid the suitcase, and then the knock on the door sounded. He turned off the music and opened the door. A strange young man was standing outside, pale and with a sinister look in his eyes, staring at Yu Sheng coldly. "Did you kill Meng Qingyang? Who are you? Answer my question." The man's tone rose an octave, sharp and domineering. Yu Sheng smiled. "I don't know what you're talking about. In that case, you should come back with me and I'll help you remember." "Oh, you mean, if I admit it, I don't have to go with you?" "That's right." Yu Sheng's heart stirred. This was enough to prove that he was not here on business. "First tell me your name and where you're from, then I'll tell you." Yu Sheng decided to find out his identity first. The young man frowned and said, "You don't deserve to know where I'm from. But I can tell you my name is Wang Shiguang. Tell me, how did you kill Meng Qingyang?" Yu Sheng was furious and said indifferently, "I'll give you the same answer. You don't deserve to know." Wang Shiguang suddenly smiled. "You really don't know your place. Do you think that killing Meng Qingyang makes you equal to me? I'll tell you, Meng Qingyang was just a dog in my family. Originally, you had a chance to live as my dog, but now you don't even have the qualifications to be a dog. You will be buried with Meng Qingyang." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng suddenly retreated. Wang Shiguang followed him into the room and closed the door behind him. He finally revealed his ferociousness. "Kid, I'm giving you one last chance to live. How did you kill Meng Qingyang? If you don't tell me who you are when you come to my door, then you're a dead man." As soon as Yu Sheng finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. Wang Shiguang exclaimed in surprise, "Shit!" All of his pores exploded, and it was too late to turn around and escape. He had closed the door himself. It was just a split second. A switchblade was inserted into his lower back. He couldn't scream when his kidney was stabbed. Wang Shiguang gasped in pain, and in just a minute, he lost consciousness. All he could see was darkness, and he fell to the ground. Yu Sheng checked his body and actually took out a gun and a red ID card. Yu Sheng's scalp went numb. No wonder he didn't say anything. Wang Shiguang's job was to spy on Yu Sheng, but he secretly instructed Meng Qingyang to control Yu Sheng, wanting Yu Sheng to become a tool for the Wang family. After failing, he secretly contacted the target of surveillance, which was something that could not be seen in the light, so of course he could not say it. As a result, Yu Sheng did not know his identity and killed him directly. But since he had already done it, there was no use in regretting it. He first turned off Wang Shiguang's cell phone. Then he took a large suitcase and stuffed Wang Shiguang into it, along with his cell phone. He quickly left the scene. Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan now lived together, going to work and coming home together, enjoying the fruits of power, money and sex. When they got home after work, they didn't want to cook. Cheng Hui ordered takeout food, and Su Meiwan poured 2 glasses of red wine. Cheng Hui said, "You shouldn't drink alcohol when you're pregnant. Red wine is fine, this is the last time." Su Meiwan said sweetly. She didn't know that it was really the last time. After a glass of wine, the two of them fell into a state of trance. Su Meiwan began to undress. She felt very hot and needed to let off steam. Cheng Hui heard a voice in his ear, "The child she was carrying was not yours." "Not my child?" The child was his obsession, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do with all the money he had earned. The excessive amount of sleeping pills had a serious effect on Cheng Hui. Whose child was it? A strong hand grabbed Su Meiwan by the neck and squeezed tighter and tighter. Su Meiwan didn't even struggle, just staring with her eyes wide open. She was already in a state of confusion, unable to tell the difference between danger and pleasure, between reality and a game. She just stood there and died of suffocation. Dong, dong, dong. Cheng Hui heard a knock on the door. Then the voice in his ear rang out again, "The adulterer is coming to get you. Kill them with the gun." Cheng Hui had a gun in his hand, Wang Shiguang's gun. He obediently took the gun and walked over to open the door. Four burly men were standing outside. They realized that Wang Shiguang had disappeared and, after locating him, came to Cheng Hui's house. But they never expected that Cheng Hui was holding Wang Shiguang's gun, pointing it at them. Bang, 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 bang. The four men instantly drew their guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After all, Cheng Hui was not in the right state of mind. He didn't shoot back, but was shot 4 times and killed instantly. Chapter 19, The Cycle of Life. The four men rushed into the room like the wind and began searching. They soon found the box in the closet. Combined with Su Meijuan's body, there was no doubt that she had died at the hands of Cheng Hui, and they had no further doubts. It was Cheng Hui who killed Wang Shiguang. It is estimated that Wang Shiguang saw the opportunity and coerced Su Meiwan. At the critical moment, he was seen by Cheng Hui, who was seriously shocked. He killed Wang Shiguang directly from behind and strangled Su Meiwan to death. How could it be so coincidental? Meng Qingyang just died, and Wang Shiguang died right after? Could the Wang family let it go? It was because of the death of Meng Qingyang that Wang Shiguang was so shocked that he took the initiative to find a woman to relieve his stress, and an accident occurred in the end. This is the truth, and no one can change it. Just as the rest of his life in the previous life was sentenced to death without any chance of appeal, so is Cheng Hui in the present life. The cycle of life is good, and the heavens spare no one. Number 1 compound. As soon as the boss arrived at the office, the secretary reported what happened last night. Both Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan, who had been closely watched, were dead. Who did this? The boss was a little incredulous. Although he had expected the two to die, the way they were killed was too difficult to arrange. The secretary couldn't help but sigh, "I guess it was Yu Shang." The cause of the death of Cheng Hui and the two was Wang Shiguang, and Meng Qingyang, who died yesterday afternoon, was the Wang family dog. The cause of his death was also difficult, but he had offended Yu Shang before he died. Looking back at Su Meijuan's phone records, she also knew Yu Shang. Then the secretary began to talk about the magic of Yu Shang, picking up bargains on the antique street, blindly feeling ancient jade, and betting on stones to earn a Mercedes. The boss's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was indeed Yu Shang who did it. That's right, otherwise it would seem that he is too incompetent. The boss tapped his index finger on the table for a long time, then said, "He should be at home. I'll go visit him." Ah? Isn't that too dangerous? The secretary was a little incredulous. The big boss smiled, "You're thinking too much. When has he ever killed someone for no reason?" Including Su Meiwan and Cheng Hui, outsiders can't possibly know what their grudges were. Let's go. Yu Shang was happy that his revenge had been achieved, but he had no intention of celebrating, or even going out. He wanted to avoid the limelight, calm down, and be honest for a few days. He didn't want to give the impression that he was arrogant and domineering. If any of the bosses thought that if this guy is not removed, there will be no peace in the country, then he would be wrong to death. He was checking online information about cultural relics. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He sighed, the wind is blowing even when the tree wants to be still. He opened the door calmly, and whoever it was who came to cause trouble was not enough to move him. This is the confidence that invisibility brings him. But then he froze again. He actually recognized the two people outside, the number one boss and his secretary. The two men were smiling, and the big boss introduced himself simply, I am Li Changqing. I heard about the legend of Brother Yu in the antique and jade stone world, and I admire him. I came here to pay a visit. I hope you will forgive me for being presumptuous. Mr. Yu laughed, I thought I recognized you, but I'd seen you on TV. It's an honor to have a big shot like you come visit and nobody like me. Come on in. The two men were completely relieved. They were not brainless after all, at least they looked presentable. After entering the house and sitting down, Yu Sheng did not offer tea, but instead entertained him with his mouth, I don't drink tea either. I didn't prepare any at home. I'm really rude. The two men quickly exchanged pleasantries, and then Li Changqing changed the subject. I have always believed in one truth, capable people can do anything, while mediocre people can only do mediocre things. I would love to hear what suggestions and opinions you have on the economic development of Zhanghai City. Yu Sheng understood that the big boss knew he worked at a venture capital firm, so he asked about the economy. This is to find out what he is really like. You are overestimating me. I don't have any opinions, or rather, I don't have any confidence that what I say is right and of any value to you. Yu Sheng spoke frankly. The big boss laughed and changed the subject, as the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. The principles of the world are all interconnected. Do you have any plans to start a business? We can provide some support. This is a tentative olive branch. I thank you first, but don't think I'll get rich just because I'm making a fuss. I only have 7 million yuan in total, what can I do with that? Yu Sheng spread his hands. The boss's smile was still bright, from 0 to 7 million is the hardest part, and the rest is incredibly simple, it's a game of capital appreciation. I'm curious, what is your direction of development? Yu Sheng thought for a moment and said, I'm sure you won't believe me when I say I have no direction. But the truth is, when I was poor, I had a lot of fantasies. When I was rich, I didn't think about anything because I had no existential anxiety. Do you believe that? The big boss slapped his thigh and said with a seemingly rough and emotional tone, I believe it. Who in this society can live without anxiety? Billions of dollars of wealthy people all have anxiety about survival, and they are afraid of being swallowed up by predators every day. But you don't, which proves that your confidence is not money, and no one can take it away. This is true wealth. The secretary suddenly said in a strange way, what about taking people away? The big boss glared at him and scolded, what are you talking about? The secretary quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I was trying to say that in a society where everyone is mediocre, being extraordinary is a crime. The crushing weight of it is the heaviest, and even survival becomes a problem. As the saying goes, if you don't plan for the future, you'll have to worry about the present. Mr. Yu still needs to plan ahead. The subtext of this statement is, who do you think you're fooling, you're not even worried. Yu Sheng didn't care at all, and said with a smile, I'm just making an analogy. For example, Meng Qingyan, I don't know him at all, and I have nothing to do with him. How can I think of him jumping out while I'm eating and forcing me to be his dog? The big guy looked at it and said, well, everyone is stealing concepts from each other, and if we keep talking like this, we'll never get anywhere. As the saying goes, you can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. The recruitment failed. But on the other hand, his goal was achieved. Because Yu Sheng would never go to his office to deliver evidence again, and there would be no more threats. He immediately stopped the secretary with a look and then smiled, speaking of Meng Qingyan, you have to be careful of the Wang family. If you need any help in the future, you can call my secretary directly. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. The secretary immediately handed him a business card with only her name and phone number on it, no title. The name is Ma Zhe. After seeing the two of them off, Yu Sheng immediately turned on his cell phone. Countless missed calls appeared on the screen, but he ignored them all and dialed Jenny directly. Do you know anything about the Wang family behind Meng Qingyan? I know a little. The Wang family has a lot of influence in the department that specializes in dealing with spies and agents. Meng Qingyang must have asked you to do it on the Wang family's orders. But his death won't be your fault. He was just a dog. He bit whoever he was told to bite. He's dead now. You mean the Wang family won't come after me? No, they will definitely give you trouble. But not for Meng Qingyan's death, but for something else. Such as? For example, our conversation can be heard by the Wang family. Yanni's words were like a slap in the Wang family's face, clearly taking the side of Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng laughed, then I'd better ask someone else. He hung up the phone. Chapter 20, High Spirits. Before Yu Sheng could think of who to ask, the phone rang. This is Mo Yunsong. Ah. Mo, you didn't lose badly enough. Do you want to gamble again? Yu Sheng teased with a smile. Mo Yunsong's voice was a bit bitter. Because of what happened yesterday, I was scolded by my family elders. It wasn't because I lost money, but because I lost face. Our family is in the jewelry business, and we need a master like you. I sincerely invite you to come to the Mo family as a guest and give me a chance to redeem myself. How about it? Yu Sheng was impressed. Only those who can bend and stretch can achieve great things. But then he thought, mad. He's doing it for Jenny, right? Everyone who has seen Jenny will never forget her. If she weren't Jenny, she would have been taken by someone else long ago. Yu Sheng did not answer, but instead asked, do you know the Wang family? The Wang family behind Meng Qingyang? I only know Wang Chuan of Rongxing Group, who is the representative of the Wang family in the business world, but the Wang family's main contacts are in special departments, and I don't know about those. Thanks, we'll have the chance to work together in the future. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and searched the computer for detailed information about the Rongxing Group. After careful study, he discovered that the company did not know what its main business was. This is a common problem with large companies, they do everything and have no business they don't do. But a company without a main business has already lost its growth potential. Suddenly the phone rang again, a strange number. Did you kill Meng Qingyang and Wang Shiguang? A powerful voice asked right away. State your name. Yu Sheng was equally fierce. I am Wang Chuan. You don't need to deny it. If you can kill Meng Qingyang, you can kill Wang Shiguang in the same way. Oh, you know I didn't kill him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to call me, you could just arrest me. You just need an excuse. It doesn't matter if I killed him or not. What's important is that I can bring benefits to the Wang family, right? Ha! Wang Chuan laughed, but his voice was full of ice and cold. Kid, you think too highly of yourself. I'm just letting you know, get ready for the funeral, the Wang family didn't die in vain. Yu Sheng hung up the phone directly. There was nothing to say, and he would not stop until he killed him. But he thought that Wang Chuan's motives were highly suspicious. Was it necessary to say it in advance to leave a handle? I think Wang Chuan is fishing for me, trying to get me to kill him on my own initiative? Just like killing Meng Qingyang? It seems that the trap is already set. Yu Sheng smiled playfully, I'll catch you instead. I don't believe it. Do you want the chance? He made up his mind, picked up his phone to check his missed calls, and called back the chairman of Jingwei Electronics, Zhang Dianzhong. Mr. Zhang, you called me yesterday? Oh, my dear brother, I heard that Meng Qingyang was causing you trouble, so I was worried that something might happen to you. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, the jade we discussed last time is ready. When is it convenient for you? The usual place, 11 a.m. Okay. I don't need any more jade. The porcelain I brought back yesterday was full of jade. They are all top-notch. He chose a dragon-shaped pendant at random. The color is good, and the jade is top-notch. The color of the jade is the result of the natural erosion and discoloration of the jade caused by its long-term contact with blood, water, soil, etc. in the tomb. What made Yu Sheng laugh was that in the eyes of entrepreneurs like Zhang Dianzhong, jade with no patina was actually worth less than jade with patina, because jade without patina looked too fake to be distinguished from fake jade. Yu Sheng walked into the hotel room on time and was stunned. He thought Zhang Dianzhong would invite Su Haoping to appraise the jade. But he didn't know that he had brought a beautiful woman with him, with short hair, a wine-red suit, and a heroic and dashing appearance. Haha, Yu Sheng, let me introduce you. This is Luo Xinju, the owner of Xinglu Auction House. Zhang Dianzhong was full of enthusiasm. Luo Xinju smiled and reached out, I'm very happy to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yu Sheng was happy to shake hands with the beautiful woman. The three of them sat down again. Yu Sheng didn't waste any time and took out the jade and placed it on the table in front of Zhang Dianzhong. According to the rules of the antique trade, objects should not be passed from hand to hand. It is taboo to pass an object from one person to another, as it is impossible to apportion responsibility if it is broken. Zhang Dianzhong didn't touch it at all, and smiled. You allow these things, the authenticity is not to be doubted. Manager Luo, how much is it worth? Luo Xinju took the jade in his hand, took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined it. It took him 3 minutes to say, this jade can't be auctioned. It was unearthed too recently. I can only give it a valuation of 1 million. According to the law, cultural relics unearthed after the founding of the People's Republic of China belong to the state. She said that the time of excavation was too short, which was already very tactful. What era is it from? Zhang Dianzhong asked, not caring at all about when it was unearthed. Luo Xinju said, it should be from the Han dynasty. Zhang Dianzhong asked Yu Sheng, is that right? Yu Sheng shook his head slightly. The color of the jade can only prove that it was unearthed from a Han dynasty tomb, but the jade pendant is from the Shang dynasty. Luo Xinju was unconvinced. What is the basis for this Shang dynasty theory? Yu Sheng waved his hand, I won't argue with you. 10 million, take it back if I'm missing. The risk is too great. Luo Xianzhu immediately shook her head, referring to the risk of being confiscated by the authorities, but did not deny the value of the jade pendant. Zhang Dianzhong suddenly smiled, Manager Luo may not understand brother Yu. The risk is non-existent. I will buy it for 10 million. His words fully demonstrated the basic judgment of an entrepreneur. The reason was that Meng Qingyan was dead. Yu Sheng said that he would not live past the night, and he did not live past the night. Can it be said that it has nothing to do with Yu Sheng? However, Yu Sheng came to sell the jade in broad daylight, and in front of Luo Xinju, a witness, he dared to offer 10 million. If you want to confiscate this ancient jade, there is a prerequisite. First, arrest Yu Sheng. Can we catch Yu Sheng today? So it is really worth 10 million to sell this jade. If it were sold by a tomb raider, it would be worth 100,000. This is the pricing logic of cultural relics. Entrepreneurs have extremely keen senses. Zhang Dianzhong was determined to buy the jade today, not for the money, but to further his relationship with Yu Sheng. Some relationships may seem unnecessary, but if you wait until you need them, it may be too late. Investing in relationships and making up for one's own shortcomings is also a basic quality of a successful entrepreneur. Luo Xinju is much worse. Zhang Dianzhong's transfer was done quickly and cleanly. Then the atmosphere suddenly relaxed, with drinking, chatting, and mutual business praise, accompanied by loud laughter. Mr. Yu, I heard about the time you identified ancient jade blindfolded. What is the principle behind this? Luo Xinju's innocent and naive appearance made people feel embarrassed not to explain. Mr. Yu smiled and said, it's nothing special. It's just that you're used to it. It's like a 30-year electrician who doesn't need to use a tester to know whether there's electricity or not. Luo Xinju gave him a flirtatious glance, as if to say, you're fooling a fool. Ha! Zhang Dianzhong laughed, brother, was that jade rough you touched yesterday your first time? That's right. I got used to it after a few minutes. Yu Sheng said with a serious expression. Luo Xinju almost choked on his spit. Then why don't you go directly to the jadeite public auction? Yu Sheng immediately said seriously, that's too dangerous. If I go and sweep all the high-end jadeite away, what will the jewelry company buy? It's like destroying the jadeite industry. It's easy to be shot by someone and killed directly. The two were suddenly speechless. 90% of the jade on the public auction market is cut jade, and the prices are ridiculously high. What can you buy to sweep it all away? But they are not stupid, they know that Yu Sheng will definitely go, they just can't admit it. Indeed, Yu Sheng was preparing for the jadeite public auction. The first step was to prepare money, the second step was to prepare a house, and the third step was to lead the Wang family to the public auction, stir up the water, kill with a borrowed knife, and catch them all in one net. Chapter 21 Unexpectedly. Brother, I have a suggestion for you. Things like Meng Qingyan's will happen again and again in the future. You should hire a personal bodyguard. Zhang Dianzhong said with a serious face. Luo Xinju immediately agreed, that's right, a bodyguard is on call in case of emergency. This is called a firewall. Especially when you are in a foreign place, on someone else's turf, you have no foundation, so you must never get involved personally. Otherwise, a simple investigation will cost you your life. Resisting is assaulting a police officer, and not resisting will be used against you, and you will be killed in a reasonable and legal manner. Yu Sheng nodded, and he definitely couldn't do it without a younger brother, but he hadn't met the right person. Not having anyone around is a fatal weakness. As long as he can find a group of thugs to take turns provoking him and openly conflict with him, he can be arrested for killing or not killing. Why is Meng Qingyang so arrogant? It's because he has hundreds of underlings. No one can stand his legal harassment. So there's no time to lose. Yu Sheng simply took out his phone and dialed Jenny directly. I need a bodyguard, do you have anyone suitable? Coincidentally, there is a special police officer who has just been fired. Do you want him? Yanni was very happy. It doesn't matter that he was fired, but why? He slapped a female reporter. Oh, he seems like a good person. Ask him if he'll do it. He'll get 50,000 yuan a month to take the bullet for me, and 1 million yuan if he dies. Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Luo Xinju asked with a blank stare, how is hitting a female reporter a good character? Yu Sheng said with a smug look, no, it's just that he's used to it. Okay, I've done some research, and all the men who beat up female reporters are good guys. Luo Xinju was doubtful. Zhang Dianzhong finally burst out laughing. Doesn't Jingcha know the consequences of hitting a female reporter? No one who is even a little bit utilitarian would do that. Think about how upright Jingcha is, and he lost his job for a slap. It's not wrong to say that he has good character. Only people like this can block bullets. Luo Xinju finally calmed down and smiled at Yu Sheng. You're so young, do you really understand human nature so well? Yu Sheng said solemnly, I realized it after I died once. Luo Xinju really wanted to give him a bottle of wine. Are you suggesting that I die? Soon, Yanni's phone rang. I told him to take a Mercedes to find you, and call you when he got there. His name is Feng Taishan. Yu Sheng got into the Mercedes and saw Feng Tieshan's dark and determined face. He couldn't help but smile, just as he had imagined. Hello, boss. Feng Taishan had a somewhat naive smile on his face. He felt like he was in a dream. He had just been fired, and then Yanni found him this job. He was making more money than a special police officer, and he was driving a Mercedes. He was really satisfied with this job. Did Jenny say anything about bulletproofing? Yes, I was an anti-riot police officer, so it's no different from being in a hail of bullets. Feng Taishan smiled. It's not illegal to stop bullets, so he'd rather stop bullets than break the law. Very good. Yu Sheng was also very satisfied. Give me your bank account number, I'll transfer you a month's salary first. Our principle is, pay first, work later. If you want someone to block bullets, you can't be as stingy as a dog. Whether you are willing or not makes a big difference. A second's delay can mean the difference between life and death. Hey, why did you transfer 100,000 yuan? Feng Taishan reminded him that he might have transferred the wrong amount. Yu Sheng smiled and said, that's right. 50,000 is your salary, and the other 50,000 is for the two of us to spend. For example, meals, gas, hotel rooms, plane tickets, and daily chores. You handle all of these things, and you spend as much as you want. Money is made, not saved. Let me know when you run out. Any questions? I understand. No problem. Feng Taishan was overjoyed. First, find a place and teach me how to drive. Okay. Feng Taishan drove the Mercedes at full speed and arrived directly at the Jianghai University playground. Then the two switched places, and Feng Taishan explained it all, and Yu Sheng drove forward. Automatic transmission is really simple, but the hard part is the experience on the road. Yu Sheng drove around the playground a few times, reversing, moving into a parking space, and gradually becoming more and more skilled. Several female college students passing by were talking about it. Who the hell is this guy, practicing with a Mercedes S600? I can accept this kind of waste, but I just want to ask him if he needs a girlfriend? Then ask him. Everyone needs to be brave at least once in their lives. What about using him? How do I ask? Just ask if the three of us together can be considered a beauty? Forget it, save up some courage. I feel that I'm almost ready for the rest of my life, except for a driver's license. Just as he was about to make the call, Yanni called first. Wang Chuan called to report that you were selling cultural relics. The time, place, amount, buyer, and account number were all there. Huang Ju asked me to handle it all. Yu Shang was stunned and laughed. You're in charge? Yes. I am now the deputy team leader, and I handle all cases related to cultural relics in Jianhai City. Yu immediately understood Huang's position. He was obviously on his side, but he was also forcing him to solve the Wang family's problems, otherwise Huang would be under too much pressure. Of course, Yu Shang had to fight back, and he couldn't wait. This was a good excuse. You call Wang Chuan and go to Rongxing Group to verify in person whether his source of information is true and whether the evidence is conclusive. Remember, you must not go alone, and you must not separate, for any reason. Understood. Jenny hung up the phone. Feng Taishan was surprised and opened his mouth wide. What rhythm is this? You drive. Find a place to park without any cameras. Feng Taishan drove away from Jianhai University and stopped in a place without any cameras. Yu Sheng gave Feng Taishan his phone and said, "Give me your phone." The two exchanged phones, and Yu Sheng said again, "You go straight onto the highway and keep driving. When I call you, don't answer the phone. Just come back here to pick me up. Do you understand?" Feng Taishan was a little confused. Not answer anyone's phone? Including Jenny? That's right. The Mercedes roared away. Yu Sheng quickly got into a taxi to Rongxing Group. Wang Chuan was thinking in the villa. Is Yanni going to the company headquarters to verify the whistleblower? He was a little suspicious. What was the point? He couldn't possibly meet with Jenny. Ding dong. Suddenly the phone rang, and it was his cousin Wang Yan. Yu Sheng may have escaped. He's on the highway. Wang Yan said. Wang Chuan was shocked. On the highway? How could that be? Did he ask Yanni to investigate the whistleblower just to give him time to escape? He couldn't believe it. If it was true, then Wang Shiguang and Meng Qingyang really weren't killed by him. With such a clever plan, there was no need to flee. But it was impossible for Yu Sheng to find him. The villa was in his woman's name, and no one knew about it. So he set up a trap in his office and kept provoking Yu Sheng. He forced Yu Sheng to go to the office to find him. But Yu Sheng actually escaped? Chapter 22, A True Friend is One Who Would Die for You. Yu Sheng sneaked into the Rongxing building, of course without encountering any obstacles, and just happened to see Yanni and the four others negotiating with the waiter. Yanni showed her ID, routine investigation. We want to see Wang Chuan. I'm sorry, but our chairman Wang is very busy and has no time. The waitress looked down on him. What the hell is an investigation? Yanni smiled. Tell Wang Chuan that if he refuses to cooperate with the investigation, he is making a false accusation and I will have to arrest him. The waitress's face turned pale. She picked up the intercom and reported to the general manager, Ho Wenshan. Ho Wenshan frowned slightly. How dare a small cop threaten to arrest Wang Chuan? Who is behind this? He called Wang Chuan on an encrypted phone. Chairman, Jenny said you are making a false accusation and want to arrest you. Wang Chuan was furious and shouted, I'll see how she arrests me. Tell her I'm coming right now. He had indeed come to the company. Since Yu Sheng had escaped, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Yanni received the exact news and immediately felt relieved. The four sat down in the living room. No one wanted any tea. The receptionist was a little suffocated. These four people have such a strong aura? She had chosen 3 of the best fighters to accompany her, not her own men, but special police. Time was running out. Wang Chuan walked in. He looked to be in his 50s, with a rosy complexion, well-maintained, free of illness or injury, and with a strong aura. Are you arresting me? Wang Chuan sneered, walked over to Yanni and sat down opposite her. His eyes were full of contempt and provocation. Where is the arrest warrant? The waitress couldn't let go of the opportunity to flatter him, and quickly poured a cup of hot tea. Yu Sheng was overjoyed. What a godsend! He took out the bottle of obedient water and poured it all in. Yanni looked at Wang Chuan coldly and said slowly, Please note that I have a law enforcement recorder. What I'm saying is that if you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, you will be accused of false accusations and I will arrest you. Fortunately, you are not arrogant enough to go this far. Ha ha, Wang Chuan was happy. He would never have drunk this inferior tea, but today he was acting like a big shot. He picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. This tea doesn't taste right. He probably got used to drinking good tea, so he didn't care. Then, he entered a state of trance, as if all his defenses had been opened, so much so that he was a little excited. Yanni had already begun to ask questions. Wang Chuan, you reported Yusheng for selling cultural relics, but where did Yusheng get the cultural relics from? Yusheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yanni was smart enough to ask not about the evidence, but where the artifacts came from. The artifacts are of course from Meng Qingyang, and Meng Qingyang is backed by the Wang family. This is tantamount to dragging the Wang family into the water. Wang Chuan had already entered a state of mind-to-mouth consistency, saying what he thought in his heart. He muttered, the artifacts came from Meng Qingyang. Yanni's eyes lit up. You're really asking for it? She asked him, how do you know? Because I gave it to Meng Qingyang. I have people who specialize in tomb raiding, laundering, auctioning, and exporting. It's a complete industry chain. Luo Xinju is one of my people. I received Wang Yan's surveillance information and arranged for Luo Xinju to contact Zhang Dianzhong first, so it happened to coincide with the right time. Everyone was dumbfounded. The law enforcement recorder was stunned. Yusheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was the main business of Rongxing Group. Yanni began to ask questions, and Wang Chuan's confessions became more and more specific. They were all recorded by the law enforcement recorder, and more Wang family members were implicated. She began to feel numb, and this case had to be reported to the ministry, otherwise everyone would die here. She decisively bypassed Huang and directly called the ministry to report the case. No one can cover it up. Wang Yan only monitored cell phone calls, not face-to-face conversations, and he never monitored his own family. He didn't take the four little cops seriously at all, so how could he be Wang Chuan's match? But this one thought made the Wang family almost fall into an abyss of disaster. Wang Chuan surrendered without putting up any resistance. The waitress realized something was wrong and tried to go out to report the news, but she was immediately controlled by the special police. No one was allowed to move. They waited for an hour. Yanni finally received instructions from the ministry, be careful and end it as soon as possible. This meant that the Wang family should not be involved, and Wang Chuan should take responsibility for his own actions. Yanni understood that the Wang family was indeed too powerful to be provoked. For the Wang family, since Wang Chuan had fallen, they accepted it and cut off the tail to survive. But they would only give up Wang Chuan, and they would not think of anything else. The Rongxing Group was still owned by the Wang family. Wang Yan did not receive any news about Wang Chuan, but he did receive a call from his uncle. His uncle, Wang Ji, a legendary figure and the pillar of the Wang family, was already in his 90s, but he was filled with rage. What have you all done? Isn't Wang Chuan in business? In the business of grave robbing? Do you want the Wang family to be wiped out? Tell Wang Chuan to commit suicide and apologize immediately. From today on, everyone must keep a low profile and live with their tails between their legs. This is the life I have sacrificed everything for the Wang family. Don't let me die with an unfulfilled wish. Wang Yan's head was buzzing. He finally realized that he had not overestimated Yusheng, but had underestimated him too much. Fortunately, as long as Wang Chuan dies, there will be no witnesses. Wang Yan quickly ordered Wang Shifan, the executor, to quickly rush to the Rongxing Group. Wang Shifan, a third-generation leader, had left the special department to take the blame for Wang Yan, and was just about to take over the Rongxing Group. Yanni also received a call from Huang. Yanni, you did a great job and made a great contribution. I'm promoting you to team leader. Now, evacuate immediately and don't worry about anything. I'll personally handle the Wang Chuan case. What about the rest of his life? Yusheng is an undercover agent for the Jingfang, and his work requires him not to sell cultural relics. Yes. Yanni was relieved. She left with 3 special police officers. Then, in a mysterious turn of events, Wang Chuan had a heart attack and died. Wang Shifan officially took over the Rongxing Group. Yusheng had already returned to the location agreed with Feng Taishan. A Mercedes soon appeared in sight. Luo Xinju had called. Feng Taishan quickly handed the phone to Yusheng. Yusheng immediately understood that Luo Xinju was asking about his whereabouts on behalf of the Wang family. He dialed back, "What is it, Boss Luo? I need a jade pendant. Does Mr. Yu still have any?" Did the Wang family ask you to ask? Luo Xinju instantly turned pale, and Yu Sheng hung up the phone directly. When Luo Xinju reported to Wang Yan was silent for a long time and said, "He won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry, because you're nothing." Luo Xinju's expression froze instantly. After a long time, the arm holding the phone slowly lowered, and the whole person was filled with endless desolation. When Yu Sheng returned home, he asked Feng Taizhan to go home from work. "This bodyguard is really relaxed." Feng Taizhan is a little embarrassed. "Boss, don't you need my protection tonight?" Yu Sheng smiled. Could he tell the truth? He wasn't afraid of anyone at night. "No one is going to come and kill me. I don't go out, so why bother?" Feng Taizhan was a little skeptical. "Are all assassins so particular?" Yu Sheng added, "If you think you have a suitable bodyguard, introduce me to him. You'll be exhausted if you protect me 24 hours a day." Feng Tieshan's eyes lit up. "That's right, I do have a brother. He's a special forces veteran, but he has a slight disability. He only has 2 fingers on his left hand, but you can't tell when he makes a fist, and it doesn't affect his combat effectiveness." Yu Sheng was suddenly interested. "What does he do now?" "A laborer, carrying cement." "Okay, I believe that people of similar interests tend to gather together, and people of similar backgrounds tend to stick together. The people you know can't be bad. You can call him and ask if he'll do it. He'll get the same pay as you. He doesn't have a phone, I'll have to go to his house. Just drive over. If he agrees, bring him over tomorrow. Don't call me tonight." "What you?" Sheng didn't say was that he wasn't home at night, only his phone was. "Okay." Feng Taizhan didn't think much about it, and he left excitedly. The boss's trust made him feel hot-blooded, and he felt like a man will die for a true friend. Chapter 23, Risen. It was already late at night, but the Rongxing group was still brightly lit. Wang Shifan was busy and disoriented. Many things were only known to Wang Chuan. Fortunately, the office was cleaned up and the poison gas trap was removed, and Wang Shifan finally sat in the boss's chair. He had been spared for the rest of his life. Wang Shifan gritted his teeth. He didn't need to test it to know that the tea Wang Chuan drank had a mind-control drug in it, otherwise he wouldn't have confessed. Wang Shifan always thought that it was Yanni who did it. But it was too late to say anything now. Yanni would never admit it. Wang Shifan thought about it for a long time, and finally picked up the phone and dialed Wang Yan. "Uncle, are we really giving up?" "This is the old man's order." Wang Yan's deep voice paused, and he added, "Of course, the surveillance of Yu Sheng must continue, this is official business." "Yes, since Jingfang suspects him of being an agent, we will keep him under surveillance." Wang Shifan understood. The Wang family did not think that Yu Sheng was an agent. An agent wouldn't need to learn how to drive. A spy would be even less likely to do so. No spy would be involved in the antiques and gemstone business. Wang Yan added, "Let's wait a while. Don't make any rash moves, or we won't be able to explain to the old man." "Uncle, we won't move Yu Sheng, but there's no need to be so aggressive." Wang Shifan's words implied something else. "No, if you touch Yanni, what's the difference between that and touching Yu Sheng?" Wang Yan simply rejected the idea. "What about Huang? He dared to play tricks with us and openly took the side of Yu Sheng. Shouldn't we give him a good beating? I'm not good at beating people up, but you just took over the Rongxing group, so it's only right that you invite him to dinner. Tomorrow at noon, at the Wang Halo restaurant, I'll invite a few bigwigs, including Li Changqing, to come and support you, so that Huang can understand his position." The two then finalized the details, and then Wang Shifan hung up the phone and left the office. Yu Sheng had been hiding in the corner, and now he followed silently and got into the elevator. He went all the way to the top floor of the building. The entire floor was a magnificent mansion. It was originally Wang Chuan's mansion, but now it belonged to Wang Shifan. He walked into the study, grabbed the bookshelf and pulled it to the side. The entire bookshelf moved away, revealing the door to a secret room. Yu Sheng was shocked. The secret room was like a large vault. In the rows of neat display cabinets, there were various account books, name lists, documents, US dollars, gold, jade, porcelain, and bronzeware. Wang Shifan began to check the account books and registers. But Yu Sheng's focus was on the various national treasures. He found a small brown glass bottle in the corner. Upon closer inspection, it read, Ryzen 10G. Yu Sheng's heart jumped violently. The world's second most poisonous substance, essential for secret agents, only available from special departments. A good thing, a must-have for home and travel, the first choice for pretending to be a spy. He didn't hesitate to put the vial away. There was no better thing to frame someone with than this. Ordinary people couldn't possibly have this. At this time, Wang Shifan impatiently put down the account book. He was looking at the secret account, which was the real financial income and expenditure. The company's finance department, on the other hand, kept the public account, which was the fake account, specifically for people to check. Wang Shifan didn't know why, but he was a little irritated. He looked around, then walked out of the secret room and pulled back the bookshelf. Then he walked into the bedroom tiredly. Yu Sheng was sure he was asleep, so he left quietly. When he got home, it was already midnight, and he didn't turn on the computer. He turned on the computer directly and studied cultural relics. Until 3 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, he heard a slight noise at the entrance door. He quickly turned off the computer, walked silently to the door, and listened carefully. After a while, he had a hunch. It could be that the Wang family suspects that he is not at home and wants to come in and check. Unfortunately, the door was locked from the inside, and it couldn't be opened from the outside, even with a key. He had to dispel the Wang family's suspicion. Yu Sheng silently opened the latch. Then he went into the bedroom, lay down in his clothes and covered himself with a quilt. After a while, a ghostly figure entered the bedroom and looked at the bed. Surprisingly, he found that Yu Sheng had not left. Instead, he silently reached for the closet. Then he started to rummage around. Oh no! It turned out to be a thief. Yu Sheng was a little impressed. He was pretty accurate in his search, and the artifacts were really hidden in the closet. But, isn't this a robbery? Yu Sheng turned over helplessly. Who? The thief immediately sprang out like a raccoon and left the bedroom. Yu Sheng didn't want to catch him at all, and deliberately scared him away. Then he stealthily chased him out. He ran for more than 10 minutes, occasionally looking back to make sure no one was following him. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. He was discovered, and he didn't get the cultural relics. Fortunately, I ran fast. Is that the level of the king of thieves? Give up, don't go there again. He hung up the phone directly. The thief king was furious and angrily cursed. Damn, $1 million is gone. Yu Sheng realized that the Wang family must have hired the thief to test whether he was at home. He followed the thief back to his lair, wrote down the address, and then turned around and went home. He must buy a house as soon as possible. This house is too unsafe. Yu Sheng made up his mind. It was morning, and just as Yu Sheng had turned on his computer, Feng Tieshan's phone rang. Boss, I'm bringing the guys over. Do you want breakfast? Just bring it up when you're done. Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Then, Wang Xian's phone rang. Brother, I've always wanted to collect a piece of enamelware to enhance my status as a collector. Do you have any pieces that open wide? A fully open door is a dignified one, not a Tomb Raider or a fake. It is real to everyone, an indisputable genuine article. The opposite is half open, which in ancient times referred to a prostitute who hid something that could not be seen in the light, and there was some kind of trickery. Of course, the objects with the big open doors are all ridiculously expensive, because everyone dares to buy them. Yu Sheng smiled. Enamelware is really available, but it's not a big open door, and you can't pick up the leak. It's roughly equivalent to half the valuation of domestic auction houses. Don't waste my time unless you have 25 million. 25 million? Okay, I'll take it. I'll treat you to lunch at Wang Halo, and I'll take Su Haoping and Zhang Yunlong with me. Wang Xian was overjoyed at the deal. The difference between domestic auction houses and international ones is huge. This means that something worth 250 million yuan can only be sold for 1/10 of the price because of the lack of a legitimate succession. Of course, he is willing to do so as long as the authenticity is guaranteed. The key is to sell the rest of his life. This is the way of the trade. Fame is money. The rest of his life, he proved his strength with irrefutable and gorgeous facts. If it were sold by a cultural relic dealer, no one would dare to buy it for 2.5 million. Not to mention that he likes to make fake things and deceive people, it is easy to be implicated and arrested. For Yu Shang, it is impossible to sell 250 million yuan. Only by passing it on and circulating it can it be recognized by collectors and officially recognized, which is equivalent to whitewashing. Therefore, the number of years a cultural relic is held is crucial and directly affects the price. Yu Sheng said casually, forget about the expensive Wang Heilu. The neighboring Jixian restaurant is much more charming. Wang Ziyan laughed, I'm just being sincere. I'm only choosing the expensive ones, not the right ones. Since you don't have a preference, then it's the Jixian restaurant. Yu Sheng hung up the phone, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. I guess Prince and couldn't guess why they couldn't go to the Sea View restaurant. Chapter 24, The Hongmen Banquet. Boss, this is my brother Yang Kai. Introduced by Feng Taishan. Hello, boss. Yang Kai is thinner than Feng Taishan, and although his appearance is ordinary, his eyes are bright and sharper. Comparatively speaking, Feng Taishan is more like a shield, like a thug. Yang Kai is like a spear, a killer. Yu Sheng was very satisfied and laughed. Good, you and Taishan will receive the same treatment. I'll give you 100,000 yuan in advance, 50,000 for salary and 50,000 for expenses. You two should first unify your clothing, don't look like a motley crew. Buy the best things that will help you fight better. All expenses will be paid out of the company account, including your wife and children's medical expenses in the future. You don't need to worry about anything. Thank you, boss. In just a few words, Yang Kai was completely convinced. This was even more generous than Feng Taishan had said. Yang Kai's bright eyes revealed a fervent look. This was absolute trust. This was the life he yearned for. At this moment, he made up his mind to follow him to the grave. The transfer for the rest of his life was completed, and he finally said, after you change your clothes, buy a few more boxes to store the antiques. Don't worry, you can come back at noon. Yes. The two left to carry out the order. Yusheng called Jenny on the phone. I want to buy a single-family house. What do you suggest? This sentence was full of meaning. Yanni was so busy that she didn't have time to think about it. She said casually, there's a court auction this afternoon. You should go and have a look. The houses are very cheap. Okay. Yu Sheng asked for the details and hung up. Yang Kai and his companion returned after a morning of shopping, dressed in neat dark green linen suits, with Swiss Army knives hanging from their waists, and each carrying 2 suitcases, which also contained padding, obviously very well thought out. Yu Sheng took out the suitcase and packed the cultural relics into 4 boxes. The enameled porcelain was packed in a separate box and secured with a sponge. Everyone carried 4 suitcases, all the cultural relics, and got into the Mercedes-Benz, heading straight for the Jixian restaurant. Li Changqing was in his office reading documents when his secretary quietly came over to remind him that it was time for the lunch appointment with Wang Yan at Wang Heilu restaurant. Do you think I should go? The big boss asked in return. Ma Ji was shocked and replied carefully, it's fine to have dinner with Wang Yan, but it's not right to stand up for Wang Shifan. However, it's not good to offend the Wang family. The big boss shook his head slightly, you didn't say the most important thing. What will Yu Sheng think if I go? Ma Zhou was at a loss for words, and could only reply vaguely, Yu Sheng may not be able to understand, and he may misunderstand. It's a misjudgment. The big boss corrected, look at his methods. Meng Qingyang, Cheng Hui, Su Meiwan, Wang Shiguang, Wang Chuan, don't you see anything? None of them have anything to do with him. So, is he still afraid of the dead? No, as long as the murderer is clearly identified, all aspects can be explained away, and as long as he is not implicated, it's fine. The secretary understood and cold sweat trickled down his spine. The big boss continued his analysis, Mr. Wang wants to keep a low profile, but his grandchildren don't. This banquet is definitely aimed at Yu Sheng. For example, forcing Huang to take action. How would Yu Sheng think if I were involved? But you have already agreed to go. If you back out now, you will offend the Wang family. The big boss smiled, I deliberately agreed to it so that Wang Yan would not have time to target me, so that I would not be pressured by people in the capital. Now that I suddenly got sick and couldn't go, it would be fine. As long as it's past noon, everything will be fine. The secretary couldn't help but stare in surprise, exclaiming, afternoon? You mean, someone will die after noon? The boss nodded slightly, the Wang family can't afford to have any more problems. If there's another incident, it'll be like a wall falling down and everyone pushing on it. The old man Wang will be useless, and his prestige will be completely exhausted. So I guess he won't let this opportunity go in the rest of his life. He just needs to stab one more time, and someone in the capital will naturally take down the Wang family for him and divide it up. The secretary, Ma Zhe, was a little confused. If one more person died, could they find a reason? If there was no reason, wouldn't the Wang family be the victim? The big boss didn't explain any further. He just wanted the secretary to get through the lunch meeting. Jixian Restaurant. Yu Xing entered the private room with his suitcase. Su Haoping, Zhang Yunlong, and Wang Zian were already there, all greeting him with smiles. "Brother, you are the boss, and you are always the last to arrive." Su Haoping teased him with a smile. "Ha, I got delayed looking at houses." Yu Sheng sat down and put the suitcase on the table. Su Haoping quickly asked, "What kind of house do you want to buy? A large flat?" "No, a single family house. I need a basement to isolate the noise and not affect the neighbors." The three suddenly thought of a possibility: a stone-cutting factory. But they were all cunning and sly, so no one pursued the question, but instead they all made suggestions, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of each villa area. Yu Sheng listened carefully to their opinions and finally smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not that picky. I'll go to the court auction after dinner and take whatever I can get." While he was talking, he opened the box and pushed it in front of Su Haoping. "Let the expert appraise it first. I'm going to the bathroom." He put his cell phone on the table and then left. The reason he wanted to eat at this hotel was because there was no bathroom in the private room. If you go to the Wang Halo, where are you going to go? Isn't the bathroom right under your nose? Wang Halo. The largest private room. Wang Yan and Wang Shifan were both there, along with 5 other business tycoons from Jianhai City. At this time, Huang Ju walked in, and the bigwigs all greeted him with smiles. But when Uncle Wang Yan and his nephew saw Huang, they both frowned. Why is he alone? This attitude of the host is very rude, but Huang Jiao is very smooth and greets him. "Wang Jiao, I'm late. I'll drink 3 cups of wine as punishment later." They were peers, but Huang acted like a subordinate, but even so, he still didn't get a smile. Not only did Wang Yan look gloomy, even Wang Shifan ignored him. This made Huang Duro's face hang. His anger rose. The 5 business leaders knew it all too well, but they pretended to be deaf and dumb, as if no one had noticed anything unusual. Wang Yan took out his phone and dialed Li Changqing directly. Then Masha's voice came through. "I'm sorry, Director Wang." Wang Yan didn't even finish listening to him and hung up the phone. He understood Li Changqing's position as soon as he heard the word sorry. If he had listened to the end, would he still have his face? It seems that everyone thinks that the Wang family is in decline. Does Director Huang think so too? Wang Yan's tone was sly. Huang Jiao smiled reluctantly. "Commissioner Wang, you really know how to joke. Who doesn't know that the old man Wang is famous all over the world, and his tiger-like authority is still there? Who dares not respect him?" This is a bit of a sarcastic remark, meaning that the Wang family relies on the old man, and none of you deserve respect. Huang is also a hot-tempered person. The 5 business leaders all felt a bit suffocated, fearing that if the city gates caught fire, the fish in the pond would be affected. Wang Yan already had murderous intent in his eyes. He felt that if the Wang family continued to be low-key, they would die. Just as the tension was rising, the door opened and the waiter asked sweetly, "Boss, shall we start serving the food?" "Let's serve the food." Wang Shifan began to smooth things over. He realized that he had lost control and had to make a turn. At the same time as the food was served, Yu Sheng arrived. He entered the private room silently. Chapter 25, Must Pay the Bill. Wang Shifan felt that he could not provoke Huang today, otherwise he would have enemies all over the world. He was a leader of the 3rd generation, had strong decision-making ability, and did not discuss with Wang Yan. He changed his strategy directly and began to win over Huang. He poured a glass of wine for Huang and said sincerely, "My nephew is young and has just taken over Rongxing. He is bound to make mistakes. I will have to trouble you a lot in the future, so I thank you in advance." "That's more like it." The 5 business leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could get Huang off the stage. Wang Yan also understood what his nephew meant. Although he did not agree with him, he could not undermine the situation, which would make outsiders look down on the Wang family even more. Huang Ju saw that Wang Yan had no response, and he also said with a smile, "That's fine. If you have any problems in the future, just give me a call." Then the two clinked glasses and drank at the same time. However, Wang Shifan finished drinking and nothing happened. He continued to pour wine for the 5 big shots and prepared to toast them one by one. But after Huang had finished, his face changed. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything. In just a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground. Ah! The 5 business leaders were shocked and almost peed themselves. Wang Yan and Wang Shifan looked at the face of the director and exclaimed in unison, "Rison!" At that moment, the two of them felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Wang Yan thought that Wang Shifan had killed someone on impulse. Wang Shifan thought that Wang Yan had chosen to establish his authority, but could this cover it up? This person who died was not a commoner. The 5 business leaders were so shocked that they threw their wineglasses directly, and they looked at Wang Shifan with trembling bodies. "Shit, damn it, it's a good thing that I didn't drink the wine you poured. You're too dark." No matter how powerful they are in the business world, they can't withstand this kind of violent deterrence. Is this a warning to others? Su Haoping and the other two were so absorbed in the enamel word that they didn't realize how long Yu Sheng had been gone. And Wang Ziyan was very satisfied with Yu Sheng's deliberate avoidance, feeling that his younger brother was really generous and knew how to be a good person. This means that Su Haoping can tell the truth, and the truth is the truth, and the false is false, and it is worth as much as it is worth. This is from the Qianlong period. A moon-shaped vase with 2 dragon handles and a poem on it. Su took a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully, paying attention to every detail. He finally sighed, "Very typical enamel, definitely a genuine piece. The price is definitely worth it. Even if you take it to Christie's auction house now, it would still fetch 80 million. Zhang Yunlong and Wang Ziyan also took turns looking at it. They found it simple and couldn't see anything. Yu Sheng had just returned to his seat and sat down, smiling. "What do you think? Give me your account number." Without a word, Wang Ziyan transferred 25 million yuan to Yu Sheng. Everyone laughed and began to push cups and change glasses. Wang Yan and Wang Shifan lost the opportunity to explain because of the misunderstanding. Instead, the 5 big shots spoke first, each finding a brilliant excuse and leaving in a hurry. "My wife is giving birth at home, I need to go back and take a look. My child is getting married today, I can't leave, sorry. I just found out I have lung cancer. I won't live for long. See you later. Oh, by the way, didn't you say that Rongxing is going to transform? I support you. I'm going back to hold a board meeting and merge with Rongxing. Mr. Wang, this kind of heart attack is very common. You take care of it first. Call me if you need anything." Then there are only the Wang family uncle and nephew left. Oh, there's also a Huang on the ground. The two men then asked each other, and then they were completely dumbfounded. It turned out that it wasn't the other person who did it. The uncle and nephew were like falling into an ice cave. They tried to distance themselves, but there was no one left. Even the waiter was scared away. The hotel owner received the report and immediately called Li Changqing to ask what to do. Li Changqing then called the 5 business tycoons and, after asking for details, took a deep breath and realized that they were indeed of the same style. He immediately called the capital to ask for instructions. He had to ask for instructions. No one could cover it up. Then, a storm arose out of nowhere. The Wang family was too arrogant. This was not only a taboo, but also a crime that even the Zhoushan Eagle would not commit. It doesn't matter if they're innocent or not, what matters is what the bigwigs need to know. This is a blatant conflict of interest. As long as the Wang family falls, the position that opens up will be theirs. Therefore, this must be true. The conflict between the Wang family and the Huang Bureau is obvious to all. It is normal for the plot to be revealed. Perhaps the Huang Bureau has some evidence, and the Wang family wants to silence him. As long as you fill in the blanks, everything is reasonable. It is better to kill Huang directly and pretend to be innocent than to be suspected of assassinating him. Then the old man Wang fainted from anger, and before he could ask anything, he was dying. At this point, Uncle Wang Yan and his nephew had already realized that they had been tricked by Yu Sheng. But what they were desperate to know was how Yu Sheng had done it. Even if they wanted to frame Yu Sheng, they would have to make it sound plausible. Wang Yan asked his subordinates, and they said that Yu Sheng had always eaten at the Jixin Hotel and had never left. The cameras could prove it, and the phone location could also prove it. Moreover, Yu Sheng did not want to eat that meal, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Yu Sheng even refused to eat at the Wang Halo restaurant, thinking that it was expensive. This was completely in line with his character. He didn't spend money when he had it, and he dressed worse than his bodyguard. This is even more frightening. Uncle, what should we do now? Wang Shifan's head felt like it was buzzing with a million bees. Wang Yan also looked unhappy. Kid, you can only give up one, and take on all the rest. If only one of them dies, everything will be saved. As for who to abandon, needless to say, abandoning Wang Yan would be too much of a blow to the Wang family. Wang Shifan's last shred of hope was shattered. He knew this was the end. He didn't want to die. He considered himself an elite, not a stupid fool like Wang Shiguang. How did he get to this point? His eyes were bloodshot and he said hoarsely, "No, it's useless to sacrifice one. The Wang family is really finished this time, and the old man can't take it anymore." At this moment, a call came from the capital. "Dad, we were framed by Yu Sheng. We didn't do it." Wang Shifan spoke up to defend himself. Wang Haifen's father, Wang Hai, was silent. He was the highest-ranking person in the second generation under the patriarch, one rank higher than Wang Yan. He didn't believe that Yu Sheng had risen. On the other hand, Wang Chuan had risen, and he knew it. And since his son had taken over Rongxing, he had naturally taken over the risen. Wang Hai took his son's words as his son's desire to survive. His low voice said, "It doesn't matter. The top gave me a hint that I can keep my position in the capital, but you and Uncle Sam must apologize with your lives. This is the consensus of all the bigwigs. Everyone must be warned that whoever crosses this red line will die. If you don't want to, then the Wang family will be completely ruined. Everyone, including me, will be removed from office. This is the price for breaking the rules, and the Wang family must pay. You decide how to choose. This choice is too difficult." Wang Shifan looked at Wang Yan, and both of them were silent. "I thought that if one of us died, we could all be saved, but now it seems that was wishful thinking. Those bigwigs are determined to wipe out the Wang family." Chapter 26, A 120 million yuan mansion. Finally, Wang Yan said, "In order to save the Wang family from being uprooted, we will pay for it." Wang Shifan shivered and tried to save the situation, but his father, Wang Hai, hung up the phone. Wang Yan suddenly took action, pointing a gun at Wang Shifan's head and said softly, "I know you are not willing to accept it, thinking that you can start over and save your life. But it is impossible. If you strip away your power, you will become an ordinary person, but you will still have the wealth of a person above others. Then the entire family will be destroyed. Therefore, paying the bill is the most rational choice. Accept your fate." Wang Shifan was so scared that he turned around and tried to run, but it was already too late. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, and the uncle and nephew fell on Huang's body. At the moment of their death, they felt that the scene was so familiar, as if every killing they would commit in the rest of their lives would be like this. After receiving the number, they walked into the court auction hall and frowned. The place was too small and crowded. After all, it's not an auction house, it's not even close to being like one, it's a courtroom. The auctioneer was dressed in a uniform and sat behind a desk like a judge. Oh, no, that was the judge. In the gallery, a bunch of rich people were sitting in a pot like dumplings. "Oh, Yu Sheng, it's a pleasure to meet you." Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Yu Sheng turned his head and saw the familiar face of Mo Yuntsong, who came over. He suddenly smiled and said, "Mo, big guy, you're so rich, why are you here looking for a bargain?" This remark was full of ridicule, and Mo Yuntsong was angry, but he could only smile with a face full of smiles when he thought of the instructions of his family elders. This is called fate. We met unexpectedly in the gemstone hall last time, and now we meet unexpectedly in the auction house. How small is the probability? It takes 100 years to be in the same boat. Yu Sheng immediately got goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly waved his hand. No, this is normal. It's like you're bound to meet the emperor in the palace. Oh, by the way, the Mercedes hasn't been transferred yet. When will you have time? Mo Yunsung said in surprise, you don't know? Jenny is already dead. For this kind of thing, a phone call is enough to confirm it, and I don't need to go. He began to despise him again. Rules are for the weak to follow. The strong make the rules. Yu Sheng didn't even know this. He was obviously not on the same level as him. Yu Sheng suddenly said, it seems that Yanni was too busy to give me her driver's license and the paperwork. At this moment, the female auctioneer's voice rang out, next, we will auction off confiscated property number 1. This is a large flat in Century Home. The starting price is 5 million yuan, and the minimum bid is 10,000 yuan. Mo Yunsong immediately raised his hand, 5.1 million. 5.2 million. Someone immediately followed with a bid, and the auctioneer kept confirming the price. Yu Sheng didn't know anything about it, and he hadn't even seen the house, so he could only ask Mo Yunsong, how much is this house worth? Starting at 10 million. Mo Yunsong's eyes were full of sarcasm. This doesn't meet your requirements, does it? Yu Sheng nodded, it really didn't meet his requirements. He couldn't afford to buy a large flat. Mo Yunsong became more arrogant, forgetting all about the family elder's advice. He drove the price up to 8 million, and finally bought it, only 20% cheaper than the market price. Then he resumed his arrogant manner, looking at Yu Sheng with a sideways glance. Yu Sheng, however, only stared at the auctioneer. The next auction is for confiscated property number 2, a single-family villa in the Royal Garden. The starting price is 40 million, and the bid must be at least 10,000 more than the previous bid. Yu Sheng's heart jumped, and he was about to raise the bid, but he noticed that no one was responding. He quickly asked, how much is this worth? You can't afford it anymore. Mo Yunsong gave him a cold stare, the market price is over 120 million. Yu Sheng was puzzled, can't so many people afford it? Mo Yunsong had to explain, otherwise he would be despised. The family had rented out the house. According to the law, ownership rights do not cover rental rights, which means that after you buy it, you have to let people continue to live there. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded, so just wait a year, right? Why isn't anyone buying it? Who told you it was rented for a year? It's for 20 years. Mo Yunsong gave him a look. Yu Sheng suddenly realized that there were no such tenants. He guessed that the tenant was probably the owner himself, so it would be useless for the court to seal it up. He could continue to live there, right? Mo Yunsong nodded, that's right. Has anyone raised the price? The auctioneer waited for a long time and had to ask. 40 million, Yu Sheng suddenly raised his hand. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Who is this idiot? It will be sold immediately. He is wasting our time. Mo Yunsong stared at Yu Sheng and asked, are you crazy? You'll be arrested for causing trouble here. You'll be flayed alive if you don't die. Yu Sheng said calmly, which eye of yours saw me messing up? Do you have 40 million? Mo Yunsong looked doubtful. Yu Sheng was too lazy to say anything. Does he need to prove to you that he has 40 million? The auctioneer asked 3 times in a row, but no one bid more, so he dropped the hammer directly, 40,100,000 yuan, sold. Mo Yunsong suddenly realized, the house payment can be made in full within 10 days. Are you going to tear down the east wall to patch up the west wall? In order to make him shut up, Yu Sheng had to nod. When the auction house was over and Yu Sheng began to go through the formalities, he paid the full amount by credit card. Mo Yunsong suddenly blushed. How could this be possible? He couldn't stand the insult, and finally lost his temper and shouted, you're finished. You've lost everything. Who do you think you are? The owner of the house is Jin Guangli, a notorious deadbeat who can get away with anything, and no one in Shanghai can get to him. Yu Sheng smiled and nodded, thank you for letting me know. The Mercedes-Benz drove into the Imperial Garden. The security guard trotted over and respectfully asked, who are you looking for? I just bought Villa 8. Yu Sheng showed him the paperwork. Wait a moment. The security guard immediately registered Yu Sheng's information and car number, then let them pass. The Mercedes drove up to the front of Villa 8, a black double-leafed iron gate. Yang Kai honked the horn, but there was no response from inside. Yu Sheng got out and pressed the intercom again. This time it worked, and a woman's voice came from inside. What's wrong with you? If you want to suckle, go to your mother. Yu Sheng was not angry at all. He must not give the other party any leverage. He smiled politely and asked, "Did you receive a phone call from the court?" "I am the owner of the house. Please open the door and let's talk." "What does it matter if you are the owner? I am renting the house. I have paid rent for 20 years, and the housing contract is filed with the police station." "Don't you know the law? Ask a free lawyer." Yu Sheng was not impatient or angry, and asked politely, "Is it written in the contract that the landlord cannot inspect the house?" This put the woman in a difficult position, because the contract stipulated the opposite: the landlord could inspect the house at any time. This was the back door that Qin Guangli had left himself, explaining why he lived there, well, just to inspect the house, and there was no loophole in the law. But the house has now been bought by Yu Sheng, and it is Yu Sheng who will be inspecting the house. "Please answer my question." Yu Sheng was polite. "My husband is not home. What if something happens when you come in? Who knows if you are a man or a ghost? It would be bad for my reputation. Come back tomorrow." "Will you be home tomorrow?" "It's not certain. It depends on your luck." The woman's words contained a hint of mockery. Yu Sheng smiled and said, "Okay. You can write down my phone number. When he's home, you can call me. Is that okay?" "Of course." The woman readily agreed. Yu Sheng gave his phone number, and the woman really wrote it down, but she didn't give him her number. Yu Sheng did not insist, and politely said goodbye. The woman's mocking voice came faintly, "Is that all? You're such a fool." Yang Kai and Feng Taishan felt suffocated and angry, so angry that they wanted to climb over the wall and beat her up. Chapter 27. First, I'll give you an appetizer. Yu Sheng stopped the two of them directly. "Don't move. There are cameras everywhere, no one can sneak in." Yang Kai said angrily, "This woman is so hateful, I'll come over in the middle of the night to teach her a lesson." "Don't do that. You don't need to worry about it. In a week at most, I'll have them all moved out." Yu Sheng said it so casually, as if he didn't care about the family at all. The two men were stunned, and their anger gradually subsided. It would be fine if they moved out. What Yu Sheng was thinking was that it was time to make money. He had already spent all his money. The 40 million villa, plus the 2 million in taxes, had all been spent in the past few days. But it was extremely irrational to sell the cultural relics on his own initiative. He must let someone else take the initiative and sell it for him. Yu Sheng took out his cell phone and looked through the phone book, pondering each name. Wan Ting is not suitable. He is cunning and will not pay a high price. And as a guide, he can't ask for too much. No. Su Haoping is not suitable. Antique experts only like to find leaks, and he already owes him twice. It is not appropriate to ask him to introduce buyers. Luan Bolan, Zhang Dianzhong, and Wang Zian have all done business with him before, so that will work. Zhang Yunlong is suitable, but I just met him at noon and he seemed too eager. The last one, Luo Xinju. Yu Sheng suddenly had a thought. If Wang Shifan got caught, would Luo Xinju take over the Rongxing group? Suddenly the phone rang. It was Jenny. "I'll send you the license and the transfer documents for the Mercedes." "Where are you?" Yanni's voice was unusually gentle. "I'm at the Royal Garden. I bought a single-family house, but I can't get in. I'll pick you up." "No, wait, I'll take a look at the house." Yu Sheng smiled. This girl finally got the point. Soon, Jenny arrived in a Passat. The security guard let her in as soon as he saw the beauty. Yanni arrived at the front door of Villa 8, got out of the car, looked at the big iron gate, and turned to Yu Sheng. "This is Jin Guangli's house. How could you buy it without asking? According to the law, the owner has the right to live here." Yu Sheng smiled and said, "I know. I can handle these small things myself. Don't do anything rash. A house where someone died is worthless." Jenny handed him all the paperwork, with a stern warning in her eyes. "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yanni blushed and said, "What do I care?" Then she hastily changed the subject. "Huang Ju is dead." She didn't think it had anything to do with Yu Sheng, so she said it casually. After all, Huang had stabbed her in the back and told Meng Xingyang where she was. If Yu Sheng hadn't been there, she would have been killed. The funny thing is that Yu Sheng didn't think it had anything to do with him either. He asked casually, who killed him? Wang Yan and Wang Shifan. Then these two people committed suicide. After she finished speaking, she finally realized that something was wrong. This is not the style of Yu Sheng. She stared at Yu Sheng's eyes and blurted out, where were you at noon? Yu Sheng replied with a calm face, at the Jixian restaurant, with Zhang Yunlong, Su Haoping, and Wang Ziyan. Yanni was relieved. She couldn't afford to lose such a powerful ally. I'm glad you're okay. This was a clear statement of position, recognizing the relationship but not the truth, which was extremely rare for Jenny. Yu Sheng was not at all surprised and asked the question he really wanted to know, with these three people dead, who will take their place? Yanni said with a hint of meaning, it's better to die than not. How powerful must the family be that could force Wang Yan to commit suicide? They divided up the three positions. The Zhao family took over for Wang Yan, the Sun family took over for Huang Zhu, and the Wei family took over for Rongxing Group. Oh, what about the Wei family? Yu Sheng asked solemnly. Yanni was a little surprised that Yu Sheng was most concerned about the Wei family. She paused for a moment, not understanding, and then said, the Wei family has complicated relationships and a deep grasp of state-owned asset management. This time, they swallowed up the Rongxing Group, and just that one building alone was worth 5 billion. This is a real predator. Yanni's eyes showed a hint of worry. Yu Sheng comforted her, don't worry. I won't provoke them. Suddenly the phone rang, it was Zhang Yunlong. Yu Sheng was overjoyed. He didn't have to take the initiative. He answered seriously, Zhang Guo, what are your instructions? I didn't have the courage to ask you at noon, do you still have high-end goods? Not necessarily enamel. Yes, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon pattern jade vase, is that considered high-end? Of course it is. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China, only 200 Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases have been unearthed. However, there are so many Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain imitations, how can I convince people that this is the real thing? Zhang Yunlong was very honest. He couldn't find a bargain when buying high-end goods from Yu Sheng, and he did it just to show off. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if people said, I have this too? Yu Sheng laughed, brother, you should get it scientifically authenticated. Carbon-14 testing can determine the approximate age of the object, and although there is an error, it is only a few decades at most, so it is definitely not from a different dynasty. If it turns out to be from a different dynasty, I will give you back all your money, including the money for the scientific authentication. Ha, you're a real stand-up guy, any other expert would never dare say that. Alright, I'll see you at the Ocean View restaurant, bring your sister and brother-in-law, I'll introduce you to a friend. Okay, see you at the Sea View restaurant. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and looked at Jenny with a smile. Yanni gave him a dirty look, I'm in charge of cultural relics cases. Are you taking me to trade cultural relics? Yu Sheng thought about it for a moment, and then nodded, okay, I won't take you. By the way, I'll have money soon. Do you need money? Give me a kiss for 1 million, 2 million in French, and the house will be transferred to you after one night. Yanni suddenly shuddered, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes flew up to the sky, you wait, I'll let you know when I need it. Then she got into the car, started the engine and drove off. Although the engine stalled once, it didn't affect her free and easy demeanor. The Passat finally sped off, and the wind still carried the curse from her lips, little bastard, like a vicious dog, you knocked my heartstrings out of place. The rest of the day, she got back into the Mercedes, but she felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the back seat. In the end, both of them objected. Boss, the most dangerous place in a car is the passenger seat. The safest place is behind the driver. Look at which leaders sit in the passenger seat. Yu Sheng waved his hand, don't talk nonsense. The most dangerous place is where you can't see. Feng Taishan had no choice but to switch seats with Yu Sheng. The Mercedes silently left. Behind the big iron gate, the head of a middle-aged man appeared, with eagle-like eyes and a furrowed brow. He looked at it for a long time. He was Jin Guanli. You little brat, you think you can outsmart me? Fine, I'll give you an appetizer first. He took out his cell phone and ordered, crash into a Mercedes-Benz. It's heading for the Sea View restaurant. Remember, you must crash into the passenger seat. If you can't find a chance, wait. Wait until they finish eating before you crash. Chapter 28, The Boss of the Sea View Restaurant. Yang Kai was driving his Mercedes-Benz at full speed when he suddenly saw a large truck forcefully overtaking him from the right. He immediately alertly moved out of the way. Yu Sheng looked out the window and saw that the driver was a young man with blonde hair. He gave Yu Sheng the finger, clearly challenging him. Feng Taizhan angrily said, "This guy is too much. He should be one of Jin Guangli's men. Don't worry about it, just take a detour." Yu Sheng is very sensitive. What he fears most is conflict between the two of them. Then he will have a reason to kill Jin Guangli. The police have always called this a motive for the crime. Therefore, Yu Sheng tried hard to avoid having a motive for the crime. Yang Kai's sudden turn took Huang Mao on the Big G by surprise. Wasn't he going to the Sea View restaurant? The Mercedes circled around and parked at the Jishan restaurant according to Yu Sheng's instructions. Then he told Yang Kai and the other man, "You two go in and eat. After you finish, leave without me. Just watch the cultural relics in the car. See you tomorrow morning." The two of them promised in unison. Yu Sheng walked alone to the Sea View restaurant with a suitcase in his hand. The big car was indeed waiting at the restaurant, but unfortunately Huang Mao was too busy looking for the Mercedes to recognize Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng walked calmly into the private room. In addition to Zhang Yunlong, there was also a young man in his 20s with long eyes, raised eyebrows, and an unconcealable cold and arrogant look on his face. Seeing Yu Sheng, Zhang Yunlong quickly got up and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wei Lianqing, who has just arrived in Jianghai. The Wei family has taken over the Rongxing Group and is also one of the shareholders of the antique city." Yu Sheng suddenly realized that Zhang Yunlong was completely passive, and that the real leader was Wei Lianqing. Wei Lianqing didn't even get up, but smiled slowly and said, "Yu Sheng, I knew you in Yanjing." This remark was very meaningful. It gives you a feeling of superiority, as if you were in my hands. Zhang Yunlong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Instead, Yu Sheng said with a smile, "It's Mr. Wei. Nice to meet you. My reputation is all thanks to my friends, it's not worth mentioning." He sat down while talking, not taking it seriously at all. Wei Lianqing was a sought-after young master in the capital, and in Jianhai he was even more arrogant. But Yu Sheng didn't give him the slightest bit of respect, treating him as an equal, without the slightest bit of flattery. This made his gaze suddenly much colder. "I heard that you can identify ancient jade with your eyes closed?" In his eyes, it was a great honor for Yu Sheng to be able to serve the Wei family as a dog, but it depended on whether he really had the ability. This had to be verified on the spot. Yu Sheng smiled, "Sometimes I can, depending on my mood. In a word, I'm not in the mood to let you identify it." Zhang Yunlong was already on pins and needles. Today, he wanted to buy cultural relics, but in fact, he wanted to resolve Yu Sheng's resentment. Because he had to follow Wei Lianqing's wishes and bring Yu Sheng to meet him in his name. But the thing he feared finally happened. Wei Lianqing, as the son of a wealthy family, was arrogant by nature. He didn't think he was wrong. Isn't that how the sons of wealthy families are supposed to be? Ordinary people should be subservient. He was used to it. But Yu Sheng had a special skill and would not bow to anyone. Yu Sheng's kindness to Wan Ting is not called bowing down. Wan Ting is his guide, introducing him to the circle, which is called gratitude. But what does Wei Lianqing care? Wei Lianqing narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Do you know me?" Yu Sheng frowned. Mr. Wei's words are puzzling. This is the first time I've heard the name Wei Lianqing. This is true. Jenny only said that the Wei family took over the Rongxing Group, but she didn't say the name. Wei Lianqing nodded. Although I took over the Rongxing Group, I have nothing to do with the Wang family. You don't have to be hostile to me. Mr. Wei, please be careful with your words. What do you mean by hostility? Yu Sheng's eyes also turned cold. Zhang Yunlong quickly put his hands together and said, "Listen to me, gentlemen. No misunderstanding can be resolved with a glass of wine. If it can't, then 2 glasses. Then he poured them a drink. Wei Lianqing and Yu Sheng didn't make things difficult for him and didn't react again. But in this round of confrontation, it was clear that Wei Lianqing was the weaker party. Yu Sheng was really not afraid of overturning the table. Wei Lianqing, however, was not willing to accept defeat. He didn't explain anything and just confronted him? He chose to take a step back. You guys can trade first, and then talk about it afterwards. Zhang Yunlong was about to agree, but Yu Sheng laughed and said, "Brother Zhang, let's eat first. I'm hungry. After that, he picked up his chopsticks and ignored Wei Lianqing completely. He didn't even drink the wine and started eating right away. Wei Lianqing was already so angry that his face was about to drip with water. No one in the capital would dare to do this to him, let alone in Shanghai. Zhang Yunlong was in absolute agony. The only one who was acting as if nothing had happened was Yu Shang. He was really confident, and if you dared to slap the table, I would dare to flip the table over. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a beautiful woman walked in. Mr. Wei, I'm late. Her voice was extremely pleasant and melodious. Although she noticed that the atmosphere was not right, she was used to the ups and downs of life. For her, nothing was new in the restaurant. She sat down leisurely like a weak willow in the wind, and poured a glass of wine for Zhang Yunlong first, because only his glass was empty. Then she poured herself a drink. During this process, she noticed that Yu Shang had not even looked at her once, and was still calmly eating. She smiled naturally and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yao Baozhen, and I am the owner of Wang Heilu." Yu Shang looked at her in surprise. Yao Baozhen was very pleased. She was the real boss, not the boss's wife. Yu Shang smiled brightly. I heard that it is 3 times more difficult for women to start a business than for men, so most women fail. And behind every successful woman is a man who has worked quietly. Yao Baozhen also smiled frankly, "You're right. But every man who has succeeded in starting a business has a group of women who have worked silently behind the scenes. I bet you have one too." Ha! Yu Shang laughed loudly as if no one was around. "I'm really wronged. I haven't even held hands with her." Zhang Yunlong laughed and said, "Didn't I ask you to bring your sister-in-law along? Why isn't she here?" "She's too busy. I heard that Huang just died, and there's going to be a lot of turmoil." Although Yanni never admitted to their relationship, she never denied it either, so Yu Shang naturally took her as his girlfriend. Wei Lianqing suddenly said, "I can make Jenny quit her job immediately, or I can give her a new job." Yao Baozhen frowned slightly. This idiot still doesn't understand the situation. Li Changqing has told you not to offend him, and you dare to do it? Yu Shang looked at Wei Lianqing strangely, staring at him as if he were a dead man. Zhang Yunlong was sweating again. "Boss Wei, you are making it easy to misunderstand. I know you don't mean anything by it." Wei Lianqing looked at Yu Shang without showing any weakness, and sneered. "I really have no ill will. I just want to tell you what power is. You don't have any. So you're not qualified to argue with me. I can tolerate you because you don't know who I am. Ignorance is bliss. When you know, you'll be on your knees begging me. By then it will be too late." There was a moment of dead silence. The entire private room was suffocating. "I have something to do, excuse me." Yao Baozhen suddenly got up and left quickly. She didn't know Yu Shang either, and didn't know if Wei Lianqing would be killed the next moment. She didn't want to be a witness, and this was what Li Changqing had repeatedly told her. Wei Lianqing was suddenly stunned. He vaguely felt that he had made a mistake, but it wasn't clear. Yu Shang, however, did not give Wei Lianqing a chance to correct himself, and simply picked up his suitcase and left. Zhang Yunlong followed closely behind, fleeing the private room. He knew in his heart that he had to buy the cultural relics, otherwise today would be a complete disaster for Yu Shang, and there would be no way to salvage the situation. Wei Lianqing had completely changed color. He understood that he had messed up the task assigned by his family. Now he had to figure out what made Zhang Yunlong and Yao Baozhen stand firmly on Yu Shang's side. Especially Yao Baozhen, others don't know, but he knows, this woman is behind Li Changqing. Her attitude represents Li Changqing. Chapter 29 Wei Lianqing, who risked his life for porcelain. Zhang Yunlong caught up with Yu Shang and took his arm, saying, "Get in my car." Yu Shang didn't refuse, got into Zhang Yunlong's Bentley, and still sat in the passenger seat. "Brother, I'm sorry about what happened today. I won't say anything else. Since you're enemies now, I'll stand by your side from now on. I'll buy this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. I don't need to see it. Just tell me the price and I'll transfer the money to you." Zhang Yunlong understood very well that Wei Lianqing didn't respect him at all, and that people like Yu Shang were the real friends who could be of use. If it weren't for the influence of the Wei family, would he even have to think about it? Yu Shang smiled and said, "Just go with the price of the enamelware from noon." The value of the enamel and the yuan blue and white porcelain is difficult to distinguish, depending on the quality of the individual piece, whether it is complete, and the artistic value. In detail, Yusheng's Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain is not as well preserved as the enamelware from Noon, so its value should be a few million lower. But Yusheng doesn't need to be polite today, he wants 25 million. Zhang Yunlong didn't say a word and transferred the money directly. The two of them were very taciturn, and today's incident completely eliminated any lingering grudges. Back at home, Yusheng turned off his phone, took a shower, and changed into a new set of clothes. He turned off the lights and left quietly. Although he didn't see anyone watching, he was sure someone was watching. He walked far away before he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Rongxing Building. It was obviously under seal. There were security guards everywhere. But for the rest of his life, he was used to it, and he got to the top floor with ease. The door was open. 4 bodyguards were standing at the door. There were more than 20 people inside, counting and registering various items. Wei Lianqing sat on the sofa in a restless manner and asked his assistant, "Have you found the secret room?" "Yes, it's behind the bookshelf in the study." "I just don't understand how to open it. Do I need to break it down?" "Never mind. I'll figure it out later." Wei Lianqing was very confident in these clever things, he just wasn't in the mood. He kept thinking about whether or not to report to the family. If he reported it, he would appear incompetent, and he would be labeled incompetent after messing up right away. If he doesn't report it, it will be obvious that he is not in line with the family's judgment for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the phone rang. He answered impatiently, "What is it?" "Boss, there is someone here to see you. He says someone is out to get you. Bring him in." Not long after, the security guard led a middle-aged man into the room. "You said someone is after me?" "That's right. My name is Xin Guangli. I hope to talk to you alone." He looked around. In fact, he knew that these people were all Wei Lianqing's henchmen, but he still wanted to talk to him alone. This showed that his intelligence was important and that their status was equal. Wei Lianqing hesitated for a moment and said, "Come with me to the study." Then the two of them walked into the study. Wei Lianqing closed the door. He wasn't worried at all that Xin Guangli would do anything to him. How could he escape? He had seen many such people before, and he was definitely not like Jing Ku. Xin Guangli sat down in the yellowwood chair and said with a calm expression, "Mr. Wei, aren't you curious as to how I knew you were taking over the Rongxing group?" "Well, I am very curious." Wei Lianqing thought about the fact that he had fallen out with Yusheng because of his arrogance and finally changed his attitude. "Do you know this person, Yusheng?" Wei Lianqing's face changed color. Xin Guangli immediately coughed lightly, his throat was a little smoky, so he asked for a glass of water. Wei Lianqing was so angry that he could have strangled him, but he gritted his teeth and poured him a glass of water. "You can speak now." "Okay. I heard it from Yusheng. To be precise, it was Yanni who told him. I want to know the whole story, without any omissions. I have everything you want, but I have no patience. Don't challenge my limits." Wei Lianqing's eerie voice was creepy. Xin Guangli could also tell the difference. Wei Lianqing was definitely someone he could not offend. Just from the fact that he could swallow the Rongxing group out of thin air, one could tell what level the Wei family was. He quickly told him everything that had happened after Yusheng arrived at his home. To be precise, Yusheng did not say anything that would be detrimental to Wei Lianqing. However, Wei Lianqing didn't think so. Why did Yusheng reassure Jenny? Why did he say that he would not provoke? Yusheng's hostility towards him was obvious, and now he finally found the answer. It turned out that Yanni and Yusheng both regarded the 3 major families as their imaginary enemies. Wei Lianqing sneered, "Yusheng, since you don't know when to die, I'll send you to your death." As soon as he finished speaking, pop! A switchblade knife was plunged into Wei Lianqing's lower back. When a knife is inserted into the kidney, the victim will be unable to make a sound as he gasps for air. But Wei Lianqing's expression could not be concealed. Xin Guangli was wondering what kind of benefit he was going to get. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He suddenly widened his eyes, and it was really creepy. He didn't see anyone, nor did he see a knife. Wei Lianqing is dead? Shit, you didn't have to risk your life like that, did you? Xin Guangli was completely stunned. There was no camera here, so how could he prove his innocence? This was someone else's lair. Although he is a tough guy, he has never been so reckless. There is no way to survive. At that moment, the bookshelf automatically slid open, revealing the secret room inside. Shin Guangli was not at all interested in why the secret room was open, but his psychological quality was more than 10 times that of ordinary people, and he rushed directly into the secret room. Could it be any worse than death? So there was no need to think about it. Maybe he could get out. Once he entered the secret room, he was shocked again. His eyes turned red again. US dollars. It was a cubic meter. Gold. It was a ton. He didn't understand the cultural relics, so he wasn't jealous. He didn't know that the value of these cultural relics was astronomical. These were all national treasures, and Wang Chuan had handled a large number of cultural relics over the decades, picking out the best national treasures and leaving them, which had never been exposed. Shin Guangli thought to himself, today's black pot is probably doomed. No one would believe that Wei Lianqing was trying to frame him. How can I get out? I know, I'll say that. Wei ordered that he not enter the secret room. After calculating, he quickly found a box and started working. At first, he filled it with gold, but when he finished, he felt that it was not right and could not carry it. He took it out again and replaced it with US dollars. The rest of his life, he also found a box, but was choosing cultural relics. This job is too painful. It's hard to part with any of them. Take them all? Definitely not. He didn't even look at the gold or the US dollars. He could have exchanged any of the cultural relics for a box of US dollars or gold. The two of them didn't bother each other and each went about their own business. But at this moment, an accident happened. The assistant walked into the study. This shouldn't have happened, but the assistant just felt something was wrong. She knocked on the door and entered the study under the pretext of delivering fruit. Then she shivered and the fruit plate fell to the ground. Bam! Chapter 30, Jenny prepares to resign. With a loud noise, Jin Guangli in the secret room knew that he had been discovered and immediately rushed out. At the same time, Wei Lianqing's henchmen rushed into the study. Neither side had time to think, and the conflict broke out directly. They were both fighting for their lives. To Yu Sheng's surprise, Jin Guangli was extremely fierce and cruel. He could fight 10 people by himself. Unfortunately, there were more than 20 of them, not counting the bodyguards. A good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. As expected, Jin Guangli was beaten to the ground and couldn't move. No one wanted to kill him, and they didn't ask him any questions. However, there was still someone who stabbed him in the back. Jin Guangli died instantly. The assistant was dumbfounded after the examination. He was dead. What should he do? Everyone calmed down. What should they do? Yu Sheng had already left with his suitcase, so you can figure it out for yourself. After receiving the report in the capital, the Wei family was in a state of chaos. Wei Lianqing was not a branch, but a third-generation direct descendant. After some quick communication and detailed inquiries, they collectively felt that it was unreasonable. Why would Jin Guangli do such a thing? His behavior seemed to be under hypnosis, and the killing of Huang by Wang Yan and his nephew seemed to have been an irrational act committed under hypnosis. The most suspicious person was Yu Sheng. The Wei family contacted the special department and quickly obtained a detailed report. The conclusion was that at the time of the incident, Yu Sheng had been at home. Although Yu Sheng had bought Jin Guangli's house, he had never entered the door, had never met Jin Guangli, and had never even met anyone in the villa. There was no possibility of hypnosis. The Wei family felt like they had eaten shit. Their intuition told them that it was Yu Sheng, but science said otherwise. In the end, they made a request to monitor Jin Guangli's villa. Jin Guangli's woman could not have moved out, and Yu Sheng could not have indulged her. In the end, the woman would have died, and Yu Sheng would definitely not have been there. This proves that there is a problem with the surveillance, or that Yu Sheng has a way to circumvent surveillance. This series of events was all done by Yu Sheng. This blow was precise, and the special department said it would be carried out. A box of cultural relics was placed on the table, and Yu Sheng studied it all night in his invisible state. Invisible is a must, because the scouring of four-dimensional energy can improve his physical fitness and replace sleep. The most incredible benefit is that the fourth dimension does not consume life, which is equivalent to extending life. With such benefits, he felt that women were superfluous and would affect his longevity. As the morning light began to appear, Yusheng turned off his computer and turned on his phone. Feng Tieshan's phone rang. "Boss, are you okay? Did that big yellow-haired guy give you any trouble?" "No. He wasn't targeting us. I suspect that his purpose in bumping into us was to target the Wei family, in order to prevent us from cooperating. Otherwise, why didn't he attack me when he saw me in front of the restaurant?" "Okay, don't worry about him in the future. Bring breakfast over." "Okay." Yusheng didn't know that his casual cover-up had led many people into trouble. Within half an hour, Big G and Yellow Hair were secretly arrested, tortured, and interrogated by the Special Department, which specializes in dealing with spies and agents. Nothing worked, and even a real lion would kneel, let alone a dyed one, who even confessed to stealing a few chickens when he was a child. But he just couldn't explain why he hit Yusheng on the road, but didn't move Yusheng in front of the hotel. Huang Mao was miserable. He really didn't see it. He was only paying attention to the Mercedes. Zhang Yunlong had long since sensed that something was wrong. Why were so many people calling to ask about the details of last night's transaction? After all, he was a crafty old fox. No matter who asked, he would not admit to having had a conflict. He would say exactly the same thing in jest as he would in earnest. He even brought out the boss of the restaurant to suggest that she was also there. The proprietress was even more tactful. She would always offer a toast to whoever asked and then leave. This is how it is in a hotel. There are often high-end guests who need to entertain, and she couldn't remember any details. No one dared to be too forward about her identity. The strangest thing was that no one asked about the rest of his life. Even Jenny didn't ask. On the broadest road, Yusheng drove his Mercedes, proudly asking, "How's my driving?" Yang Kai, the passenger, swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Boss, I have to pee whenever you drive." "I don't know why." Feng Taizhan was laughing in the back seat. "The driver of the number 1 compound told me that a qualified driver must be able to stop the car without the boss feeling it, and the boss must not know that he has stopped the car with his eyes closed, otherwise the boss will replace him directly." Yang Kai also nodded. "Just practice according to this standard. Don't practice fast, then you don't need to practice. Just practice slowly, smoothly, and don't correct the directions so hard. Feel the parabolic curve? When you pass each other, it's only a piece of paper away. Until it becomes a conditioned reflex, it doesn't even have to go through the brain. It's exhausting to be so focused like you are, and it's exhausting for the people watching." Yusheng had no idea that the gap was so wide. He was just about to find a way to save face when his phone rang. "You son of a bitch, you killed my man. You're dead." A woman's voice, angry and hysterical. Yusheng recognized the voice. Wasn't it the woman from the villa? He asked leisurely, "Have I met your man?" "Don't pretend to be ignorant. Haven't you seen Xinguanli?" "Damn, let's not argue about whether we've met or not. If you think I'm guilty, why are you looking for me?" "I'm looking for the well bureau." "On the contrary, I need to inspect my house now." "I suspect you want to cause damage. You must cooperate, otherwise I'll call the police." "Go fuck your mother. I won't let you inspect my house. The contract was signed with Xinguanli, and you have no right to inspect it. If you don't like it, come and kill me. Come on." Yusheng smiled. "Auntie, can I ask your name?" "Who are you calling auntie? I don't have a nephew as big as you. Don't get close to me, it's useless. You're dead." "Okay, old lady, I'm going to kill you now. Can you open the door for me?" Poof, Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan burst out laughing. They were so happy since they knew that Xinguangli was dead. The woman screamed, "Oh my god, you really killed him, and now you want to kill me too? I've recorded everything, so you're going to die. I'm calling the police right now." The woman hung up the phone. Yusheng laughed heartily. "Is this guy crazy? Is this a crime?" He didn't take it seriously and drove to the antique street. After parking, he took the two of them shopping. Because he couldn't become invisible. Now, it was almost impossible to find a bargain in the antique street. But he wasn't looking for bargains either, he was trying to plug the loopholes. His biggest loophole is that he only sells, not buys, so where does he get his antiques? After a morning of shopping, he had bought dozens of antiques. Yang Kai asked in puzzlement, "Boss, we can tell that it's fake at this level, and from the look on the stall owner's face, we know you've been ripped off. There aren't any real ones here, so what's the point of buying them?" Feng Taizhan also expressed his puzzlement. "This adds up to 150,000 to 160,000 yuan. Boss, are you afraid they won't be able to eat? Can you say that for the rest of your life?" "No, it has nothing to do with trust, it's just unnecessary." He said seriously, "Who told you that none of them are real?" "Wrong, none of them are fake. They are all national treasures." "Okay, don't argue with me, let's go eat." Yang Kai did not argue, but said with a smile, "Boss, don't you want to ask a friend to take a look?" Yu Sheng wouldn't dare let anyone see it. He bet that all his friends would be able to see through it at a glance and ruin his reputation. He must not have a fake in his hands. Therefore, he must replace the fake with the real one. Well, destroy the fake ones at night, then there won't be any flaws. The three were just about to go to dinner when the phone rang. Jenny's voice came over the line, full of grief and anger. "I'm going to quit my job." Chapter 31, Reporting the Spy. Yu Sheng was shocked and blurted out, "Isn't this your dream? Why are you quitting?" "The new director, Sun, transferred me directly to the traffic police to direct traffic. I'm not afraid of hard work, I'm not afraid of life and death, but I can't stand this humiliation. Do you think I can compromise?" "Baby, you don't have to quit. Have you forgotten about me? Come on, let's go to the Ocean View restaurant and have a big meal. We can also close the deal for 1 million. Get out. I'm not going unless you say something nice. Please, my ancestors." Yanni giggled and said, "Okay, I'll see you at the Sea View restaurant." Yu Sheng sat alone in the private room, looking out at the sea view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had just taken a sip of tea when Yanni walked in. "Please sit down." Yu Sheng waved his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "You can't pretend to be a good person." Yanni smiled and sat down gracefully. "Okay, I'm not pretending anymore. I know you don't picky, so I ordered the food." Yu Sheng patted Yanni on the back, but received a cold stare in return. Yanni leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. She didn't drink water poured for her by others, and she never drank water out of sight. Since childhood, countless men had coveted her, and she had developed a habit that ran deep into her bones. Yu Sheng asked with a smile, "Did your boss, Sun, give you any hints? Did he transfer you directly to traffic control?" "No." Yanni said seriously, "That means I'm not suitable for being a police officer." "Does that mean you're suitable for being a traffic cop?" Yu Sheng sneered, "This is obviously a setup against me." Yanni became nervous, "Don't get excited. If anything else happens, no one will believe it has nothing to do with you. Actually, I have one last trick. I can call my family, and then no one will touch me." Yu Sheng was moved. Yen and I was so beautiful, but nothing had ever happened to her. It must be because of her family background. He asked, "What is the price of this last resort?" "As soon as she makes the call, Jiang Hai will no longer be able to stay here and must return to Beijing." She tried hard to swallow the words "get married." "Then I don't need to. I'll take care of it. I promise no one will die." Yu Sheng took on the responsibility. Yanni was a little uneasy. "What is the price you pay?" "No price, don't worry. You only have to do one thing today. When the boss comes to toast, you can drink without worry. There are bodyguards downstairs to drive your car back." Yanni understood that the key to solving the problem was Yao Baozhen. And Yu Sheng dared to conclude that Yao Baozhen was behind Li Changqing. That was pure speculation, and last night's attitude had already said it all. Without Li Changqing's indication, how dare she stand on Yu Sheng's side and offend the family? The waiter came in to serve the food. Yu Sheng poured a glass of red wine for Yen and I. He had originally wanted to wait for Yao Baozhen, but the two of them felt that something was missing, so they raised their glasses in tacit agreement. "Thank you, you are my only ally." "Baby, you're repaying a favor with a stab in the back." Giggling, "Will you be willing to stick your neck out for me?" Yanni asked mischievously. "Don't worry. No problem can't be solved overnight. If it can't, it'll take 2 nights. Yu Sheng looked so heroic, and Yanni hated him for it. Suddenly, the door opened and Yao Baozhen came in with a smile on her face. This is Jenny, isn't she beautiful? I'll drink to her health. She poured herself a glass of wine and said, if you need anything in the future, just ask. I'll do it for you just because she's so beautiful. Thank you, sister. Yanni smiled and clinked glasses, then drank. Yusheng then smiled and said, Boss Yao, Yanni really has something to tell you. Yao Baozhen's heart stirred, and she hurriedly asked, what is it? Tell me first. The new commissioner's son thinks she is not suitable for being a police officer and wants to transfer her to traffic control. Yusheng took his time to think about it. My phone is being monitored, so I want to ask you to make a phone call for me. You must not say that you don't know Li Changqing. Yao Baozhen smiled embarrassedly and whispered, wait for me a moment. Then she quickly left. Yusheng winked at Yanni, don't worry, if Sun didn't have a screw loose in his head, he wouldn't be fighting with Li Changqing. Yanni nodded, and Sun's position is, to put it bluntly, to serve Li Changqing's position. If Sun Tao thinks he can ignore orders and defy his superiors just because he comes from a wealthy family, he is making a big mistake. It would be too easy for Li Changqing to get rid of him. It would be a matter of a sentence, and his future would be ruined. Sure enough. After Yao Baozhen had described the situation in detail, Li Changqing instructed. It's simple. But you should ask Yanni what she really wants. Why does she want to stay in the criminal investigation department? Does she want to have free time or does she want to feel the thrill of danger? Does she have any other ideas? Don't you think her existence is very unreasonable? The more beautiful something is, the easier it is to destroy, but she's fine. It's as if there is a force protecting her in the dark. I'm not talking about the rest of her life. Who will protect her before that? She must be hiding a huge secret. Getting close to her may be the biggest surprise of your life. Li Changqing's hint made Yao Baozhen suddenly wake up. When she returned to Yusheng's private room, she found a man and a woman had already gone in, so she had to avoid them. Yusheng and Jenny thought that Yao Baozhen had returned. But they were greeted by two strangers. Both of them were smiling. The woman was about 24 or 25, and she was originally quite pretty, but unfortunately, she was overshadowed by Yanni, who was sitting there. However, her aura was really strong, and I have to say that confidence is also a kind of charm. On the contrary, the middle-aged man was as warm as a park grandpa, and seemed to be passing by to watch the two play chess, and casually said, I'm sorry to bother you, but it's just a coincidence that we happen to be eating here, so we came over to get to know you, so that we don't have to make a special trip to visit you later. Let me introduce you to Wei Tianhong. You may not know her, but Wei Lianqing is her younger brother. Yusheng suddenly realized and naturally got up and smiled. It turns out to be Sister Wei. Please sit down. Wei Tianhong thought to herself, did I make a mistake? Did he really not kill my brother? The two sat down calmly. Wei Tianhong said, this is Uncle Zhao Fuweng. As for his identity, I am not allowed to say, but I can tell you in secret that he is the person who replaced Wang Yan. She was saying it. Yusheng cursed in his heart, you're spying on me, aren't you? But he was even more smiling, Uncle Zhao, I just have something to report to you, I hope you can accept it. Zhao Fuwang was at a loss for words. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding? I'm not from the Bureau of Wells and Wells, and I don't deal with civil disputes. Let me put it this way, I don't deal with internal conflicts among the people, I deal with conflicts between the enemy and me, which is the same as the military. Yusheng slapped his thigh, that's great. I'm reporting that foreign spies have infiltrated our people. Zhao Fuwen didn't believe him at all. We know exactly what you do every day. But he couldn't say that, so he simply asked, who? It's Sun Tao. Yusheng said loudly and solemnly. Zhao Fuwen was speechless. Yanni, however, shuddered. Can you stop talking nonsense? Wei Tianhong's eyes suddenly widened in a smile. She was very eager to see Yusheng's methods. Do you have any evidence? Zhao Fuwen asked seriously. Yusheng thought to himself, why didn't you mention evidence when you investigated me? He solemnly said, yes. Chapter 32, it's actually espionage. Yusheng's expression was sad and indignant, almost filled with righteous indignation. On his first day in office, Sun Tao was not busy fighting criminals, but was eager to crack down on the elites of China. He suppressed anyone who could catch criminals, anyone who threatened the Toon Raiding Syndicate, and anyone who prevented the outflow of cultural relics. He directly transferred Yanni, who had seized a large number of cultural relics, to direct traffic. He went against the world's great unspoken rules just to ensure that the channel for the outflow of cultural relics was smooth. Wasn't his identity obvious enough? Isn't this enough to monitor and investigate? Wei Tianhong's heart tightened. He didn't mean to insinuate that Rongxing Group was involved. Zhao Fuwen was somewhat helpless. The evidence was really not enough to be classified as espionage, and it did not meet the regulations. His rank did not allow him to arrest or monitor him without concrete evidence. So there was nothing I could do. Yu Sheng knew that he would not care, so he got up and said, "We don't agree on the same path, so please leave." "Just tell him to leave." Zhao Fuwen's face turned completely pale, and his eyes glared as he said, "What makes you so sure you can stand up to me? I don't sit with people who protect spies. If you like to pay the bill, then I'll leave." He then grabbed Jenny and slammed the door behind him. Wei Tianhong was dumbfounded. So that was his goal? Zhao Fuwen's face was already very dark. He turned to Wei Tianhong and said, "Did you see that? He's got a lot of confidence. At least Li Changqing is on his side. We're in trouble. Do we have to use our family resources to bring down Li Changqing in order to move him?" Wei Tianhong smiled. He is not confident, but he has no choice. Sun Tao came out right away and directly targeted him. Does he have a way out? You are on Sun Tao's side again. If he gives in and gives you time to calmly lay out your plans, it will do him no good at all. Instead, he directly turned his back on you, which is equivalent to forcing Li Changqing to take action. On someone else's land, while we are not yet firmly established, he struck while we were halfway across the river. This timing is really good. Zhao Fuwen's heart sank, and he glared murderously. This son must not be allowed to stay. The two of them were already sitting in another private room, ordering more food and drinks. Yao Baozhen soon came in. After she had asked about the situation, she felt a little resentful. Did Yu Sheng really need to turn his back on Zhao Fuwen? He didn't even care about Li Changqing. She said a few words in a perfunctory manner and returned to her room to report the latest situation to Li Changqing. Li Changqing was solemn, thought for a moment, and said, "Don't think too much. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Fuwang and Sun Tao will soon be recalled to the capital." Yao Baozhen asked in shock, "Why?" "Because Yu Sheng has intensified the conflict has reached a boiling point, and the overall situation is on the verge of getting out of control. I just have to go to the capital and lay out the whole story, saying that someone reported Sun Tao as a spy, and Zhao Fuwang openly took his side and attacked the informant. As long as I stand firmly by Yu Sheng's side, in the end, Sun and Zhao will definitely be recalled. Otherwise, not only will the conflict intensify, but it will be a wasted death. In the end, there will only be Wei Tianhong left. This woman is the most difficult to deal with, but Yu Sheng is even more unpredictable. If you think about Wei Lianqing's death, you have nothing to worry about. Since you have already made a bet, don't be indecisive. It's easy to lose everything." Yao Baozhen felt a little ashamed and said, "I understand." When she returned to Yu Sheng's private room, she was already smiling. Yu Sheng knew that it was settled. Li Changqing was after all the #1 boss in Jianhai City. As long as he made up his mind, he could completely crush the two and make them roll back. But the development of events was unexpected by everyone. When Li Changqing showed his hand, the capital only asked one question: "Did you just say that Sun Tao asked Jenny to direct traffic on the road?" "Yes." "Good, I officially order you to remove these two spies from their posts, arrest them, and take them back to the capital for trial." Li Changqing was shocked, quickly promised, then hung up the phone. His heart was pounding. Although he had expected to win, he had never imagined that he would win so decisively, directly labeling the two as spies. It was because Sun Tao had asked Jenny to direct traffic on the road. Yanni's background was already clear. Zhao Fuwen was talking to Sun Tao in his office when the door suddenly opened and a large group of soldiers rushed in. He was stunned. He never imagined that this would be the outcome. He couldn't believe it. Could Li Changqing have done this? No, unless he acted on his own. But what's the difference between that and a rebellion? Zhao Fuwang, you are officially under arrest for espionage. Zhao Fuwen was a little incredulous. Espionage? When he was stripped of all his equipment by Wu Jing, he asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To the capital. With Sun Tao." both for espionage. The leader, Wu Jing, frowned and waved his hand. Zhao Fuwang fell into an abyss. Going to the capital meant that Li Changqing had not rebelled, and he had really been convicted of espionage simply because he had sided with Sun Tao. Wei Tianhong was stunned when she received the call. How could it be? Escorting to the capital? She quickly mobilized the resources of her family connections and finally figured out that the person they had really offended was Yanni. It's not a big deal for ordinary people to let Yanni direct traffic on the road, but Yu Sheng came with a divine blow, accusing him of being a spy, and Zhao Fuwang actually sheltered the spy, which was not fatal. However, Li Changqing had great confidence in Yu Sheng, and he directly confronted him. The conflict was made public, which meant that they would never stop fighting. Yan Ni's background was enough to convict both of them of espionage. Wei Tianhong figured everything out and went over the deaths of Meng Qingyang, Huang Zhu, Wang Yan, and Wei Lianqing again. It looked very suspicious. The cause of their deaths was probably targeted at Yan Ni. She decided to test him again and took out her phone to dial Yu Sheng. This is Wei Tianhong. Oh, Sister Wei, what can I do for you? Yu Sheng's enthusiastic tone was no different from that at noon. This is unreasonable. Yu Sheng's sophistication makes her scalp numb. She tries to sound as relaxed as possible. Sister, how about I invite you to dinner, and bring Yan and I? Yu Sheng asked curiously, did you pay for the lunch? Wei Tianhong was completely confused. She didn't pay the bill. If anyone paid the bill, it was Zhao Fuwen, but when did he ever pay the bill? Wei Tianhong instantly understood Yu Sheng's logic. It was a matter of who had the final say. To put it bluntly, are you the big brother or the little brother? If you're the little brother, you should listen and pay the bill. If you're the big brother, I'll kill you. She said nonchalantly, the lunch is also on me, and we'll pay for dinner together. If you didn't buy it, you don't have to. I don't like to force people to do things. Yu Sheng said with a hint of meaning, I hate you people from the rich families the most. You bully women to show off your superiority. I never bully women. Wei Tianhong's heart skipped a beat. Has my brother bullied Jenny? He said he could make Jenny quit, but I don't believe it. Sure enough, he didn't make it. Sun Tao didn't make it either. Sister Wei, do you want to try? Yu Sheng's tone was erratic, but it was like a sword. Wei Tianhong felt a chill running up her spine from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her brother had really offended Jenny. Yu Sheng hung up the phone directly. However, Wei Tianhong then sent a text message. I don't want to be against you. No matter what happened in the past, we can start over again. I'd also like to remind you that once Yan Ni's background is exposed, she will be chased by the top young men in Beijing. These crazy swans and butterflies are very crazy and can do anything. I suggest you let go as soon as possible. Yan and I is not someone you can hold on to. Persistence will make you vanish into thin air. Yu Sheng frowned. Was she really giving in, or was she stalling? Chapter 33, A Gift for the New Boss. Yu Sheng returned home and casually threw the bag of fake cultural relics on the ground. It clanged and broke into pieces. Then he made a bowl of egg noodles. After eating, he was about to turn off the computer when his phone rang. The voice of Secretary Maja came. Mr. Yu, your surveillance has been lifted. In the future, if you have any problems, you can call me directly. In addition, the big boss would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Inviting him to dinner at this time was no mere formality. It was because he had been so busy that afternoon that he was unsure of anything, but he had to invite him because Li Changqing was the big winner. Yu Sheng smiled and said, if I understand correctly, the person who replaced Zhao Fuxing is Big Boss Li's man? Yes, the person who replaced Sun is also one of ours. No one parachuted in this time, so it can be said that we won a complete victory. You said that if you lift the surveillance, no one else can monitor it? Of course not. The military can monitor it, but there seems to be no reason to. Well, I think it's better to have a firewall in between. We don't need to eat together, but let Yanni know if anything happens. We have a long time to come. Maja saw the boss nod and immediately said, okay, you're busy. Then he hung up. Yu Sheng turned off his phone. Then he left the house with the fake cultural relics. He walked far away, entered the neighboring community, found a trash can, and put the bag directly into it. After getting far away from the neighborhood, he got into a taxi and said, "Go to the Imperial Garden." The taxi driver looked at him and said that only the rich could go to that place. "But this guy doesn't look like a rich guy. Does your brother live there?" "No, I'm a security guard. Don't ask about rich women anymore. I have a strict policy here. I can't say anything. I'm serious for the rest of my life." The driver suddenly burst into laughter and asked enthusiastically, "Do you think I could be a security guard? Can you give me some tips?" "Ha, you definitely can't be a security guard at the Imperial Garden. You have to be a retired Special Forces soldier at least. If I were to give you any advice, I tell you this: never offend a beautiful woman. The more beautiful she is, the more dangerous she is." "More dangerous than the big boss?" "Of course. Big shots don't care about security guards. But beautiful women are different. They have a very low threshold for pleasure. They can have an orgasm just by crushing a security guard, and they can use the power of a big shot, even though they are nothing themselves." The driver laughed heartily, and the joke made him laugh all the way. 10 minutes later, Yu Sheng snuck into the royal garden and arrived in front of the villa he had bought. It was really sad that he could only sneak a peek at the house he had bought. He took out a piece of gum and chewed it a few times, sticking it to the camera. Then he rang the doorbell. To his surprise, a man's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Of course, Yu Sheng couldn't speak. The result was that they thought they had pressed the wrong button and hung up. After waiting for a minute, Yu Sheng pressed the doorbell again, assuming that the person inside had calmed down. This time, the person inside was angry. Soon, footsteps could be heard and the large iron gate opened. A man with bare arms and a dragon and phoenix tattoo came out. He was clearly the leader of the neighborhood, with a burly build and a fierce look on his face. He looked around and said, "Did he run away? How could that be?" Then he checked the camera and took the chewing gum out again, cursing, "Damn it! I thought I was the worst in the Imperial Garden, but I didn't know that there was only worse than the worst." How did he get in? He didn't know that the purpose of the rest of his life was to let him open the door for himself, not to compare his rottenness with him. Jean Wancher returned to the bedroom upstairs. Yu Sheng, who was invisible, saw a woman in her pajamas lying on the bed. She looked to be in her 30s, plump and beautiful, and obviously she was the one who rented the house, Jin Guangli's woman, Su Rui. But she had already found a man before her lover was even cold in the ground. Yu Sheng thought that was a bit too fast. Couldn't she pretend to be a virgin? Su Rui asked nervously, "Who?" "He ran away. He came to harass me," Jean Wancher said. "No, it must be Yu Sheng. He came to kill me. He killed Jin Guangli, so he won't let me live." Su Rui lost her strength to scold Yu Sheng, and now she looked like a little woman. Jean Wancher sneered, reclined on the bed, embraced the woman in his arms, and said, rubbing her, "I'll just wait here and see how he kills." And he didn't kill Jin Guangli either. I've already found out. Jin Guangli killed Wei Lianqing first, and then the Wei family killed him. That's impossible. Su Rui rolled over. When he left, he said he was going to give the Wei family a big gift. He wasn't going to kill anyone. So, this must be a trick by Yu Sheng. Only he has the motive to kill. Yu Sheng was speechless. Was this woman's intuition so amazing? Like a turtle, she wouldn't let go once she had her teeth in. Suddenly the phone rang. Jean Wancher reached for the phone and took a look at it. He sat up and said, "Boss Tang, what's your decision?" "I agree to the deal. In an hour, my men will bring the goods over. You prepare the US dollars. Don't mention transfers. I don't want to leave any traces. This is just a condolence. I hope our first cooperation will be pleasant." "No problem." Jean Wancher hung up the phone, thinking that something was wrong. "You came to pay your condolences to Jin Guangli, isn't that a rebuke to me?" He dialed another number, Tiger Tooth, send $1 million over. To his surprise, just a minute later, there was a knock at the door. "Mad, it turns out that my brother is also in this building." Yu Sheng became alert. Jean Wancher opened the door and saw a thin young man standing there with a sharp gaze and a suitcase in his hand. Jean Wancher took the case and whispered, "When Tang de Lauscher sends someone over to make the exchange, if there is a conflict, don't show up unless you have no choice." This is not a place for killing. Huya nodded and silently retreated, like a ghost. Jean Wancher was a little excited. He lived in Jin Guangli's house, slept with Jin Guangli's woman, and spent Jin Guangli's money. He had completed an upgrade in his life and could now sit on an equal footing with Boss Tang and start doing big business. No wonder everyone wants to find a rich woman. You can save yourself 20 years of hard work. Little slut, come on, let me love you. Jean Wancher laughed loudly, then got on Su Rui and started to poke around. A good opportunity. Yu Sheng took the opportunity to take Su Rui's phone and hide in the corner to send a message to Jenny. An hour later, at Jin Guangli's villa, Tang's men and Jean Wancher were making a deal. The transaction amount was $1 million, and the goods were probably drugs. This is a gift for the new boss. Baby, don't call back. This is Su Rui's phone. Remember, she's not a whistleblower, she's a drug dealer. Also, Jean Wancher has a killer named Tiger Tooth by his side. Don't charge in front of him. And lastly, don't mention me. I've been at home sleeping. Okay. Yanni knew at a glance that it must be Yu Sheng. Only Yu Sheng could do such a thing. It was impossible for anyone else to pretend to be him. Yu Sheng deleted the message and quietly put the phone back in its place. Chapter 34, The Mouth Must Be Silenced. The new boss Jia Xiaoshan is Li Changqing's real right-hand man. His first order of business was to help Yanni get a promotion. Jia was a bit worried. He was a man of integrity and honesty, and he hated the transfer of benefits the most. What should he do? At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Jenny walked in. Director Jia, I need to go across the team to carry out a drug arrest, but Deputy Director Qin won't approve it, so I'm here to ask you for special permission. Oh, you're in charge of cultural relics, but you're going to arrest drug dealers. This is a slap in the face for the anti-drug squad, so of course Deputy Director Qin won't approve. Jia suddenly changed the subject. By the way, where did you get your information? Yanni told him everything she knew. Jia Xiaoshan frowned. I asked who gave you the information. He is my informant, and for his safety, I can't say. Yanni's face was serious. Jia Xiaoshan was a bit helpless. Only Yanni dared to speak like that, and she even dared to hide it from the head of the bureau. How about you take my place? It's Yen and I, but if it were anyone else, he would have kicked them out. He could only say with a heavy heart, you have just graduated from the police academy, you are too inexperienced and have too little experience. Criminals are more cunning than you think. I don't think your information is true. Those drug dealers are all foxes of 1,000 years. How could they let you get such specific information? Yanni's gaze was unwavering, but she lowered her voice and said, Director Jia, you just took office and need to set 3 fires, otherwise what's the difference between you and Sun Tao? This is a gift from me to you. Jia Xiaoshan was shocked, his eyes lit up, and he was very confident. He thought for a moment and finally decided to take a gamble. Okay. I agree. You are in charge. Thank you. I won't let you down. Yanni was overjoyed. She solemnly promised and left in a hurry. 10 minutes later. A special police squadron had assembled, fully armed, all wearing steel helmets, bulletproof vests and submachine guns. Someone came over with a tray, and without saying a word, everyone had to hand over their cell phones and leave no communication equipment behind. At this point, no one knows where they are going except for Jenny. Our goal is to arrest the drug dealers who are currently trading. One side is Don's men, and the other is Jean Wancher's men. Be careful, Jean Wancher's men have a man named Huya, who is extremely dangerous and can be shot on sight. The rest of you will focus on arresting the dealers and making sure you get the money and the drugs. Any questions? I have a question. The man speaking is the tough-looking captain of the special police, Wu Xiaozhong. Why are you in charge? I think I'm better at it. Yanni smiled. You tell me where the drug dealers are trading? The captain spread his hands. I'm a special police officer, not a narcotics officer, so I don't have any investigative powers. But you're not a narcotics officer either, right? But I know where the drug dealers are trading, and I can guarantee that we will all get a promotion. Can you guarantee that we will all get a promotion? If you can, I'll listen to you. That's a great idea. Everyone talks about being great, but what they really want is to be rewarded, promoted, and get a pay rise. But who can guarantee success? Jenny dared. All the special police officers' eyes lit up. They are not afraid of bullets and bombs, but they are afraid that their asses will direct their brains, causing them to make unnecessary sacrifices. Wu Xiaozhong looked at her and realized that if he continued to resist, he would lose the support of the team. He could only smile and say, "Okay, I'll follow your orders. I hope you won't make a fool of yourself." "Don't worry, let's go." At Yanni's order, the SWAT team rushed onto the troop carrier like a pack of hungry wolves. A desert storm stopped at the villa entrance, and 4 black-suited men got off, led by Pang, who was carrying a suitcase. "I feel like my eyelids are twitching," a younger brother said behind him. "Oh." Pang's hand was hanging on the doorbell, but he didn't press it. But just then, the door opened. Panga cautiously reached into his pocket, but all he saw was Jean Wancher alone, with no ambush. Jean Wancher smiled, "Come in, it's not good to be photographed." The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief and followed Jean Wancher to the first floor. There really was no ambush. Jean Wancher opened the box on the table, and inside was $1 million. Pang also opened the box, and inside were bags of white powder. The 2 sides pushed each other forward and exchanged the boxes. Then they checked the goods. Jean Wancher quickly finished checking, and Pangu also confirmed that it was real money. "Good cooperation, goodbye." Pangu got up and left. Jean Wancher didn't even try to stop him, "No need to see me off." The invisible Yu Sheng frowned. "Did Yen and I come or not? It would be a problem if she really left." He was just about to create a misunderstanding when an accident occurred. A flying knife flashed by like lightning. Poof! It was inserted directly into Pang's throat. The other 3 brothers exclaimed in horror, and all reached for their guns at the same time. But then 3 more flying daggers appeared, as fast as a blink of an eye, and the 3 brothers fell to the ground. The 4 of them were killed without firing a single shot. Jean Wancher screamed, "Huya, are you crazy?" Huya quickly said, "Brother, you've been tricked. There are spies everywhere." Jean Wancher was stunned to hear this. Is there really a need to go to such lengths to trick people? Is it worth it? Is it really necessary? He didn't have time to think. He grabbed the drug case and shouted, "Don't go out the front door, go out the back of Villa 9. The 2 of them rushed straight for the back door, Jean Wancher in front and Huya behind. Yu Sheng saw that this wouldn't work, and Yanni was obviously a step behind. At that moment, Yu Sheng suddenly attacked. Huya felt a gust of wind behind his head and suddenly felt a flash. He didn't know that it wasn't a fist, but a military knife. And it was the military dagger he found in this villa. Huya didn't dodge the stab, and the bayonet went straight into the back of his head. Bang! He fell to the ground and never got a chance to look back before he died. Jean Wancher turned his head sharply, but all he saw was Huya's corpse. He was so shocked that his soul flew out of his body. He didn't know that if he had run, he would have had a chance. Suddenly, he felt a chill in the back of his head, and then everything went black. He fell to the ground. Just as he was about to die, dozens of special police officers rushed into the hall. The scene left everyone stunned. There were bodies everywhere, but only a box of drugs, no money was seen. Wu Xiaozhong, the head of the SWAT team, quickly reported the situation on the walkie-talkie. Yen and I followed him in and ordered a search of the entire villa. Soon, Su Rui was arrested. She was upstairs the whole time, but everyone thought she was the main suspect and dragged her down by her hair. She immediately burst into tears, saying that she was so wronged, so terribly wronged. A box of drugs is enough to be executed 1,000 times. She screamed. "I don't know, I didn't do anything, it's not my business." "You dare to say that you have nothing to do with it when you were trading in your home? Where is the money?" Jenny asked sternly. "Isn't it in the box?" "Huh, where is the box?" Su Rui looked away, then realized that it wasn't right, and quickly denied, "I really don't know anything." Yanni understood that Yu Sheng had taken the money. She thought for a moment and realized that there must be someone else from Tang's gang who killed Tiger Tooth and Jean Wancher and took the money. Without the money, the chain of evidence is incomplete, but it doesn't matter, there must be more in the villa, as long as the amount matches. Search! We must find the money. The SWAT team responded with a loud yes, as they loved doing this the most. They rushed into the rooms like wolves and tigers and began searching. Sure enough, they found another $1 million. Yanni was completely relieved. The law enforcement device recorded the entire process, so there was no doubt. She called to inform the people who specialize in cleaning up the scene to take over, and then left one person to guard the scene while the others left. The case was a complete success. The SWAT team was all smiles. They had not worked in vain. Over $1 million, they would surely be commended. Everyone from top to bottom recognized Jenny completely. As long as they could make a success of it every day, they would be worshipped as ancestors. Even Wu Xiaozhong had nothing to say. He could see that this was a setup, and that Yanni was being given credit. Since he has no one backing him up, Wu Xiaozhong can only resign himself to his fate. Chapter 35, Wen Shu's Plan. In the morning, Yu Sheng turned on his phone on time, and Yanni, as if they were connected by a spiritual bond, immediately called in. Did you sleep well last night? Great. I can live without you. Giggling, this is a little resentful. By the way, as my informant, you have made such a great contribution. Do you have any requests? Would it be useful if I asked to sleep with you? That's not enough credit. Try again. Okay, my 2 bodyguards need to be qualified to carry guns. That can be arranged. From now on, they are undercover agents. That's how it works. What about me? You're not qualified to be an undercover agent, but you're my informant. Undercover, right? No problem. I'll be down here, you be up there. Get out. By the way, a friend of mine only found out yesterday that I was in Shanghai and immediately wanted to come see me, but I'm so busy, I don't have time. You're so free, why don't you go to the airport to pick him up for me and entertain him for a few days? Yu Sheng was extremely surprised. Your friend is coming to see you, and you dare to let me entertain him? Are you really not afraid that I will kill him? Are you crazy? Girlfriend. Oh, that's fine. I'll send you a picture. The plane lands at 9 o'clock. Her name is Wen Shu. Yu Sheng glanced at the photo and found her quite pretty. However, he had a vague feeling that Wen Shu's visit was not as simple as it seemed. In a villa with a sea view, Tang Lao was sitting on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the phone rang. It was confirmed that the call from Jenny came from Su Rui. How is that possible? Boss Tang was shocked. Isn't that self-harm? There is another possibility, that someone secretly sent a text message from Su Rui's phone. This is a very likely possibility, because Su Rui confessed that someone had rung the doorbell and disturbed her, and Jean Wancher had gone out and not seen anyone. She immediately suspected that it was Yu Sheng. Everything that happened later was extremely strange. Tiger Tooth killed your 4 men, but there was definitely someone else at the scene who killed Jean Wancher and Tiger Tooth and took away $1 million. Jingfang is convinced that it was your man. Tang understood, it must be Yu Sheng. Can you change Jingfang's conclusion? No. Yanni is convinced that you are the one, and no one dares to contradict her. She is too powerful now. Also, don't touch Yanni. Sun Tao and Zhao Fuxing were all sent to the capital on charges of espionage because they offended her. Okay, I won't touch Yanni. There will be a courier for you to receive later. There is 100,000 yuan in cash hidden inside. He hung up after saying that. Tang Lao's eyes glowed with coldness. Yu Sheng, you dare to steal my money? I'll kill your whole family. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan arrived, as usual, with breakfast. Yu Xing said while eating, Yanni has given you the identity of an undercover cop. You can carry a gun, but you need to get it yourself. They don't care about anything else. Can you get it? The 2 men were instantly excited, nodding repeatedly. Yang Kai's mouth was split into a smile. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, boss. No one can understand the obsession of 2 people who have been discharged from the army and fired from their jobs with regard to the matter of gun ownership. Although they are very satisfied with Yu Sheng, they always feel that it is not as fair as it used to be. But now, with a gun in hand, it is perfect, and you can't find any problems with it even with a magnifying glass. Then go get the guns. Get all the ones you can, and buy the best ones. Yes. Yang Kai left to carry out the order. After Yu Sheng finished eating, there was still plenty of time. He was afraid of being robbed if he went to the airport, so he asked Feng Taizhan to put the cultural relics and the US dollars in the car. Then Yu Sheng drove to the airport in his Mercedes, with Feng Taizhan sitting in the passenger seat. It was less than 3 minutes later. Feng Taizhan said, "Boss, that Wrangler behind us has been following us. I'll drive." Yu Sheng was ashamed. He was a novice driver who only knew to stare at the front, completely ignoring what was going on behind him. The two of them immediately switched places. When Feng Taizhan took the wheel, he let out a sigh of relief. The Mercedes-Benz was like a phantom, speeding at breakneck speed. The Wrangler behind them accelerated. There were 2 people in the car, and the thug in the passenger seat had a cold stare. The driver asked, "Chang, can't we catch up? They've spotted us." "Damn, what kind of driving skills do you have? You were exposed in just 3 minutes?" Brother Chang pounded the car window in annoyance. With the speed of the rest of the car, it would have been easy to keep up, but the younger brother messed it up. The younger brother dared not say anything, but he was dissatisfied in his heart. "If you have the ability, you drive." Chang rolled his eyes, took out his phone and dialed Tang Tianzi. "Boss, Yu Sheng is gone. The Mercedes is too fast to catch up. I want to go find the king of thieves to pick the lock and clean out his house." "Okay, go." Boss Tang didn't hesitate. The plane landed on time, and the crowd poured out of the airport. Yu Sheng compared the photo and finally saw Wen Shu. She was in her early 20s, wearing very ordinary jeans and a t-shirt. Her big eyes were like those in an animation, her skin was as white as milk, and she had long, slender legs. The air of a rich young lady made those who saw her freeze for a moment and forget the passage of time. Wen Shu. Yu Sheng? The scrutinizing gaze was charming and soul-shaking. "Just call me Yu Gu." Yu Sheng shook her hand casually, but in an instant he grasped the scent of Wen Shu. Sure enough, she was completely different from Jenny. Yanni had no scent of a man, but Wen Shu did, and there was more than one. Wen Shu gave him a dirty look, as if to express her dissatisfaction with his attitude, but her eyes seemed to search for something inadvertently. Yu Sheng was even more certain that she had not come alone, and that he was not the only one who had come to pick her up. He didn't care, and took Wen Shu to the car. "Yanni said she didn't have time to deal with you. Where do you want to go?" "You said that, right?" "Yes, I said that. At least during the day, I don't have time." "Okay. For your honesty." Wen Shu smiled slyly. "I want to go to your house." She thought that Yu Sheng would never dare to reveal his poor status, because he was relying on this Mercedes-Benz to show off. To her surprise, Yu Sheng didn't even think about it. "Great. Let's go home." He always suspected that his home would be robbed. This is a chance to follow the clues and possibly find Boss Tang. Wen Shu's eyes widened, and she couldn't move them. She thought to herself, "He's not going to rape me, is he? No, such a simple character could make Jenny favor him?" She asked tentatively, "Do you live in a villa?" "No. The most ordinary house, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room." Wen Shu was at a loss again. She never imagined that Yu Sheng, who was so poor, would still take her home so happily. Her original plan was to seduce Yu Sheng into molesting her, and then she would throw the recorder at Jenny. "Look at what kind of scum your man favors." Then her mission would be accomplished, and the top dude would come out and win Jenny. But it seems that things didn't turn out as planned. Yu Sheng was already highly suspicious of women after his education and death, not to mention Wen Shu's many flaws. He didn't even bother to talk to her, and he didn't mind taking her home. He was completely like a joke, and he had no thoughts about her. Chapter 36, A Bizarre Kidnapping. The Mercedes was parked safely downstairs. Yu Sheng saw the Wrangler and his eyes lit up. This was his chance. He had to find Tang Laoda today. He asked Feng Taizhan to stay behind to guard the car, then took Wen Shu upstairs with a smile on his face. Wen Shu was puzzled and asked in a puzzled tone, "Why are you in such a hurry to come back?" "I'm worried someone might steal it," Yu Sheng said seriously. "Oh my god, are you rich?" Wen Shu was shocked and couldn't believe it. He was protecting this old house like it was a treasure. Yu Sheng ignored her and walked to the front door, taking out the key and opening the door. In an instant, he sensed the presence of a stranger in the house. But he pretended not to notice, and politely held out his hand and said, "Miss, please come in." Wen Shu thought this was a trap. She swallowed nervously. You're not trying to do something to me, are you? Yu Shang looked at her and sighed helplessly. It's not surprising that you always think of others as simple villains and yourself as a complex good person. It's just because you're so ordinary, and ordinary people think like this. Don't worry, I'm a virgin, but you're not a virgin. Even if you want to sleep with me, you have to give me $1 million first, otherwise I won't touch you. When Shu's temper flared up, and she glared at Yu Shang with her big eyes, angrily saying, Where did you get the idea that I'm not a virgin? He chuckled, Give me $1 million and I'll teach you a trick worth $10 million. No matter how you disguise yourself, I can see right through you. When Shu's eyes widened in anger, and she screamed, I still owe you 9 million favors, right? No need, I'll let it go for Jenny's sake. Yu Shang waved his hand generously. When Shu suddenly remembered her mission when she heard the name Yanni and said, Okay, give me your account. She was determined to show Yanni what kind of man you like, and whether you are blind. Then she would let Yanni reimburse her. Yu Shang smiled and pointed to the room, Go in and trade, don't let anyone hear. When Shu sneered and walked past the entrance. Then she froze. Don't move. A pistol was pressed against her temple, and Shang's voice was cold as ice, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Behind Shanga, there was a small brother. When Shu had never been in such a dangerous situation before. She was so scared that her whole body went numb, as if she had been struck by an electric current. Her big, expressive eyes wouldn't move. I have money. I'll pay the ransom. She said, trembling. Damn it, I know you have money. Turn around. Xianga shouted. When Shu had no choice but to turn to the door, and was surprised to find that Yu Shang had already disappeared without a trace. She thought to herself, Damn it, he's just going to leave me here? You just wait, I'll haunt you even after I die. Xianga, who was standing in the doorway, did not know that Yu Shang had disappeared. He shouted loudly. Yu Shang, hand over $1 million, or I'll kill her. He had already run away. When Shu cautiously reminded him. Xianga was stunned. Could it be that Yu Shang was such a coward? No, how could someone who could kill Tiger Fong and Jean Wancher easily admit defeat? He put Wen Shu's handbag on his wrist, cleverly concealing the pistol, and then threatened Wen Shu from behind, saying, Don't play any tricks with me, or you'll regret it. Go! The three of them left the house. The hallway was empty and silent. When they got downstairs, not only was the rest of the family gone, but the Mercedes was also gone. Chang took Wen Shu to the Wrangler, and the younger brother quickly started to leave. He drove around to see if there were any tailgaters. Understood. The younger brother suddenly turned. Chang carefully observed him. He didn't believe that Yu Shang would call the police because he had not only killed 2 people, but also taken $1 million. What he didn't know was that Yu Shang not only didn't call the police, but that Wen Shu had even let him kidnap her. He just wanted to find Tang. After driving for a while, Chang took out his phone and reported. After listening to the details, Mr. Tang said, Call Yu Shang and tell him to get $1 million to ransom the girl. Shanga then dialed Yu Shang's phone. Yu Shang, I have your woman. Give me $1 million to ransom her, or else, I can't guarantee anything will happen to this pretty girl. Oh, $1 million is fine. You know my cell phone number, so I won't beat around the bush. Just transfer the money to my account. Shit, you're playing dumb, aren't you? You give it to me. I want cash. No transfers, don't tell me you don't have it. I'll give it to you? Why? Yu Shang was very angry. I've already given you the woman, why should I give you money? Damn, how dare you? Wen Shu's eyes nearly flew out. My goodness, what a freak. She felt like she was going to die at the hands of Yu Shang. But she didn't have any US dollars on hand, and the transfer was not accepted. What should she do? Are you pretending to be stupid? Chang was also furious. He smashed the car window with a fist and threatened, Do you believe I'll rape her now? I believe you, but when will you give me the $1 million? Damn it, you give it to me. Chang was a little crazy. Yu Sheng didn't care about Wen Shu's life or death at all. Yu Sheng said with emotion, Brother, I'll teach you a valuable secret for judging people. Do you want to hear it? Chang didn't want to hear it at all, but Wen Shu's eyes widened and she blurted out, Yes. She was so curious to know what Yu Sheng's secret was for judging people, and why he could tell at a glance that she was not a virgin. Shut up! Brother Chang angrily shouted, I don't want any secrets, I want US dollars, US dollars. Yu Sheng said with a smile, I have 1 million US dollars. But you don't understand. What you have is not a bargaining chip that can be used to blackmail me, but a bomb that can blow you up. Do you know who she is? Wen Shu of Yanjing asked around, and let your boss ask around before talking to me. Let me put it this way, even if you give her $1 million, this matter will never be settled. None of you will get away with it, and even Boss Tang will be uprooted. You don't believe me? Try to touch her. I haven't been to a show for a long time. Besides, she's not my woman. She came to Jianghai to deal with me. How could you think I would ransom her? She'd be better off dead, and you'd both be dead together. Okay, I know you can't make the decision. Call Boss Tang. Yu Sheng hung up the phone directly. Chang was dumbfounded. Wen Shu was dumbfounded. He knew what I was going to do. At this moment, she felt extremely remorseful in her heart. She felt like a meat bun, foolishly rushing into the circle of tigers and wolves, only to find that everyone was green-faced and fanged, cruel and bloodthirsty. None of them took her seriously. She actually wanted to play tricks, the whole thing was ridiculous. Chapter 37, The True and False Jade Bureau. Chang finally came to his senses and looked at Wen Shu. What's your background? I have no background. I'm just trying to scare you. I can pay you a ransom, but I can only transfer the money because I can't possibly bring $1 million in cash to Jianghai. Her biggest worry was that after revealing her background, Chang would kill her to keep her quiet. Because Yu Sheng was right, giving her $1 million would not be enough to settle the matter. The Wen family could not be settled, and Chang would really be dead, and Boss Tang would not escape. But the more she denied it, the more guilty he felt. He called Boss Tang again and repeated what Yu Sheng had said. Tang told him to keep spinning his wheels, and then he started calling people in Beijing. In the end, none of them knew. Tang was a little worried. It was even more terrifying that he didn't know her. Because when Shu was willing to give $1 million, this rich woman was not in the business circle. The only answer was a powerful person, and the circle was very high level. The family members of the big boss were kept secret and were not accessible to ordinary people. Tang Laoda directly dialed Yu Sheng. This is Tang Tianzi. Oh, is Big Boss Tang going to transfer money to me? Only I can settle this for you. Yu Sheng, don't go too far. You still owe me $1 million. I don't know what you're talking about. But you were doing business in my villa, so I'm responsible for the consequences. How dare you come after me? That's your villa? Don't you know? It's my foreclosed house, and Su Rui just won't leave. We've never crossed paths, and I just want my house back. I understand. I'll give you back the woman, and I don't want the money. Let's call it quits. No problem. I promise that Wen Shu won't say anything. Just let Wen Shu get out of the car, and I'll follow behind the Wrangler. Fuck, Tang boss cursed, and immediately called Changgu. Are you a pig? Yu Sheng is following you behind, let Wen Shu get off, and this matter will be settled, don't provoke him again. Brother Chang, who was obedient, told his men to stop the car. Then he returned the handbag to Wen Shu and asked her to get out of the car. Wen Shu didn't expect that Yu Sheng was actually following her. Her resentment dissipated a lot. After the Wrangler left, the Mercedes-Benz really drove over. She got back into the car and sat in the back seat again, but remained silent. Yu Sheng said, this matter is settled. It is not that we are letting them off, but that we are leaving the credit to Jenny. Wen Shu understood and was in a good mood, nodding readily. But then she suddenly asked, do you know that Chang is in your room? Yes. I wanted to use you as bait to find Tang, but it didn't work. The enemy is too cunning. Yu Sheng said it so casually. Wen Shu was furious. How could he say that he used her as bait so casually? She had never been so wronged in her life, and no one had ever dared to take her life so lightly. She asked angrily, have you ever thought about what would happen if I died? Yu Sheng was silent for a moment, then said, sorry, I really don't care if you live or die. Feng Taizhan was shocked. Boss, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Wen Shu was calmer. At least this man was telling the truth. It's reasonable not to care. then suddenly pulled over to the side of the road, and Yang Kai got into the passenger seat. When Shu suddenly said, "Was there another person following us just now?" Of course. Otherwise, someone would have noticed. Yang Kai sat in the taxi and followed the Wrangler, and we followed the taxi. Yu Sheng smiled. When Shu suddenly asked, "What is the secret to reading people that you mentioned?" 1 million. Thank you. When Shu smiled, "Are you crazy with money? After dinner, I'll introduce you to some rich people." Okay. Yu Sheng decided that this was the grand plan that Wen Shu had planned, and it was time for the top young master to make his appearance. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Su Haoping. "Brother, a member of the Collectors Association has donated a porcelain collection. I can't tell if it's authentic. Can you come and help me? What are the conditions of the donation?" "It's actually an exchange, but it has to be in the name of donation, because we don't want to take responsibility. We have to give him a Ru porcelain bottle in return." "This sounds like a fake." "You don't want to offend people, so let me take the blame?" "No problem." Yu Sheng couldn't refuse. After all, Su Haoping had helped him more than once and owed him a lot of favors. Su Haoping smiled embarrassedly. "It's mainly because you need the reputation to prepare for the Collection Association. I'm at the Royal Garden Building 7, come over." Yu Sheng was surprised to say, "Number 7 is your villa?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll be right there." When they arrived at number 7 in the Royal Garden, Yu Sheng led Wen Shu into the villa, and then saw more than a dozen people gathered in the living room, all of them obviously collectors. Su Haoping laughed and came over, and everyone exchanged pleasantries with each other. They had all heard of Yu Sheng's name. Yu Sheng, however, had never heard of any of them, but one young man in particular caught his attention. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a humble and warm smile, a charming demeanor, and a handsome and elegant appearance. He was Kai Yuhua from Beijing. Yu Sheng could almost be certain that this was a trap for him, and that Kai Yuhua and Wen Shu were in cahoots. He sneered in his heart, but he was more calm and composed. "Brother, what do you think of this jade?" Everyone's eyes were on Yu Sheng, some with a playful and sophisticated air, some with a smug look, and some with a look of regret. It was a pity that he had entered such a dead end at such a young age. The jade sculpture on the table was abstract in shape, but the jade was of good quality and the craftsmanship was top-notch. The only drawback was that it had traces of aging, which meant that it was definitely fake. Yu Sheng casually touched it and was stunned. He never expected that it was actually a genuine ancient jade. The signs of aging were not fake, they were meant to make the real thing look fake, and they were a trap for Yu Sheng. If he dared to say it was fake, he would be completely ruined. Everyone here, except Su Haoping, would produce irrefutable evidence to prove that the jade was real. Su Haoping was fooled by the signs of aging and thought it was fake. Yu Sheng couldn't say in public that Su Haoping had been deceived, so he came up with a safe solution. "Brother Su, where is the bathroom?" Everyone was surprised. It was obvious that he wanted to talk to him in private, but there was no reason not to let him. Su Haoping understood and led him into the bathroom. After closing the door, Yu Sheng whispered, "This is a trap. The jade is real, but it was made to look old to trick me. If you trust me, you can change it. If you don't, you can change it and give it to me later. I'll give you whatever you want." Su was shocked. No wonder he felt a sense of unease. He thought it was a fake, but it was actually a trap for Yu Sheng. "Why are you the target?" "It's for Jenny. The woman who came with me is a friend of Jenny's and also Kai Yuhua's dog. If you hadn't called me today, that woman would have brought me here, and I wouldn't have been able to avoid it." "I understand." Su Haoping patted him on the shoulder and smiled with relief. "With a beautiful girlfriend like Jenny, your troubles are still ahead, but I support you." Chapter 38. The villa is unsealed. The people in the living room were whispering. "It's obvious that this can't be authenticated. I said it was impossible to identify ancient jade with your eyes covered. It's obvious that it's a hype. Young people nowadays are too impetuous. They are all empty talk." Kai Yuhua sighed with satisfaction. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yu Sheng and the other two came out. The whole scene fell silent, and everyone's attention was once again focused on Yu Sheng. Su Haoping looked at Kai Yuhua and suddenly burst into laughter. "Yu Sheng told me that this ancient jade is real. But he was afraid that I wouldn't believe him, so he explained to me in private that this ancient jade was deliberately made to look old, and it was very clever, just to make the real one look fake. It seems that Mr. Kai is a cut above the rest. Although he is not as good as Mr. Yu, he at least fooled me. The future is limitless. And this Miss Wenshu, she is a friend of Mr. Kai, right? Gee, she even needs an introduction. Oscar owes you a statuette. Everyone seems to be choking. This is too harsh. Even Kai Yoa's composure has changed. Wenshu was so embarrassed that she was ashamed of herself. She had never been so embarrassed. She had been kidnapped for seducing Yu Shang, and she had been unmasked for leading people into the trap. Su Haoping was really angry. He was a man of status, and Kai Yuhua had brought so many people to toy with him. This was really too much. Unfortunately, Kai Yuhua had everything figured out, except that Yu Shang knew the difference between real and fake. They thought that Yu Shang was only good at appraising, so he would definitely fall into the trap. They didn't know that Yu Shang relied on his supernatural powers. At this point, the collectors wanted to ride the fence, but they were afraid to offend Kai Yuhua, and they were extremely embarrassed. They never imagined that Yu Shan was so powerful. If they offended such a person, they would be in constant fear for the rest of their lives, not knowing where the revenge would start, and they could fall into the trap at any time. Especially when Yu Shang's gaze swept over them, as if he were memorizing them in his mind. This made them even more nervous, and they secretly complained. What a waste of time. Yu Shang only looked at Kai Yuhua, who was definitely an enemy, and there was nothing to see. Su Haoping was after all a director, and he was very good at cutting the Gordian knot. He said in a decisive manner. Although Brother Yu suggested that I make an exchange so that everyone could save face, I don't think it's necessary. If we compromise this time, there will be another trick. Why don't we just call it quits? My temple is too small to keep Mr. Kai and your wife. This last sentence is really a heart-piercing remark. It is too cruel. If Wenshu is Kai Yoa's wife, the two will lose if they argue, and it will be miserable if they don't. And for Wenshu, if Yanni knew about this, she would definitely break up with her. Choi Yukhua would not be grateful to her, and she would lose her friend Yanni. What is meant by backfire? She thought back, and her bad luck started when the plane landed. She was either being bullied or kidnapped, and then she followed Kai Yuhua in setting up a bullshit scheme. The rest of her life was just a matter of looking at it and touching it to see through it, and every blow was like a knife to the heart, cutting her to pieces. She was completely defeated. She was so depressed that she almost passed out. Kai Yuhua didn't seem to care at all. At least, he didn't show it on the surface. He took a deep breath and said with a graceful bow, "Today is a misunderstanding. This jade is a gift to Director Su." Then he turned to Yu Sheng and said, "I will not give up on Jenny because you are not worthy of her. You don't even know how far apart you are. Have some self-awareness. This is my final advice, and it is for your own good. Goodbye." After that, he turned and left. At least he was graceful, losing with honor and losing with dignity. Yu Sheng secretly praised him for his good acting, and gave him a score of 90 out of 100. Wenshu had no choice but to follow him out with her nose pinched. It would be even more embarrassing if she didn't go, but if she did, she would be confirmed as Mrs. Kai, and the pain would be too sour to bear. As soon as they left, the collectors immediately came to life, and they were enthusiastic and different from before. A flurry of flattery. They immediately praised Yu Sheng to the skies. Yu Sheng is not someone who can be pleased without thinking, so it is impossible to not let them bleed a little today. Su Haoping had already spoken up, "Brother, to join the Association of Collectors, you need to have a certain scale and level of collectibles, and it is best to be recognized by everyone. Since there are so many people here today, why don't you show your collection to everyone for appreciation?" Everyone immediately agreed. But they were secretly laughing to themselves. You can only bring out a few pieces of collectibles, which are not enough to be admitted to the Association of Collectors. But Yu Sheng smiled and said, "I'm moving today, so I have all my collections in the car outside." Then he made a phone call. Yang Kai and Feng Taishan each carried 2 boxes and walked in, placing all 4 boxes on the ground. Then, Yu Sheng took out the cultural relics one by one and placed them on the table. The collectors were all stunned. These antiques and cultural relics were all the best pieces collected by Wang Chuan in his lifetime in the secret room of the Rongxing Group, and Yu Sheng had selected the most valuable ones from them. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan both looked worried. They had seen the fake goods that the boss had bought at the flea market with their own eyes. Were they trying to deceive people? Oh my god, this is a Qianlong era revolving bottle. This is a Tang Dynasty agate cup with gold animal heads. Silver pot with dancing horse and cup pattern. Everyone exclaimed in unison. If these are not enough to be added to the collection of the Association of Collectors, then how many more are there? Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan were dumbfounded. The cultural relics they bought that day were all real? Even Su Haoping was dumbfounded. He thought that Yu Sheng would be able to produce some ancient jade and porcelain, and these people would just buy them. But they didn't know that the items they brought out were national treasures. When they casually placed them on the table, the visual impact on everyone was like buying a random Japanese AV at a street corner, only to find out when they got home that it was a Chinese top actress who had taken off her clothes and performed without a body double. Everyone's gaze at Yu Xing changed completely. This collector was of a class that could crush all of them. But Yu Sheng had no intention of selling these items, because they represented his status. Fortunately, the last thing he took out was the one he wanted to sell. It was an ancient jade from Mengqingyang. Everyone finally found a way to resolve their grievances. Brother Yu, please sell me this jade pendant. I'll pay 5 million. Okay. I'll be your friend. It would be foolish not to sell it. This ancient jade is only worth 2 or 3 million. Yu Sheng's meaning is very straightforward. Whoever buys it will be a friend, and I will remember those who don't buy it. These people understood each other's intentions. They knew they couldn't afford to offend him, just by looking at his expertise in appraising treasures and the depth of his collection. Then, with perfect tacit understanding, each of them picked an ancient jade, all of which were twice the market price. But it wasn't a loss, it was equivalent to the price at the auction house. In the end, Yu Sheng made 60 million. His total capital had reached 85 million, not including the $1 million. Everyone was in a happy mood when Jenny's phone rang. I have good news for you. The trial for the drug case last night has ended and the case has been closed. Jenny didn't say how much effort she had to put in to quickly close the case and get Yu Sheng to take back the house. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up. You mean my villa is unsealed? Yes, you can go over there now and sign the papers. Great. Can you come over tonight? Okay, I'll come over. Jenny actually agreed without hesitation. She thought that when Shu was there. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and smiled, then bowed to everyone. I bought the villa next door, Villa 8. I won't invite you all over for the first day, but I'll buy you all a drink when I've settled in. Everyone congratulated him on his new home, and there was a harmonious atmosphere, without the slightest trace of resentment. Chapter 39, Alliance. Yu Sheng walked into Villa 8, and the old guard, Lao Jingcha, gave him a strange smile. They had an internal consensus that the person who killed Tiger Tooth and Jean Wancher was Yu Sheng. And Jenny, who washed the floor for Yu Sheng, said that he was Tang's man. This was normal, and no one was stupid enough to object. What was shocking was Yu Sheng's martial arts skills, which were comparable to a military commander. He came and went freely under heavy siege. He even had $1 million on him, and no one even saw a shadow. A master like Tiger Fong could stab him in the back. The old policeman politely asked, Mr. Yu, here is the inventory. Do you want to check it? No. It doesn't matter if anything is missing. Yu Sheng didn't care at all and signed to receive it directly. Before the old policeman left, he said something meaningful. The price of the villa is affected by the murder house, you have lost a lot. What he meant was, how could you kill someone in your own villa? Yu Sheng smiled, I just need a basement as a warehouse. The old policeman was suddenly angry and felt a pain in his stomach. He looked at the others and said, they bought a villa just to use it as a warehouse. I'm going to retire soon and have only earned 100,000 yuan. Once the door was closed, Yu Sheng and the two others happily carried the boxes upstairs. First, they put the cultural relics and US dollars into the safe. Boss, this safe has been broken into by the well-funded, it's no longer safe. Let's buy the best one. Yang Kai suggested, knowing that the boss would never be short of money for a safe. Okay. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and ordered, you do these things now. First, the security of the entire villa needs to be redone, and all monitoring, early warning, and defense equipment needs to be top-notch. Second, you are responsible for finding security personnel, you are responsible for their assessment, and you decide on their pay. If they are not suitable, you can dismiss them. Third, I want to stockpile raw jadeite, so build me a closed warehouse in the basement to ensure the safety of the raw jadeite. Fourth, set up a workshop in the basement with a complete set of equipment for stone cutting and jade carving. Fifth, buy another Alfred, which will be used exclusively for security purposes. He told Yang Kai all his ideas and gave him another 10 million yuan as expenses. This is the most effortless way. If anything happens, I'll take care of it, and you just have to say the word. Moreover, this kind of trust can better motivate his subordinates. Sure enough, Yang Kai seemed to be full of energy, and he rushed out with a spring in his step. In the living room of the presidential suite, Kai Yuhua looked at the young man across the room with a gentle smile. How much do you know about Yu Sheng? Tell me everything you know, no matter how trivial it may seem. Mak Wansheng, who was visibly excited, knew that his spring had come. Compared to Kai Yuhua, Yu Sheng was nothing. How could the family elders let him befriend Yu Sheng? If he can become friends with this top young master, what can't he do in the future? What is Yu Sheng? Kai Xiao, in fact, Yu Sheng does not have any real skills. He does not understand cultural relics or jadeite rough. He relies on guesswork. His strength is that he dares to gamble and bet. For example, last time we were gambling on jadeite, he thought that the rough I was looking at was definitely the best, so he bought the rough I was holding, and ended up winning me. What about cultural relics? Sai Yuhua asked immediately. Antiquities are also guesswork. He is best at guessing. Unless you don't know the authenticity either, otherwise, if you show him the item for appraisal, he doesn't need to look at the item, he can tell the authenticity just by looking at you. This is the principle of blind appraisal of ancient jade. Mo Yunson tried to belittle Yu Sheng. Kai Yuhua suddenly realized. No wonder Yu Sheng could reach a conclusion just by touching it. Kai Yuhua had to admire that Yu Sheng was really a talent, and that was also a skill. At the same time, he firmly remembered Yu Sheng's weakness and dared to place a bet. If you dare to bet, you can rise to the top when you are right, but if you are wrong, you will go straight to hell. Is there anything else? No. Mo Yunson didn't mention the auction at all, which was a shame. Kai Yuhua smiled. Are you deliberately hiding something? According to my research, your wife and Yu Sheng were lovers in college. Mo Yunson was stunned and blurted out, no way. He and Ton Lin never spoke when they met, so they must not know each other. Oh, maybe they've turned against each other, maybe they're strangers, maybe they're hiding something. I have no ill will towards your wife, I just want to know everything about Yu Sheng, find his weakness, that's all. Kai Yuhua looked at him with a penetrating gaze, feeling that he had already found Yu Sheng's weakness, which was Ton Lin. He was hiding something, and he was afraid that people would find out, at least he was afraid that Jenny would find out. Yanni was busy reading the file, which was about everything about Tang Lauda. She knew that Tang could threaten Yu Sheng. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Wen Shu. Yanni, do you know about Yu Sheng's past? Of course. Do you know how many women he had? None. Do you believe him when he says there are none? At least I found out that he and Mo Yunson's wife Ton Lin were lovers. Wen Shu, who exactly told you to slander Yu Sheng? Oh my god, this is not a rumor. They were lovers in college, but when they met on the day of the stone appraisal, they didn't even speak. Didn't you suspect anything? I don't need to suspect. Yu Sheng told me that they had nothing to do with each other. After graduating from college, Ton Lin disappeared without a trace. She didn't say anything because Ton Lin chose to be loyal to her husband and ignored Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng completed him, that's all. Wen Shu was a little disappointed. She had played the fool again. She sighed and said, well, your explanation is more in line with my impression of Yu Sheng. He really doesn't care about women, and he doesn't need to lie at all. Hey, you guys aren't together? Jenny suddenly realized. Wen Shu was embarrassed. It turned out that Yu Sheng had never told Yin and I about it. She felt that she had stabbed him in the back again and was too rude. She quickly said, I don't want to be with him. I'll wait for you at the hotel. No, I'm going to see Yu Sheng tonight. If you want to see him, just go over. But I also have a friend from Beijing who wants to meet you. If it's a woman, bring her along. If it's a man, don't mention it again. No one else. You should know that I only escaped to Jianghai City to escape marriage. Yanni immediately understood why when Shu was here. So you and Yu Shang won't get married? Of course not. We are allies. Jenny said this very calmly. When Shu glanced at Kai Yuhua next to her and felt that it was ridiculous. She still didn't know what their relationship was. She asked again, does Yu Shang also think that you are allies? Of course. I do the things he can't do, and he solves the problems I can't solve. We work very well together, and every time I get a promotion, it's because of him. Jenny knew the power of those top young masters, and she tried her best to dispel the threat they posed to Yu Shang. When Shu looked at Kai Yuhua again and saw him nod, so she agreed, okay, we'll go together. Because my friend knows Yu Shang and wants to invite him to a stone gambling event, these things have nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about it. Yanni thought, you are giving Yu Shang money. She said calmly, as long as you don't bother me. She hung up the phone directly after saying that. Chapter 40, a $100 million bet. Yu Shang was carefully inspecting the entire villa when Shu's phone call came in. I'm coming to your house with Kai Yuhua tonight. You won't object, will you? Yu Shang frowned. You can come, but not Kai Yuhua. My temple is too small to accommodate a great god. You're too rude. Kai Yuhua wants to invite you to a stone gambling competition. You're not afraid, are you? When Shu began to provoke. I'm always ready to bet on stones. You just need to tell me the time and place, and he won't have to come. Yu Shang hung up the phone directly. Kai Yuhua's face immediately turned dark. As a person of his status, he was giving Yu Shang face by coming to his door, and Yu Shang actually dared to refuse? When Shu, however, turned to Kai Yuhua in surprise, you said he doesn't know how to bet on stones? How can he be so confident? I said he didn't know how to bet on stones, not that he couldn't. Is there a difference? Yes. If you can tell the difference, you can win him. This time I want to make him lose everything. Kai Yuhua said calmly, tell him in front of Jenny tonight that the bet is 100 million at Pingzhou Jade Shop tomorrow at 1 p.m. It doesn't matter if you don't have it, you can owe it as long as Jenny guarantees it. Kai Yuhua smiled slyly. Good. When Shu had a chance to save face, and she was willing to do it. She estimated that the poor guy wouldn't even have enough to put up his house. She was in a hurry, it was almost time for dinner, so she took a taxi to Yu Shang's house. She knocked on the door for half a day, but there was no response. She called Jenny angrily, Yu Shang wouldn't open the door for me, so scold him. When Shu, you've gone too far. I'm at Yu Shang's house, the door is open, and I didn't see you at all. Jenny said with a frown. When Shu was stunned, what? The front door? How can you make a mansion out of his two-bedroom apartment? Oh, you didn't know? We're at Villa 8 in the Royal Garden. Come on over. We're celebrating your housewarming. We're waiting for you to eat. I made a dish myself. Jenny hung up the phone. Okay. When Shu was depressed as if she had been beaten with a stick. Of course she knew about the Royal Garden, and she had even been to Villa 7. But Yu Shang had moved to Villa 8? She felt her endocrine system go haywire. This is too bad. Finally, she arrived at Villa 8. Sure enough, Jenny wasn't playing a trick on her. The gate was open. She made it through the garden to the front of the villa. In front of her was a French villa with 4 floors, 1 basement, 2 above ground, and 1 attic. There were gardens in front and behind, and in the corner was a 2-story building where the nanny and bodyguard lived. This garden villa is worth at least 100 million yuan, and this is the result of a real estate downturn and price cuts. When Shu hated it with a vengeance. She felt that the rest of her life was a deliberate attempt to not tell her about the new house, making her run an empty errand to the old house. Today, I'll let you mortgage the villa. Let you know how valuable a woman's face is. Let you know how terrible the consequences of a woman's humiliation are. She made up her mind to take revenge and took out her cell phone to call Kai Yuhua. I'm here. Okay, don't hang up. Put it in your pocket. I want to hear the whole story. Sai Yuhua said. When Shu put the phone away and walked into the open dining room with clenched teeth. The dining room was long and could seat 20 people, but at the moment, Yu Shang and Jenny were the only ones there. They greeted her with smiles. Come, sit down. We haven't even started eating yet. Yu Sheng said with a smile. When Shu walked over to Yanni and sat down, glaring at Yu Sheng angrily, tomorrow at 1 p.m., Pingzhou Jade Garden, 100 million yuan bet. I guess you don't have it, so you can bet your villa instead. Puff, Yu Sheng burst out laughing, girl, 100 million on a villa? Not to mention that I still have 80 million in cash, just one cultural relic in the safe is worth more than 100 million. If you don't believe me, ask Kaiyowa's friends, they have all seen it. When Shu looked at Yanni to make sure that Yu Sheng was telling the truth, and suddenly felt like she was about to have a bowel obstruction. She turned her big eyes and suddenly smiled. Yu Sheng, are you showing off your feathers like a peacock? Is this a relationship? This is a deep pit. If she said no, she would hurt Jenny. If she said yes, it would be the same as Yanni lying, and the two of them were not allies. Yanni's face turned pale. Yu Sheng, however, never thought about covering up, and laughed heartily. Wise men don't fall in love. In my opinion, everything can be priced. For example, if you want to buy my virginity, 10 million is enough. I'll satisfy you tonight. When Shu was so happy that she turned to Jenny and said, did you hear that? He wants to sleep with me. Yanni smiled and said, if you're willing to pay, go ahead. It's none of my business. We're allies. When Shu turned to Yu Sheng again, have you ever offered Yanni a price? How much is Yanni worth? I offered to buy her a villa for her first night, but she refused. Yu Sheng sighed. When Shu was so angry that she trembled again. This is completely the opposite treatment. He wants to sleep with me, and I have to give him money? But with Jenny here, she wouldn't dare say she was a virgin anymore. However, she smiled and said, you still have 80 million in cash. Is money so easy to make these days? I'm afraid it's not clean. She just wanted to strike back, but she didn't realize how accurate her strike was. Even Jenny was a little shaken. But the real trump card in the rest of her life is not wealth, and she doesn't care about losing it at all, so she calmly admits. Easy money is dirty, and clean money is hard to come by. Easy money kills, and clean money kills you. It is said that the right path in life is full of vicissitudes, but who knows, behind the vicissitudes are all wounds. Look at the ordinary people, toiling in the heat of the day, each with their own hardships. There is no sweetness after the bitterness, only year after year, the mountains do not grow old, and the people do not get leisurely. A lifetime of busyness is just for money. Yanni was stunned. How could this be so full of vicissitudes? I'm afraid that what Tong Lin left him was an injury that could not be concealed. When Shu was speechless. This forced him to pretend, and directly admitting to killing someone was too much. She immediately changed the subject. Do you hate Tong Lin? She had to mention Tong Lin, because she wanted to create a sense of estrangement between Yu Sheng and Jenny, and to sow discord. Yu Sheng looked at her deeply, until he was sure that she was not trying to hurt Tong Lin. The hidden chill gradually dissipated, and he spoke softly. Life is like shopping. Don't compare prices after you buy something, don't regret after you eat, don't suspect after you love, don't slander after you break up. Everything is paying for your own choice. Don't regret being good to anyone, even if you've made a mistake, even if you've been betrayed, even if you've hit a wall, you're good to him, not because he's good, but because you're good. Yanni felt as if she had been struck by an electric current, her whole body tingling and trembling. This remark struck her at the very core of her being, and in an instant, she felt a strong resonance. She understood this man completely. When Shu felt like she was in a deep depression. She now realized that the difference between herself and Yu Sheng was not how tall she was, but how tall Yu Sheng was. Yu Sheng had always looked down on her, tolerated her, and seen through her.